Okay, there we go. For some reason, my VPN turned back on overnight, even though I had not told it to, and it was blocking my ability to get the live stream out onto the YouTube server. So my apologies for my being late. Excuse me, there goes my voice already. I got a lozenge in my mouth trying to knock it down. Yeah, the reason for the lateness, aside from the issue I just described, was that I had a problem with my alarm this morning, and that it didn't read my mind and go off when I thought it was going to go off. So that didn't work. My lovely and talented executive producer, Picasso Nose, came in and said, "Hey, it's 12 to 9. Weren't you going to be on at 9?" And I said, "Well, not anymore." So I had to push it back to 9:30. So thank you, everyone, for your patience and your stick-to-itiveness. So what have we got here today? We have part 2, volume 2, if you will, of the report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election by Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III. So, let's look at something at the top here before we get going, because this is at the top of every page of this report. U.S. Department of Justice, and this is crossed out here. Attorney work product may contain material protected under federal regulatory crime procedure 6E. All right, Kat, don't hit my microphone. Just cut it out. Yeah, so what this is saying is there is testimony in this report, specifically grand jury testimony, that can't be shown to anybody unless a federal judge rules that it's okay to release it. And this has been the sticking point between the Dems and William Barr, the Attorney General, ever since the report was released. They're saying, you have to release us every word unredacted. And Barr is saying, quite correctly, I can't. It's against the law. To which the Dems say, no, 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 we're not listening. You have to do what we say. No, 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 no. So that's the state of our politics at the moment. Okay, enough of that. Cat? Great, what page am I on? 12:06. You're going to have to get down if you keep that up. Okay, so here we have the table of contents of Volume 2. We don't need to go through that. Okay. Introduction to Volume 2. This report is submitted to the Attorney General pursuant to 28 CFR Section 600.A-C, which states that, quote, at the conclusion of the special counsel's work, he shall provide the Attorney General a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions the special counsel reached, close quote. Beginning in 2017, the President of the United States took a variety of actions towards the ongoing FBI investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election and related matters that raised questions about whether he had obstructed justice. Yeah, only questions on your side, Mueller. The order appointing the special counsel gave this office jurisdiction to investigate matters that arose directly from the FBI's Russia investigation, including whether the president had obstructed justice in connection with Russia-related investigations. The special counsel's jurisdiction also covered potentially obstructive acts related to the special counsel's investigation itself. The volume of our report summarizes our obstruction of justice investigation of the president. We first describe the considerations that guided our obstruction of justice investigation and then provide an overview of this volume. First, a traditional prosecution or declination decision entails a binary determination to initiate or decline a prosecution. Excuse me just a second. Sorry. Gotta get this fixed. There we go. to initiate or decline a prosecution, but we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment. The Office of Legal Counsel has issued an opinion finding that, quote, the indictment or criminal prosecution of a sitting president would impermissibly undermine the capacity of the executive branch to perform its constitutionally assigned functions, end quote, in violation of, quote, the constitutional separation of powers, end quote. Given the role of the special counsel as an attorney in the Department of Justice and the framework of the special counsel's regulations, see gobbledygook, this office accepted OLC's legal conclusion for the purpose of exercising prosecutorial jurisdiction. And apart from OLC's constitutional view, we recognized that a federal criminal accusation against a sitting president would place burdens on the president's capacity to govern and potentially preempt constitutional processes for addressing presidential misconduct. Okay, so far so good. Second, while the OLC opinion concludes that a sitting president may not be prosecuted, it recognizes that a criminal investigation during the president's term is permissible. The OLC opinion also recognizes that a president does not have immunity after he leaves office, and if individuals other than the president committed an obstruction offense, they may be prosecuted at this time. Given these considerations, the facts known to us, and the strong public interest in safeguarding the integrity of the criminal justice system, we conducted a thorough factual investigation in order to preserve the evidence when memories were fresh and documentary materials were available. Third, we considered whether to evaluate the conduct we investigated under the Justice Manual standards governing prosecution and declination decisions, but we determined not to apply an approach that could potentially result in a judgment that the president committed crimes. Well, it's not your job to determine if he committed crimes. It's your job to determine if you can sustain a conviction and then prosecute. If you had said in this body of work, Trump committed this crime and not charged him, you would have been doing what Comey did to Hillary all over again, something that the entire left screamed and hollered about ad nauseum. Interesting. Very interesting. The threshold step under the Justice Manual standards is to assess whether a person's conduct constitutes a federal offense. The U.S. Department of Justice Manual, gobbledygook, Justice Manual, fairness concerns counsels against potentially reaching that judgment when no charges can be brought. The ordinary means for an individual to respond to an accusation is through a speedy and public trial, with all the procedural protections that surround a criminal case. An individual who believes he was wrongly accused can use that process to seek to clear his name. In contrast, a prosecutor's judgment that crimes were committed but no charges will be brought affords no such adversarial opportunity for public name clearing before an impartial adjudicator. Excuse me. Forgot to turn on the other studio light. I was very much out of it this morning, folks. Very much. The concerns about the fairness of such a determination would be heightened in the case of a sitting president, where a federal prosecutor's accusation of a crime, even in an internal report, could carry consequences that extend beyond the realm of criminal justice. OLC noted similar concerns about sealed indictments. Even if an indictment were sealed during the president's term, OLC reasoned, quote, it would be very difficult to preserve an indictment's secrecy, unquote, and if an indictment became public, quote, the stigma and opprobrium could imperil the president's ability to govern. Although a prosecutor's internal report would not represent a formal public accusation akin to an indictment, the possibility of the report's public disclosure, and the absence of a neutral adjudicatory forum to review its findings, counseled against potentially determining, quote, that the person's conduct constitutes a federal offense, close quote. Justice Manual, Section 9 through 27.220. Fourth, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the President clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Here we go. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment. The evidence we obtained about the President's actions and intents presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the President committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. And that right there, folks, is all you need to know about the Mueller report. Not that Volume 1 was full of lies and complete fantasy. Not that they decided not to ring up Jeff Sessions on lying to the FBI when it was obvious. They decided not to do it because it was obvious that what he quote unquote lied about wasn't a bald face and on purpose lie about what they were asking for. There was a problem with the implication of the questions. But this right here. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the President committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Prosecutors don't exonerate people. Prosecutors, as it said just a few paragraphs ago, either decide to prosecute or decline to prosecute. It said in part, I keep saying part, in Volume 1, how they decided to prosecute people like Papadopoulos and Flynn and Manafort and then followed through. But there was nothing about exonerating Sessions and what he said or didn't say and how it affected the investigation. So where does he get off here saying that they don't exonerate him for not committing obstruction of justice? And then go on through the rest of this to prove that they had no evidence whatsoever that he obstructed justice. There's your Mueller report in a nutshell, folks. This report on our investigation consists of 4 parts. Section 1 provides an overview of obstruction of justice principles and summarizes certain investigatory and evidentiary considerations. Section 2 sets forth the factual results of our obstruction investigation and analyzes the evidence. Section 3 addresses statutory and constitutional defenses. Section 4 states our conclusion. Executive summary to Volume 1. Our obstruction of justice inquiry focused on a series of actions by the President that related to the Russian interference investigations, including the President's conduct towards the law enforcement officials overseeing the investigations and the witnesses to relevant events. Factual results of the obstruction investigation. The key issues and events we examined include the following. The campaign's response to reports about Russia's support for Trump. During the 2016 presidential campaign, questions arose about the Russian government's apparent support for candidate Trump. Excuse me a moment. Had to make some disgusting noises. Sorry. After WikiLeaks released the politically damaging Democratic Party emails that were reported to have been hacked by Russia, Trump publicly expressed skepticism that Russia was responsible for the hacks at the same time that he and other campaign officials privately sought information, redacted, about any further planned WikiLeaks releases. Trump also denied having any business in or connections to Russia, even though as late as June 2016, the Trump Organization had been pursuing a licensing deal for a skyscraper to be built in Russia called Trump Tower Moscow. Okay, and again, he denied having that business after June 2016, or in June 2016, when he said that they had called off the Trump Tower project. And if you have any evidence that he said so between January and June of that year, please send it to me. I want to know because I want to be right. If I'm wrong about this, I need to be corrected. But that's how I understand it. That's how I've always understood it. Let's see. Okay. After the election, the president expressed concerns to advisors that reports of Russia's election interference might lead the public to question the legitimacy of his election. Conduct involving FBI Director Comey and Michael Flynn. In mid-January 2017, incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn falsely denied to the Vice President, other administration officials, and FBI agents that he had talked to Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak about Russia's response to U.S. sanctions on Russia for its election interference. On January 27, the day after the president was told that Flynn had lied to the vice president and had made similar statements to the FBI, the president invited FBI Director Comey to a private dinner at the White House and told Comey that he needed loyalty. Again, this is all based on Comey's memo. There is no corroboration from the White House whatsoever about any of these. On February 14, the day after the president requested Flynn's resignation, the president told an outside advisor, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over." The advisor disagreed and said the investigations would continue. Later that afternoon, the president cleared the Oval Office to have a one-on-one meeting with Comey. Referring to the FBI's investigation of Flynn, the president said, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He is a good guy. I hope you can let this go." Shortly after requesting Flynn's resignation and speaking privately to Comey, the president sought to have Deputy National Security Advisor K.T. McFarland draft an internal letter stating that the president had not directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. McFarland declined because she did not know whether that was true, and a White House counsel office attorney thought that the request would look like a quid pro quo for an ambassadorship she had been offered. Both of those are valid points. I agree with them. But that whole part about I hope you can let this go. I hope. That is not an order. That is not a direction for action. That is a concern. Completely different things. And again, this is Comey talking, not Trump. And as we know, Comey has had it in for Trump from the word go. The president's reaction to the continuing Russia investigation. In February 2017, Attorney General Jeff Sessions began to assess whether he had to recuse himself from campaign-related investigations because of his role in the Trump campaign. In early March, the president told White House counsel Donald McGahn, or as Joy Reid would say, McGahn, to stop Sessions from recusing. And after Sessions announced his recusal on March 2nd, the president expressed anger at the decision and told advisors that he should have an attorney general who would protect him. That weekend, the president took Sessions aside at an event and urged him to, quote-unquote, unrecuse. Later in March, Comey publicly disclosed at a congressional hearing that the FBI was investigating, quote, the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, end quote, including any links or coordination between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. Yeah, heaven forbid you check for anything between, say, the Ukraine and the Clinton campaign, Mueller, or the Clinton campaign and a foreign spy who used Russian sources to dig up dirt on Trump and violated campaign finance law in doing so. But why would that matter? In the following days, the president reached out to the Director of National Intelligence and the leaders of the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency to ask them what they could do to publicly dispel the suggestion that the president had any connection to the Russia election interference effort. The president also twice called Comey directly, notwithstanding guidance from McGahn to avoid direct contacts with the Department of Justice. Comey had previously assured the president that the FBI was not investigating him personally, and the president asked Comey to lift the cloud, quote unquote, of the Russia investigation by saying that publicly. What's wrong with that? Seriously, he's the president. He doesn't want to be working under a cloud of suspicion that he doesn't have to be. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is he went to the deep state to ask for that kind of dispensation. And they're just going to ring him up for that. They're going to do everything they can to make it even worse for him. The president's termination of Comey. On May 3, 2017, Comey testified in a congressional hearing but declined to answer questions about whether the president was personally under investigation. Within days, the president decided to terminate Comey. Within how many days? Why is that even in there? So what if it was within days? So what? The president insisted that the termination letter, which was written for public release, state that Comey had informed the president that he was not under investigation. The day of the firing, the White House maintained that Comey's termination resulted from independent recommendations from the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General that Comey should be discharged for mishandling the Hillary Clinton email investigation. But the president had decided to fire Comey before hearing from the Justice Department. The day after firing Comey, the president told Russian officials that he, quote, had faced great pressure because of Russia, end quote, which had been taken off by Comey's firing. The next day, the president acknowledged in a television interview that he was going to fire Comey regardless of what the Department of Justice's recommendation was, and regardless of the Department of Justice's recommendation, and that when he decided to just do it, he was thinking that this thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. In response to a question about whether he was angry with Comey about the Russia investigation, the president said, "As far as I'm concerned, I want that thing to be absolutely done properly," adding that firing Comey might even lengthen out the investigation. So right there, Trump says, yeah, I fired him. I fired him because he was screwing me over on the Russia thing, but I didn't expect the Russia thing to end because I fired Comey. In fact, I think it'll probably go on longer, which is exactly what happened. Ridiculous. But this is evidence that Trump knew that he was going to stop the Mueller stop the Crossfire Hurricane investigation by firing Comey, and therefore, take care of all of this in one fell swoop, when he obviously said things exactly to the contrary. The appointment of a special counsel and efforts to remove him. Oh, this is good. On May 17, 2017, the acting Attorney General for the Russia investigation appointed a special counsel to conduct the investigation and related matters. The president reacted to news that a special counsel had been appointed by telling advisors that it was, quote, the end of his presidency, unquote, and demanding that Sessions resign. Sessions submitted his resignation, but the president ultimately did not accept it. The president told aides that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and suggested that the special counsel therefore could not serve. The president's advisors told him the asserted conflicts were meritless and had already been considered by the Department of Justice. Meritless? Yeah, Mueller's bias. Maybe you could go either way on that, but Weissman's and the other FBI or the other lawyers that Mueller hired to work on the case, who were all basically in the bag for Hillary. Most of them had donated to her campaign, and even several of them, I know Weissman for sure, had attended her quote-unquote victory party at the Javits Center in New York City. Yeah. I believe it's in Manhattan specifically, but I could be wrong about that. Could be Brooklyn. On June 14, 2017, the media reported that the special counsel's office was investigating whether the president had obstructed justice. Press reports called this a quote-unquote major turning point in the investigation. While Comey had told the president he was not under investigation, following Comey's firing, the president now was under investigation, and wrongfully so. The president, under Article 1, has the right to fire anyone from the FBI or the DOJ as long as he isn't performing a criminal act in doing so. And according to Trump's own testimony on camera to Lester Holt, he was not trying to stop the investigation. That would have been the criminal predicate for an obstruction of justice charge. There wasn't one, so there never should have been an investigation. That was pathetic. Because that rolled in, that means Mueller was able to keep investigating obstruction of justice charges over and over and over again, making them up as he went along. This probe should have lasted probably June of last year at the latest, or at the latest. But Mueller kept it rolling because he knew Trump was upset at him and the investigation as a whole, and he was hoping Trump would do something stupid that would allow him to charge him with obstruction of justice. Trump never did, so Mueller had to come up with the "we can't exonerate him either" sentence just to throw dirt onto Trump's face in an effort to make him look like he's guilty. And according to the Dems, it worked. The president reacted to this news with a series of tweets criticizing the Department of Justice and the special counsel's investigation. On June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn at home and directed him to call the acting attorney general and say that the special counsel had conflicts of interest and must be removed. McGahn did not carry out that direction, however, deciding that he would resign rather than trigger what he regarded as a potential Saturday Night Massacre. If you're not familiar with the Saturday Night Massacre, it happened during the Watergate investigation. Nixon wanted the head prosecutor, Archibald Cox, fired. And Nixon ordered his attorney general, whose name escapes me at the moment, to fire Cox, and the attorney general said no and resigned when Nixon pushed him. Then the assistant attorney general, or assistant attorney general, did the same thing. Now there's two people left in the open to fill, and Nixon quickly appointed a new AG, and that AG fired Cox. Now it didn't do Nixon any good. That was a horrible Freudian slip. Didn't do him any good at all because the investigation just picked up steam, and he was ultimately forced to resign. Remember, Nixon was never impeached. He resigned before that happened. But that's the Saturday Night Massacre. I can see where McGahn could draw a line between that and what Trump just asked him to do, but it obviously wasn't a fully fledged order to get rid of Mueller, because if Trump wanted to get rid of Mueller, all Trump had to do is pick up the phone and call Mueller and say, "You're fired. Pack up your stuff." He had that right. Many people in the media, especially right-wing media, advised Trump to do that. It would have been a mistake in my view, but there were times where I wanted him to do it as well. So I can only imagine what pressure the president was under to do that. Efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation. 2 days after directing McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president made another attempt to affect the course of the Russia investigation. On June 19, 2017, the president met one-on-one in the Oval Office with his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, a trusted advisor outside the government, and dictated a message for Lewandowski to deliver to Sessions. The message said that Sessions should publicly announce that, notwithstanding his recusal from the Russia investigation, the investigation was, quote-unquote, very unfair to the president. The president had done nothing wrong, and Sessions planned to meet with special counsel and, quote, let him move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections, end quote. Lewandowski said he understood what the president wanted Sessions to do. Well, I don't. Aside from coming out and saying that the president still wasn't under any cloud of criminal wrongdoing, that part about meeting with the special counsel and let him move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections, I guess what he's saying is to help keep the Russians from doing it again. But is he saying that he can't look at Trump's campaign? I don't get that impression. And again, these are obstruction of justice charges that where there is no obstruction of justice. Trump did not fire Mueller in the first instance, and let's see, how many have we got here so far? Let's see, we've got the campaign response to reports about Russian support for Trump, conduct involving FBI Director Comey and Flynn, President's reaction to the continuing Russian investigation, President's termination of Comey, the appointment of a special counsel and efforts to remove him, and efforts to curtail the special counsel's investigation. There's a few more after this. All of these are the ones that the Dems are leaning on as the 10 or 14 or 8 or 6 or whatever many number they come up with of instances of absolute obstruction by Trump, absolute instances of where he should be charged and convicted of obstruction and then impeached and gotten kicked out of office. None of these rise to the legal standard of being able to charge someone because the predicate isn't there. But Mueller's throwing shade on Trump every chance he gets. Okay, after Lewandowski said he understood what the president wanted Sessions to do, 1 month later, in another private meeting with Lewandowski on July 19, 2017, the president asked about the status of his message for Sessions to limit the special counsel investigation to future election interference. Okay, then he did want it limited. All right. Lewandowski told the president that the message would be delivered soon. Hours after that meeting, the president publicly criticized Sessions in an interview with the New York Times, and then issued a series of tweets making it clear that Sessions' job was in jeopardy. Lewandowski did not want to deliver the president's message personally, so he asked senior White House official Rick Dearborn to deliver it to Sessions. Dearborn was uncomfortable with the task and did not follow through. So here's where you get those reports from sources in the White House about how people are not doing what Trump has asked them to do in order to keep him from going off the rails or whatever. And I don't see how these people had the right to decide not to follow through with what Trump had asked them to do. McGahn's not telling Sessions to fire Mueller. That still would have been legal. So I don't see anything wrong there. That would politically it wouldn't have been a good move, but still. But the rest of these, there's nothing there. There is no there. A reference to Oakland, by the way, initially. So, yeah, these are all people making up their own little minds to do what they want to do, not what the president told them to do, even if indirectly. So screw them. Efforts to prevent public disclosure of evidence. In the summer of 2017, the president learned that media outlets were asking questions about the June 9, 2016 meeting at Trump Tower between senior campaign officials, including Donald Trump Jr., and a Russian lawyer who was said to be offering damaging information about Hillary Clinton as, quote, part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, close quote. On several occasions, the president directed aides not to publicly disclose the emails setting up the June 9 meeting, suggesting that the emails would not leak and that the number of lawyers with access to them should be limited. Before the emails became public, the president edited a press statement for Trump Jr. by deleting a line that acknowledged that the meeting was with, quote, an individual who Trump Jr. was told might have information helpful to the campaign, close quote, and instead said only that the meeting was about adoptions of Russian children. When the press asked questions about the president's involvement in Trump Jr.'s statement, the president's personal lawyer repeatedly denied the president had played any role. And and so what if he did? He basically said, okay, we're lying to the press about this. Since when is lying to the press illegal? Ever. It's pathetic for that to even be included in here. Very good, Jason, and good morning, sir. So sorry to have missed your beginning to the program. It's hard for me to see the chats when they first show up because they're way up in the upper right corner there. But once the box fills a bit and when people type, everything jumps up a notch. Then I'm sure I know when someone has typed. It's easier for me to catch it. But yes, sir, Section 5 of the Mueller report, parking tickets and jaywalking while being Trump. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. I say that sums things up quite nicely. Further efforts to have the Attorney General take control of the investigation. In early summer 2017, the president called Sessions at home and again asked him to reverse his recusal from the Russia investigation. Sessions did not reverse his recusal. I don't believe he ever should have recused himself, but in the long run, I don't see how it really mattered one way or the other. Except for people like Manafort and Papadopoulos and Flynn and Vander Swan. In October 2017, the president met privately with Sessions in the Oval Office and asked him to, quote-unquote, take a look at investigating Clinton. In December 2017, shortly after Flynn pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, the president met with Sessions in the Oval Office and suggested, according to notes taken by a senior advisor, that if Sessions unrecused and took back supervision of the Russia investigation, he would be a quote-unquote hero. The president told Sessions, "I'm not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly," close quote. In response, Sessions volunteered that he had never seen anything quote-unquote improper on the campaign and told the president there was a whole new leadership team in place. He did not unrecuse. Efforts to have McGahn deny that the president had ordered him to have the special counsel removed. Again, this was after McGahn's testimony to the special counsel. 30 hours in total of testimony to the special counsel. Trump told him after this that he wanted a letter about that saying he didn't ask McGahn to fire Mueller. So why this is even part of this process, again, is beyond me. In early 2018, the press reported that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed in June 2017, and that McGahn had threatened to resign rather than carry out the order. Where did this story come from, I wonder? The president reacted to the news stories by directing White House officials to tell McGahn to dispute the story and create a record stating he had not been ordered to have the special counsel removed. McGahn told those officials that the media reports were accurate in stating that the president had directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed. The president then met with McGahn in the Oval Office and again pressured him to deny the reports. In the same meeting, the president also asked McGahn why he had told the special counsel about the president's efforts to remove the special counsel and why McGahn took notes of his conversations with the president. McGahn refused to back away from what he remembered happening and perceived the president to be testing his mettle. So Trump sometimes behaves irrationally. I don't like that word. Precipitously. Let's say that. He acts out of bounds on occasions. He's a very high-strung man, and sometimes he loses perspective, if I may say that. Losing perspective is not the same as obstruction of justice. Never was, never will be. Conduct towards Flynn, Manafort, redacted. After Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement with the president and began cooperating with the government, the president's personal counsel left a message for Flynn's attorneys, reminding them of the president's warm feelings towards Flynn, which he said, quote, still remains, unquote, and asking for a, quote-unquote, heads up if Flynn knew information that implicates the president, quote-unquote. When Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn could no longer share information pursuant to a joint legal defense agreement, the president's personal counsel said he would make sure that the president knew that Flynn's actions reflected, quote-unquote, hostility towards the president. During Manafort's prosecution, and when the jury in his criminal trial was deliberating, the president praised Manafort in public and said that Manafort was being treated unfairly and declined to rule out a pardon. After Manafort was convicted, the president called Manafort a brave man for refusing to break and said that flipping almost ought to be outlawed. Redacted. Yeah. Now, I hadn't heard anything about this bit with Flynn and the joint defense agreement and the personal counsel saying that Flynn had acted with hostility towards the president. I'd never heard that before. It doesn't sound to me like a very lawyerly thing to do. But I want to know who was reporting it. Was it Flynn's lawyers? Was it Trump's lawyers during their testimony to the special counsel? Where did that come from? That's the thing with Mueller. He's not giving us any context for any of these statements. I haven't seen a footnote yet for any of this. Conduct involving Michael Cohen. Oh, this ought to be good. The president's conduct towards Michael Cohen, a former Trump Organization executive, changed from praise for Cohen when he falsely minimized the president's involvement in the Trump Tower project, Moscow project, to castigation of Cohen when he became a cooperating witness. I don't know if Trump specifically praised Cohen for lying about the Trump Tower thing. I know he didn't call him out on it, but you could say that's someone trying to not get their former legal pal in trouble with the special counsel. There is that possibility. And as far as castigation, well, good Lord, look at the things that Cohen said about Trump over and over again. Really nasty things. And none of them proven to be true. So yeah, I'd be castigating a little bit. I'd be throwing rocks at the guy. From September 2015 to June 2016, Cohen had pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project on behalf of the Trump Organization and had briefed candidate Trump on the project numerous times, including discussing whether Trump should travel to Russia to advance the deal, none of which were illegal. In 2017, Cohen provided false testimony to Congress about the project, including stating that he had only briefed Trump on the project 3 times and never discussed travel to Russia with him in an effort to adhere to a quote-unquote party line that Cohen said was developed to minimize the president's connection to Russia. While preparing for his congressional testimony, Cohen had extensive discussions with the president's personal counsel, who, according to Cohen, remember that, said that Cohen should stay on message and not contradict the president. Denied by anyone who had anything to do with that, except for Cohen. And how could stay on message have anything to do with Cohen lying about the Trump Tower project, when Moscow project, when Trump had never said anything about it shutting down in January? After the FBI searched Cohen's home and office in April 2018, completely against the law in my opinion, the president publicly asserted that Cohen would not flip, contacted him directly to tell him to stay strong, and privately passed messages of support to him. Cohen also discussed pardons with the president's personal counsel and believed that if he stayed on message, he would be taken care of. Again, who said that? What context is that statement from? Or what context is that statement in? Excuse me. Is that Cohen's words against the counsel? Most likely. But after Cohen began cooperating with the government in the summer of 2018, the president publicly criticized him, calling him a rat. Yes, he did, and suggested that his family members had committed crimes. And there's some truth to that. Overarching factual issues. We did not make a traditional prosecution decision about these facts, but the evidence we obtained supports several general statements about the president's conduct. Then you should shut up right now. If you did not make a traditional prosecution decision, then this section is done. There should be no further text whatsoever. But that's not Mueller's style, folks. Here we go. Several features of the conduct we investigated distinguish it from typical obstruction of justice cases. First, the investigation concerned the president, and some of his actions, such as firing the FBI director, involve facially lawful acts within his Article 2 authority. I believe I said Article 1 earlier. I apologize. Which raises constitutional issues discussed below. No, it doesn't. At the same time, the president's position as the head of the executive branch provided him with unique and powerful means of influencing official proceedings, subordinate officers, and potential witnesses, all of which is relevant to a potential obstruction of justice analysis. Liar. Second, unlike cases in which a subject engages in obstruction of justice to cover up a crime, the evidence we obtained did not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference. Although the obstruction statutes do not require proof of such a crime, the absence of that evidence affects the analysis of the president's intent and requires consideration of other possible motives for his conduct. Third, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestions of possible future pardons, took place in public view. When did Trump ever offer anyone a pardon? When? That circumstance is unusual, but no principle of law excludes public acts from the reach of the obstruction laws, if the likely event of public acts is to influence witnesses or alter their testimony. The harm to the justice system's integrity is the same. Although the series of events we investigated involved discrete acts, the overall pattern has nothing to do with it. Each act has to be resolved or looked at on its own merits. There is no pattern for you to discern here. It's not your job. The overall pattern of the president's conduct towards the investigations can shed light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. Sounds like Weissman wrote this part. That's from me, but I have heard other people say that. So it's not like I came up with that on my own. As I said previously, there's been a lot of talk about this document, and some of the stuff I may say may not be completely organic because of things I've heard previously. But this came up into my mind independently, and then I immediately recognized it as being something I'd heard someone else say. But yeah, this exactly sounds like something Weissman would write, because if you're familiar with Weissman, Andrew Weissman was the lead federal attorney on the Arthur Andersen obstruction of justice case. Arthur Andersen had been the accounting firm for Enron. You'll have to look up Enron. I can't go into all that. But Arthur Andersen has a documents retention policy. And while the investigation into Enron was going on, Arthur Andersen's lawyers said, look, we haven't gotten any direction from the government whatsoever on what to keep or what not to keep, so just keep going through records retention policy as you normally would. So, of course, Weissman comes up later and says, hey, you guys needed to have saved those documents. Arthur Andersen said, you're just telling us now. There's no way for us to have known that. Weissman says, you should have known that I was going to ask for those documents because of the investigation to Enron. Therefore, I'm charging you with obstruction of justice. He did. Arthur Andersen went under. 80,000 people lost their job. The face of the U.S. accounting landscape changed forever because of that. And he convicted the Arthur Andersen people of obstruction of justice. It went to the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court overturned Weissman's convictions and wrote a 6-page statement on the proceeding. 6 pages for a Supreme Court ruling. That's how blatantly obvious Weissman's illegality of action was in this case. The Supreme Court told him, you can't make up the law. There is no statute that says people have to guess as to what they're supposed to retain when there's an ongoing criminal investigation in something related to their work. That's not up to them. It's up to you. You're a jerk. I don't know if those last words were in there, but they should have been. Weissman is a shark. A shark and a piranha in a blender. Overall pattern. Although the series of events we investigated involved discrete acts, the overall pattern of the president's conduct towards the investigations can shed light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. In particular, the actions we investigated can be divided into two phases, reflecting a possible shift in the president's motives. Possible shift. The first phase covered the period from the president's first interactions with Comey through the president's firing of Comey. During that time, the president had been repeatedly told he was not personally under investigation. Soon after the firing of Comey and the appointment of the special counsel, however, the president became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry, and again I might add, completely unlawfully. Soon after the firing of Comey and the appointment of the special counsel however, the president became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry. At that point, the president engaged in a second phase of conduct involving public attacks on the investigation, which are not against the law. It's called the First Amendment, idiot. Non-public efforts to control it, not against the law because nothing happened, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation. Did you have anything specifically tying him to a criminal act in any of those actions? No, you didn't. Sit down and shut up. Judgments about the nature of the president's motives during each phase would be informed by the totality of the evidence. So again, he's making up something here. He's saying, well, he didn't obstruct justice in any of these individual things, but if we looked at the totality of his actions and the nature of his motives, judgments about the nature of his motives, because they can't know what was in his mind. They can only guess. So now they're mind reading the president and putting all this together. This goes to show you how much the Mueller team hated Trump. Statutory and constitutional defenses, of which there are many. The President's counsel raised statutory and constitutional defenses to a possible obstruction of justice analysis of the conduct we investigated. We concluded that none of those legal defenses provided a basis for declining to investigate the facts. None of those legal defenses provided a basis for declining to investigate the facts. You're supposed to investigate the facts. That's your job. Why would you decline to investigate the facts? Because you didn't believe that any of his defenses were legal. You dismissed them out of hand. Now I get it. Even though Trump had all of these legal reasons for him not to be charged with obstruction, you blew them off. Now I get it. Statutory defenses. Consistent with precedent and the Department of Justice's general approach to interpreting obstruction statutes, we concluded that several statutes could apply here. See gobbledygook. Section 512C2 is an omnibus obstruction of justice provision that covers a range of obstructive acts directed at pending or contemplated official proceedings. No principle of statutory construction justifies narrowing the provision to cover only conduct that impairs the integrity or availability of evidence. Yes, sir, Mr. Jason. The facts didn't work with the narrative. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Sections 1503 and 1505 also offer broad protections against obstructive acts directed at pending grand jury, judicial, administrative, and congressional proceedings, and they are supported by a provision in Section 512B aimed specifically at conduct intended to prevent or hinder the communication to law enforcement of information related to a federal crime. Constitutional defenses. As for constitutional defenses arising from the President's status as the head of the executive branch, we recognize that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these issues. We therefore examine those issues through the framework established by the Supreme Court precedent governing separation of powers issues. The Department of Justice and the President's personal counsel have recognized that the President is subject to statutes that prohibit obstruction of justice by bribing a witness or suborning perjury because that conduct does not implicate his constitutional authority, neither of which he did. With respect to whether the President can be found to have obstructed justice by exercising his powers under Article 2 of the Constitution, we concluded that Congress has authority to prohibit a President's corrupt use of his authority in order to protect the integrity of the administration of justice. I don't think anyone's arguing otherwise there, Counselor. What they're saying is there were no corrupt uses of authority. Therefore, you had no reason to hold an obstruction of justice investigation into Trump's firing of Comey, and you did not have any kind of legal reason to keep the investigation open long enough to try to trap Trump into an obstruction charge just because you were upset with him for winning the 2016 election. But that's what you did. Under applicable Supreme Court precedent, the Constitution does not categorically and permanently immunize a president for obstructing justice through the use of his Article 2 powers. The separation of powers doctrine authorizes Congress to protect official proceedings, including those of courts and grand juries, from corrupt, obstructive acts regardless of their source. We also concluded that any inroad on President's authority that would occur from prohibiting corrupt acts does not undermine the President's ability to fulfill his constitutional mission. So like Clinton, when he committed 11 felonies during the investigation, the Starr investigation, those fell into that category. But Clinton was impeached. There's no way Trump's going to get impeached. They don't have anything. If they do, there's going to be some very upset people in this country. We also concluded, the term quote-unquote corruptly sets a demanding standard. It requires a concrete showing that a person acted with an intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else, inconsistent with official duty and the rights of others. A preclusion of quote-unquote corrupt official action does not diminish the President's ability to exercise Article 2 powers. For example, the proper supervision of criminal law does not demand freedom for the President to act with a corrupt intention of shielding himself from criminal punishment, avoiding financial liability, or preventing personal embarrassment. Preventing personal embarrassment? Why not? What does preventing personal embarrassment have to do with criminal law? Seriously. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I'm not reading that sentence properly. And if I am not reading it properly, I apologize, and I will take back my umbrage. But for now, I find that to be an embarrassing thing to say as a top-level federal prosecutor. Weissman should be ashamed of himself. To the contrary, a statute that prohibits official action undertaken for such corrupt purposes furthers rather than hinders the impartial and even-handed administration of the law. It also aligns with the President's constitutional duty to faithfully execute the laws. Finally, we concluded that in the rare case in which a criminal investigation of the president's conduct is justified, inquiries to determine whether the president acted for a corrupt motive should not impermissibly chill his performance of his constitutionally assigned duties. The conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the president's corrupt exercise of the powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. So here, what he's saying is, the conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction law to the president, he's saying, yeah, we didn't find anything here that we could charge him with obstruction. We didn't have any legal basis to charge him with corruption. But since we couldn't exonerate him, we're leaving it up to Congress. Some people have said it's fairly obvious that Mueller left a roadmap for Congress, and other people argue, that's bull. There's no way he could have done that. I'm sorry, he did that in this sentence right here, and this is the first I've seen it. This is me alone. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is on nobody else. But the conclusion that Congress may apply the obstruction laws to the president's corrupt exercise of the powers of office accords with our constitutional system of checks and balances and the principle that no person is above the law. He's saying, go for it, Congress. We couldn't do it because it wasn't against the law, but that's not going to stop you guys. And he knows exactly what he means by that. Conclusion. Because we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, we did not draw ultimate conclusions about the president's conduct. Because you had nothing, but you needed to get him as muddy as possible anyway. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that would need to be resolved if we were making a traditional prosecutorial judgment. That's your job. At the same time, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Bull, bull, bull. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we are unable to reach that judgment. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. So we're throwing it to the Congress. Ugh. I tell you, I'm almost ready to stop reading right now. Because the rest of this is going to be navel gazing and smelling their own farts in order to make a case that they acted properly. I'm so upset by that last section. That just really, really burns my buttons. I'll keep going, because I promised, but I'm proceeding under protest. Okay, part 2, factual results of the obstruction investigation. This section of the report details the evidence we obtained. We first provide an overview of how Russia became an issue in the 2016 presidential campaign, that ought to be good, and how candidate Trump responded. Not Clinton. We then turn to the key events that we investigated. The president's conduct concerning the FBI investigation of Michael Flynn, the president's reaction to public confirmation of the FBI's Russia investigation, events leading up to and surrounding the termination of FBI Director Comey, events to terminate the special counsel, the efforts, folks, not acts, not actual termination, efforts which are not against the law. Neither was firing Comey. Efforts to prevent disclosure of information about the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting between Russians and senior campaign officials. Oh my God, clutch my pearls. Efforts to have the Attorney General unrecused, and conduct towards McGahn, Cohen, and other witnesses. We summarize the evidence we found and then analyze it by reference to the three statutory obstruction of justice elements: obstructive act, nexus to a proceeding, and intent. We focused on elements because, by regulation, the special counsel has, quote, jurisdiction to investigate federal crimes committed in the course of and with intent to interfere with the special counsel's investigation, such as perjury, obstruction of justice, destruction of evidence, and intimidation of witnesses, close quote. 28 CFR section 600.4.4a. Consistent with our jurisdiction to investigate federal obstruction crimes, we gathered evidence that is relevant to the elements of those crimes and analyze them within an elements framework, while refraining from reaching ultimate conclusions about whether crimes were committed for the reasons explained above. You did not explain why you didn't reach ultimate conclusions. You said that you couldn't. You said that there was no reason to not bring charges just because he's the president, because those charges alone would not, quote unquote, I shouldn't say quote unquote, but close enough, would not inhibit his ability to remain commander-in-chief and do his job as president with that charge being next to him or over him, whatever you prefer. That's what you said. If I'm wrong, someone back me out of it. Let's see. This section also does not address legal and constitutional defenses raised by counsel for the president. Those defenses are analyzed in Volume 2, Section 3. A. The campaign's response to reports about Russian support for Trump. During the 2016 campaign, the media raised questions about a possible connection between the Trump campaign and Russia. The media. And where did they get that? From Hillary. The questions intensified after WikiLeaks released politically damaging Democratic Party emails that were reported to have been hacked by Russians. And those reportings were false. Look at the description of yesterday's video, and right at the top there is the link to the VIP's investigation into the emails and the fact that they weren't hacked, they were stolen. Read up on it. It'll be very edifying, trust me. Trump responded to questions about possible connections to Russia by denying that any business involvement in Russia, even though the Trump Organization had pursued a business project in Russia as late as June 2016. Trump also expressed skepticism that Russia had hacked the emails at the same time as he and other campaign advisors privately sought information redacted about any further planned WikiLeaks releases. After the election, when questions persisted about possible links between Russia and the Trump campaign, the president-elect continued to deny any connections to Russia and privately expressed concerns that reports of Russian election interference might lead the public to question the legitimacy of his election. Well, guess what, Trump? That's exactly what happened, and that was exactly the point from the word go. The press were in on it with Hillary and the FBI, and they did everything they could to ruin you. And it hasn't worked yet, so God bless you. Press reports allege links between the Trump campaign and Russia. See, again, this is pathetic to include this. This is absolutely pathetic. This has nothing to do with the law. This has nothing to do with actual evidence of collusion or coordination or whatever between Trump and Russia, Trump campaign and Russia. This is just the press bloviating, running Hillary's campaign for her. On June 16, 2015, Donald J. Trump declared his intent to seek nomination as the Republican candidate for president. By early 2016, he distinguished himself among Republican candidates by speaking of closer ties with Russia, saying he would get along well with Russian President Vladimir Putin, questioning whether NATO alliance was obsolete, and praising Putin as a strong leader, unquote. Quote unquote. The press reported that Russian political analysts and commentators perceived Trump as favorable to Russia. Oh my God, no! Let's see, what did Hillary have that she gave to, was it Putin or Medvedev? The reset button that was translated improperly into Russian. What did Obama say to Romney? The 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, when Romney said that Russia was our greatest adversary, which was false. It was China. So Romney got that wrong, but still, Obama made fun of him for bringing up Russia at all. Yet when Trump talks about getting close to Russia, then it's the be-all and end-all of pearl-clutching and tear-shaking events. Tear-shaking, I don't know if that's a real thing or not. It just kind of came out. Tear-squeezing? I don't know. Beginning in February 2016 and continuing through the summer, the media reported that several Trump campaign advisors appeared to have ties to Russia. Appeared. For example, the press reported that campaign advisor Michael Flynn was seated next to Vladimir Putin at an RT gala in Moscow in December 2015, and that Flynn had appeared regularly on RT as an analyst. Completely against the law. How could anyone allow that? He should have been thrown in jail immediately. The press also reported that foreign policy advisor Carter Page had ties to a Russian state-run gas company, and that campaign chairman Paul Manafort had done work for the quote-unquote Russian-backed former Ukrainian president Viktor Yanukovych. In addition, the press raised questions during the Republican National Convention about the Trump campaign's involvement in changing the Republican platform's stance on giving, quote, weapons to Ukraine to fight Russian and rebel forces. Well, we went over that yesterday. Someone on the particular committee for that section of the Republican platform wanted to change the language to read lethal weapons, to giving lethal weapons to Ukraine. And because of Trump's trying to dial things back from the brink with Russia, Trump wanted it to say more along the lines of appropriate materiel or appropriate arms, something like that. The word appropriate was definitely in there. And Trump's people won. The language was not changed to the lethal section, and instead contained the appropriate level statement. That was the extent of that kerfuffle over the Republican platform. But of course, the press made it out to be that we, the Trump system, did our best to make sure that Russia was off the hook in the Ukraine, and that we weakened the platform so greatly that there'd be no way the Ukrainians could count on us for any kind of help whatsoever, that we were leaving them to the mercy of the Russian government. So what did we do? We gave them lethal arms. Two, the Trump campaign reacts to WikiLeaks' release of hacked emails. So now we're finally getting out of news reports. Gee, thanks. On June 14, 2016, a cybersecurity firm that had conducted in-house analysis for the Democratic National Committee posted an announcement that Russian government hackers had infiltrated the DNC's computer and obtained access to documents. Real quickly here, that was CrowdStrike, people who had done really poor work in the past, who had to pull back on statements they had made earlier about hacking of various systems, that they had gotten it completely wrong. And now They are a third party who were called in to check with the DNC servers. The FBI never got a look at those servers. They were given an image, but we know that the DNC was really good at helping people give false images to the FBI. The Debbie Wasserman Schultz congressional data scandal included giving a false image of the Democrat House servers to the FBI, but no one was charged with that. The current AG of California is the guy who provided that false evidence to the Capitol Police and the FBI. And where is he now? Oh, yeah, he's in office as the Attorney General of California. Rules for thee, not for me. What I'm saying is CrowdStrike got it wrong. They were spoofed. They just flat out lied about it. Not sure which. I'm going for more of the second than the first. On June 22, 2016, the day before the Democrat National Convention, WikiLeaks posted thousands of hacked DNC documents revealing sensitive internal deliberations. Soon thereafter, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager publicly contended that Russia had hacked the DNC emails and arranged their release in order to help candidate Trump. How convenient. On July 26, 2016, the New York Times reported that U.S. intelligence agencies had told the White House they now have high confidence that the Russian government was behind the theft of emails and documents from the Democratic National Committee. These are the same people who had high confidence that Trump had been helped by Russia. Within the Trump campaign, aides reacted with enthusiasm to reports of the hacks. Redacted discussed with campaign officials that WikiLeaks would release the hacked material. Some witnesses said that Trump himself discussed the possibility of upcoming releases. Redacted. Michael Cohen, then executive vice president of the Redacted, Cohen recalled that Trump responded, "Oh good, all right," and redacted. Manafort said that shortly after WikiLeaks' July 22, 2016 release of hacked documents, he spoke to Trump, redacted. Manafort recalled that Trump responded that Manafort should, redacted, keep Trump updated. Deputy campaign manager Rick Gates said that Manafort was getting pressure about redacted information and that Manafort instructed Gates, redacted, status updates on upcoming releases. Around the same time, Gates was with Trump on a trip to an airport, redacted, and shortly after the call ended, Trump told Gates that more releases of damaging information would be coming. Redacted were discussed within the campaign, and in the summer of 2016, the campaign planned a communication strategy based on the possible release of Clinton emails by WikiLeaks. I put too much honey in this. That's why I have to keep taking sips so often. 3. The Trump campaign reacts to allegations that Russia was seeking to aid candidate Trump. God, this is all so petty and pathetic. It's embarrassing to read. It really is. Honestly, I am embarrassed to read these statements and to think that they came out of a highly educated mind. It just goes to show that education has nothing to do with smarts, or certainly morality. 3. The Trump campaign reacts to allegations that Russia was seeking to aid candidate Trump. In the days that followed WikiLeaks' July 22, 2016 release of hacked DNC emails, the Trump campaign publicly rejected suggestions that Russia was seeking to aid candidate Trump. On July 26, 2016, Trump tweeted that it was, quote, crazy to suggest that Russia was dealing with Trump and that, quote, for the record, unquote, he had, quote, zero investments in Russia, unquote. And that's true. He did have zero investments in Russia as of July 22, 2016, because the Trump Tower Moscow project had been closed in June of 2016. So screw you, Weissman. In a press conference the next day, July 27, 2016, Trump characterized, quote, this whole thing with Russia, unquote, as a, quote unquote, total deflection, and stated that it was, quote unquote, far-fetched and, quote unquote, ridiculous. Trump said that the assertion that Russia had hacked the emails was unproven, but stated that it would give him no pause, quote unquote, if Russia had Clinton's emails. Trump added, here we go. The left has no sense of humor whatsoever. Trump added, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. And see right there, you can see, first of all, that Trump's making two jokes. First, joking that Russia would have the emails and that they would release them to the U.S. press. Second of all, that the press would be happy to receive them from Russia because the press were in the bag for Hillary. The only person in the news who was consistently and accurately reporting, for instance, on the Podesta emails was Alex Jones. That goes to show you the level of interest and incredulousness that our normal, quote-unquote, mainstream media had for these emails. So it was two jokes in one, and the left didn't get either of them. Trump also said that, quote, there's nothing that I can think of that I'd rather do than have Russia friendly as opposed to the way they are right now, close quote. Yeah, heaven forbid anyone should think that. Heaven forbid anyone should think that it would be nice to have better relations with a nuclear power than we did at that point in time. And in response to a question about whether he would recognize Crimea as Russian territory and consider lifting sanctions, Trump replied, we'll be looking at that. Yeah, we'll be looking, which is what any candidate would say. Look at how often Kamala Harris has said, I think we should have that conversation, or that should be on the table. She says that all the time about the craziest things, too, like allowing felons to vote while in prison. Bernie came up with that on that crazy-ass town hall, sorry, my language, on that crazy town hall on CNN. The next day they went to Kamala Harris about it, quoted Bernie, and she boiled it down to, yeah, we should have that conversation. Trump says, we'll be looking at that. Yeah, we'll be looking. And it's the Quisling affair all over again. Yes, Picasso nails it 3 times in a row here, talking about certain things here. She mentions that there was no money in Trump Tower Russia, just letter of intent. Absolutely, there was no money whatsoever. But again, Trump never said that he didn't have business in Russia between January and June of 2016, only after. And then Picasso says, don't use Kamala's bad example as something to go by. She is a horrible example, but she is I think, valid example. So, push back on you a little bit there. Well, basically what I'm saying is it's normal for candidates to do that. Is there anything as normal for a Democratic candidate? Yeah, to be as crazy as possible. But still, there is that normalcy of saying everything's on the table. We haven't dismissed anything yet. During the press conference, Trump repeated, I have nothing to do with Russia 5 times. He stated that the closest he came to Russia was that Russians may have purchased a home or condos from him. He said that after he held the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow in 2013, he had been interested in working with Russian companies, that he, quote, wanted to put a lot of money into developments in Russia, unquote, but it, quote, never worked out, unquote. He explained, quote, frankly, I didn't want to do it for a couple of different reasons, but we had a major developer that wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it, close quote. The Trump Organization, however, had been pursuing a building project in Moscow, the Trump Tower Moscow project, from approximately September 2015 through June 2016, and the candidate was regularly updated on developments, including possible trips by Michael Cohen to Moscow to promote the deal and by Trump himself to finalize it. Okay, so where in the phrase, wanted to put a lot of money into developments in Russia, but it never worked out, where's the lie in that? Wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it. Where's the lie in that, Weissman? You piece of S. Cohen recalled speaking with Trump after the press conference about Trump's denial of any business dealings in Russia, which Cohen regarded as untrue. Trump told Cohen that Trump Tower Moscow was not a deal yet and said, why mention it if it's not a deal? Why indeed? And again, even if he was lying, you're allowed to lie to the press, part of the process. According to Cohen, at around this time, and again, according to Cohen, a known liar, at around this time, in response to Trump's disavowal of connections to Russia, campaign advisors had developed a quote-unquote party line that Trump had no business with Russia and no connections to Russia. Well, at that point in time, both of those were true. In addition to denying any connections with Russia, the Trump campaign reacted to reports of Russian election interference in aid of the campaign by seeking to distance itself from Russian contacts. For example, in August 2016, Foreign Policy Advisor J.D. Gordon declined an invitation to Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak's residence because the timing was quote-unquote not optimal in view of media reports about Russian interference. So, you're saying, and it continues here, but you're saying that by being sensitive to the press reporting that you are lauding as accurate, by being sensitive to the press reporting that Trump and Russia have a thing going and they're trying to push the election into in his favor, that by being sensitive to that and declining meetings with Russians, that shows a guilty conscience? I swear I'm ready to quit. I swear. On August 19, 2016, Manafort was asked to resign amid media coverage scrutinizing his ties to a pro-Russian political party in Ukraine and links to Russian business, none of which were illegal, except for his failure to register under FARA back in 2010. And when the media published stories about Page's connections to Russia in September 2016, Trump campaign officials terminated Page's association with the campaign and told the press that he had played no role in the campaign. So they're distancing themselves from the Russians or from people who are associated with Russia because the press is attacking them. Again, how is this a bad thing? On October 7, 2016, WikiLeaks released the first set of emails stolen by a Russian intelligence agency from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. Read the article from yesterday, you'll see how much of a lie that is. The same day, the federal government announced that the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations. Again, a lie. The government statement directly linked Russia hacking to the releases on WikiLeaks with the goal of interfering with the presidential election and concluded, quote, that only Russia's most senior-most officials could have authorized these activities based on their scope and sensitivity, close quote. Again, wrong. On October 11, 2016, Podesta stated publicly that the FBI was investigating Russia's hacking and said that candidate Trump might have known in advance that the hacked emails were going to be released. Okay, that's a lie and a deflection, because the FBI was investigating, but you never let them look at the server. You never gave them access to the physical server image. You made them accept an image that you created that was probably delineated by CrowdStrike to show what they wanted it to show. And the FBI had to ask time after time to get a look at that server. On October 11, 2016, Podesta stated publicly that, Vice presidential candidate Mike Pence was asked whether the Trump campaign was quote-unquote in cahoots with WikiLeaks in releasing damaging Clinton-related information, and responded, "Nothing could be further from the truth." Why is that even included in there? Why is any of this in there? After the election, Trump continues to deny any contacts or connections with Russia, or that Russia aided his election, which are true. On November 8, 2016, Trump was elected president, and your world ended. Suddenly, ATE went into effect after Trump election, and all history started from that day. 2 days later, Russian officials told the press that the Russian government had maintained contacts with Trump's quote-unquote immediate entourage during the campaign, which is not true. We read yesterday all about that. They were never in close contact with the immediate entourage. They thought they might have been, but they were in fact being shined on and not given the access that they thought they were getting. In response, Hope Hicks, who had been the Trump campaign spokesperson, said, "We are not aware of any campaign representatives that were in touch with any foreign entities before yesterday when Mr. Trump spoke with many world leaders." Hicks gave an additional statement denying any contacts between the campaign and Russia. It never happened. There was no communication between the campaign and any foreign entity during the campaign. Listen to yesterday's reading. Tell me where that's not accurate. On December 10, 2016, the press reported that U.S. intelligence agencies had, quote-unquote, concluded that Russia interfered in last month's presidential election to boost Donald Trump's bid for the White House. The press, again, the press, being leaked to by the U.S. intelligence agencies who were in the bag for Obama. Clapper, Brennan, Comey. Do you think those guys liked Trump? Do you think they would not do anything to delegitimize his election? Seriously? These are deep state trolls. Reacting to the story the next day, President-elect Trump stated, "I think it's ridiculous. I think it's just another excuse." He was right. He continued that no one really knew who was responsible for the hacking, suggesting that the intelligence community had, quote, no idea if it's Russia or China or somebody. It could be somebody sitting in a bed someplace, period. Close quotes, which is, of course, entirely accurate. The president-elect also said that Democrats were, quote, putting out, unquote, the story of Russian interference because they suffered one of the greatest defeats in the history of politics, close quote, and entirely accurate again. On December 18, 2016, Podesta told the press that the election was distorted by the Russian intervention and questioned whether Trump campaign officials had been in touch with the Russians. The same day, incoming Chief of Staff Reince Priebus appeared on Fox News Sunday and declined to say whether the president-elect accepted the intelligence community's determination that Russia intervened in the election. When asked about any contact or coordination between the campaign and Russia, Priebus said Even this question is insane. Of course we didn't interface with the Russians. Priebus added that this whole thing is a spin job and said the real question is why the Democrats are doing everything they can do to delegitimize the outcome of the election. Raining like mad out there. I don't know if you can hear it. On December 29, 2016, the Obama administration announced that in response to Russian cyber operations aimed at the U.S. election, it was imposing sanctions and other measures on several Russian individuals and entities. When first asked about the sanctions, President-elect Trump said, "I think we ought to get on with our lives." He then put out a statement that said, quote, it's time for our country to move on to bigger and better things, unquote, but indicated that he would meet with intelligence community leaders the following week for a briefing on Russian interference. The briefing occurred on January 6, 2017. Following the briefing, the intelligence community released the public version of its assessment, which concluded with high confidence that Russia had interfered in the election through a variety of means with the goal of harming Clinton's electability. The assessment further concluded with high confidence that Putin and the Russian government had developed a clear preference for Trump. You listen to that now, and then you look at everything we know now, and you can see how right Trump was to disregard their assessments. And remember, this is high confidence. This is not a surety. They don't deal in sureties. They deal in levels of obfuscation, of accuracy. And they lied. They lied. Several days later, BuzzFeed published unverified allegations compiled by former British intelligence officer Christopher Steele during the campaign about candidate Trump's Russia connections under the headline, "These reports allege Trump has deep ties to Russia." In a press conference the next day, the president-elect called the release an absolute disgrace and said, "I have no dealings with Russia. I have no deals that could happen in Russia because we've stayed away. So I have no deals, I have no loans, and I have no dealings. We could make deals in Russia very easily if we wanted to. I just don't want to because I think that would be a conflict." Okay, where's the lie in that statement? And again, why is the dossier being brought up when you guys in the first section, without saying so, disproved every aspect of it? It was never referenced in the first volume, where it should have been if any of it was accurate. Since it wasn't, you didn't use it, but now you're bringing it up. Several advisors recalled that the president-elect viewed stories about his Russian connections, the Russia investigations, and the intelligence community assessment of Russian interference as a threat to the legitimacy of his electoral victory. Hicks, for example, said that the president-elect viewed the intelligence community assessment as his quote-unquote Achilles heel, because even if Russia had no impact on the election, people would think Russia helped him win, taking away from what he had accomplished. Sean Spicer, the first White House communications director, recalled that the president thought the Russia story was developed to undermine the legitimacy of his election. Gates said the president viewed the Russia investigation as an attack on the legitimacy of his win, and Priebus recalled that when the intelligence assessment came out, the president-elect was concerned people would question the legitimacy of his win. All true. B. The president's conduct concerning the investigation of Michael Flynn. Overview. During the presidential transition, incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn had 2 phone calls with the Russian ambassador to the United States about the Russian response to U.S. sanctions imposed because of Russia's election interference, phone calls which were completely legal. After the press reported on Flynn's contacts with the Russian ambassador, and how did they know about that? Who leaked that information to them? Flynn lied to incoming administration officials by saying he had not discussed sanctions on the calls. The officials publicly repeated those lies in press interviews. The FBI, which previously was investigating Flynn for other matters, and why were you investigating him for other matters? Because he was associated with the campaign. Interviewed him about the calls in the first week after the inauguration, and Flynn told similar lies to the FBI. On January 26, 2017, Department of Justice officials notified the White House that Flynn and the Russian ambassador had discussed sanctions and that Flynn had been interviewed by the FBI. The next night, the president had a private dinner with FBI Director James Comey, in which he asked for Comey's loyalty. Again, that's according to Comey, no one else. On February 13, 2017, the president asked Flynn to resign. The following day, the president had a one-on-one conversation with Comey in which he said, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go." I hope. Not a direct order. And again, that was Comey's words. No one has backed him up on that. Evidence. 1. Incoming National Security Advisor Flynn discusses sanctions on Russia with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. Shortly after the election, President-elect Trump announced he would appoint Michael Flynn as his National Security Advisor. General Flynn, folks. General Flynn. For the next 2 months, Flynn played an active role on the presidential transition team, coordinating policy positions and communicating with foreign government officials, including Russian Ambassador to the United States, Sergei Kislyak. On December 29, as noted in Volume 2, Section 2A4, the Obama administration announced that it was imposing sanctions and other measures on several Russian individuals and entities. That day, multiple members of the PTT exchanged emails about the sanctions and the impact they would have on the incoming administration, and Flynn informed members of the PTT that he would be speaking to the Russian ambassador later in the day. This is all stuff we read yesterday. Flynn, who was in the Dominican Republic at the time, and K.T. McFarland, who was slated to become the Deputy National Security Advisor and was at the Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida with the president-elect and other senior staff, talked by phone about what, if anything, Flynn should communicate to Kislyak about the sanctions. McFarland had spoken with incoming administration officials about the sanctions and Russia's possible responses, and thought she had mentioned in those conversations that Flynn was scheduled to speak with Kislyak. Based on those conversations, McFarland informed Flynn that incoming administration officials at Mar-a-Lago did not want Russia to escalate the situation. At 4:43 p.m. that afternoon, I hate when people do that. 4:43 p.m. is 4:43 in the afternoon. You don't have to state both of those. When people say to me, meet me at 9 a.m. in the morning, I want to strangle them. And then I want to show up at 10:30 just to show them wrong. But I'm a vindictive guy, so I almost said something other than guy, but you understand. At 4:43 p.m. that afternoon, McFarland sent an email to several officials about the sanctions and informed the group that, quote, General Flynn is talking to the Russian ambassador this evening, close quote. Approximately 1 hour later, McFarland met with President-elect and senior officials and briefed them on the sanctions and Russia's possible responses. Incoming Chief of Staff Ryan Priebus recalled that McFarland may have mentioned at the meeting that the sanctions situation could be quote-unquote cooled down and not escalated. McFarland recalled that at the end of the meeting, someone may have mentioned to the president-elect that Flynn was speaking to the Russian ambassador that evening. McFarland did not recall any response by the president-elect. Priebus recalled that the president-elect viewed the sanctions as an attempt by the Obama administration to embarrass him by delegitimizing his election. Again, totally true. And let's also add, as I did yesterday, that those Obama sanctions were done after the fact of the Russian interference in the election, which was minor but still was allowed to proceed at pace by Obama because he did not want anything brought up about Russian interference to throw any negative light on the Hillary campaign. So even then, they had no proof that they were helping Trump. Because if they did, I don't think he would have minded saying the Russians are out there influencing the election for Trump. But he couldn't put his imprimatur on that. So he just had to ignore the Russian influence altogether, and then put sanctions on them afterwards to make it appear like he knew what was going on and was a tough guy about it. Ridiculous. Typical Obama. Immediately after discussing the sanctions with McFarland on December 29, 2016, Flynn called Kislyak and requested that Russia respond to the sanctions only in a reciprocal manner without escalating the situation. After the call, Flynn briefed McFarland on its substance. Flynn told McFarland that the Russian response to the sanctions was not going to be escalatory because Russia wanted a good relationship with the Trump administration. On December 30, 2016, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that Russia would not take retaliatory measures in response to the sanctions at that time and would instead, quote, plan further steps to restore Russian and U.S. relations based on the policies of the Trump administration, close quote. Following that announcement, the president-elect tweeted, "Great move on delay by V. Putin. I always knew he was very smart!" Exclamation point. On December 31, 2016, Kislyak called Flynn and told him that Flynn's request had been received at the highest levels and Russia had chosen not to retaliate in response to the request. Later that day, Flynn told McFarland about his follow-up conversation with Kislyak and Russia's decision not to escalate the sanctions situation based on Flynn's request. McFarland recalled that Flynn thought his phone call had made a difference. Flynn spoke with other incoming administration officials that day, but does not recall whether they discussed the sanctions. Flynn recalled discussing the sanctions issue with incoming administration official Stephen Bannon the next day. Stephen? I don't think I've ever heard anyone refer to Bannon as Stephen Bannon. Interesting. Flynn said that Bannon appeared to know about Flynn's conversations with Kislyak, and he and Bannon agreed that they, quote, had stopped the train on Russia's response, unquote, to the sanctions. On January 3, 2017, Flynn saw the president-elect in person and thought they discussed the Russian reaction to the sanctions, but Flynn did not have a specific recollection of telling the president-elect about the substance of his calls with Kislyak. Members of the intelligence community were surprised by Russia's decision not to retaliate in response to the sanctions. When analyzing Russia's response, they became aware of Flynn's discussion of sanctions with Kislyak. In other words, they listened to the tape. Previously, the FBI had opened an investigation of Flynn based on his relationship with the Russian government. I believe actually Flynn had a relationship with the Turkish government, not the Russians. Flynn's contacts with Kislyak became a key component of that investigation. Of course they did. 2. President-elect Trump is briefed on the intelligence community's assessment of Russian interference in the election, and Congress opens election interference investigations. On January 6, 2017, as noted in Volume 2, yada yada yada, intelligence officials briefed President-elect Trump and the incoming administration on the intelligence community's assessment that Russia had interfered in the 2016 presidential election. When the briefing concluded, Comey spoke with the president-elect privately to brief him on unverified, personally sensitive allegations compiled by Steele. According to a memorandum Comey drafted immediately after their private discussion, the president-elect began the meeting by telling Comey he had conducted himself honorably over the prior year and had a great reputation. I can see Trump saying that, but again, this is Comey memorializing a meeting with the president, something he had never, ever done before. But suddenly with Trump in office, he figures he's got to start writing memos about private conversations, and then ultimately leak them to the press through a friend. Comey's going down for that. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. If they can get McCabe for lying about leaking to the press, they can get Comey. The president-elect stated that he thought highly of Comey, looked forward to working with him, and hoped that he planned to stay on as FBI director. Comey responded that he intended to continue serving in that role. Comey then briefed the president-elect on the sensitive material in the Steele reporting. Comey recalled that the president-elect seemed defensive, so Comey decided to assure him that the FBI was not investigating him personally. Comey recalled he did not want the president-elect to think of the conversation as a J. Edgar Hoover move. But the thing is, that's exactly what it was, because you were told by one of your deep state buddies, Brennan, to brief the president on that specific part of the dossier, and we all know that that's the Hooker wet work part of the dossier, and that gave them the opportunity to then brief the press. Here's what we told the president. Now you can run with this story. BuzzFeed reported it and was out there on the limb, but now all you guys can run with it because we've given it legitimacy. It was a complete setup. So, yeah, it was a J. Edgar Hoover move there, James. On January 10, 2017, the media reported that Comey had briefed the president-elect on the Steele reporting. Ta-da! And BuzzFeed News published information compiled by Steele online, stating that the information included, quote, specific, unverified, and potentially unverifiable allegations of contact between Trump aides and Russian operatives, close quote. The next day, the president-elect expressed concern to intelligence community leaders about the fact that the information had leaked and asked whether they could make public statements refuting the allegations in the Steele report. Well, of course they won't. In the following weeks, 3 congressional committees opened investigations to examine Russia's interference in the election and whether the Trump campaign had colluded with Russia. On January 13, 2017, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence announced that it would conduct a bipartisan inquiry into Russian interference in the election, including any links between Russia and individuals associated with political campaigns. Let's see, that particular committee was supposed to have been done with that investigation at least a month ago, but the Dems said, well, no, we haven't done everything yet. And now just recently, the Republican leader of that committee, Senator Burr, I'm sure I got that name right, has called Donald Trump Jr. back to testify again. And Trump Jr. has agreed to do so, I believe, as long as it's a closed-door session. So I'm surprised he's going back. But this, again, shows the transparency of the White House and the people around it and Trump's inner circle. Because remember, Trump had no executive privilege on any of the testimony that was given to the Mueller report by his staff, by anyone associated with him. No executive privilege called whatsoever, and he complied with every document request. Almost 1.5 million documents were turned over to Mueller, and Trump sat down and answered a series, and they're in the appendix, a series of questions by Mueller about the campaign, Russia, etc. Written answers. Now, people say, well, he didn't testify in person, therefore it's not good. You're not going to get the president in front of the grand jury, folks. Not going to happen. The Supreme Court wouldn't allow it. Best of luck there. Written answers were the best that Mueller was going to get, and Trump complied. Trump could have just stonewalled him, but he didn't. So eat that. On January 25, 2017, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, HPSCI, announced that it had been conducting an investigation into Russian election interference and possible coordination with the political campaigns. And on February 2, 2017, the Senate Judiciary Committee announced that it too would investigate Russia efforts to intervene in the election. Notice these are all Republican-run committees. Remember, the Republicans had both houses at that time, and they are starting these investigations. So when the Dems say that the Republicans blocked any efforts to do real investigations, yeah, right. They didn't have to do any at all, but they did. So, and you had every opportunity to bring in witnesses as well. Don't say that only the Republicans could call witnesses, because that's not true. Flynn makes false statements about his communications with Kislyak to incoming administration officials, the media, and the FBI. On January 12, 2017, a Washington Post columnist reported that Flynn and Kislyak communicated on the day the Obama administration announced the Russia sanctions. The column questioned whether Flynn had said something to, quote, undercut the U.S. sanctions, unquote, and whether Flynn's communications had violated the letter or the spirit of the Logan Act. See John Kerry. That's me. President-elect Trump called Priebus after the story was published and expressed anger about it. Priebus recalled that the president-elect, what the hell is this all about? Priebus called Flynn and told him that the president-elect was angry about the reporting on Flynn's conversation with Kislyak. Flynn recalled that he felt a lot of pressure because Priebus had spoken to the boss and said Flynn needed to kill the story. Flynn directed McFarland to call the Washington Post columnist and inform him that no discussion of sanctions had occurred. McFarland recalled that Flynn had said words to the effect of, I want to kill the story. McFarland made the call as Flynn had requested, although she knew she was providing false information, and the Washington Post updated the column to reflect that a, quote, Trump official, unquote, had denied that Flynn and Kislyak discussed sanctions. Okay, guilty conscience? Yes. Possibly, immoral? Yes. Illegal? No. Lying to the press is not illegal. Covering your butt is not, in this case, illegal. But they want to paint everyone in the Trump administration with the same tarred brush. So Flynn's turn is right now. When Priebus and other incoming administration officials questioned Flynn internally about the Washington Post column, Flynn maintained that he had not discussed sanctions with Kislyak. Flynn repeated that claim to Vice President-elect Mike Pence and to incoming Press Secretary Sean Spicer. In subsequent media interviews in mid-January, Pence, Priebus, and Spicer denied that Flynn and Kislyak had discussed sanctions, basing those denials on their conversations with Flynn. These public statements of incoming administration officials denying that Flynn and Kislyak had discussed sanctions alarmed senior DOJ officials, who were aware that the statements were not true, again, because they listened in on the conversations. Those officials were concerned that Flynn had lied to his colleagues, who in turn had unwittingly misled the American public, creating a compromise situation for Flynn because the Department of Justice assessed that the Russian government could prove Flynn lied. The FBI investigative team also believed that Flynn's calls with Kislyak and subsequent denials about discussing sanctions raised potential Logan Act issues and were relevant to the FBI's broader Russia investigation. On January 20, 2017, President Trump was inaugurated and Flynn was sworn in as National Security Advisor. On January 23, 2017, Spicer delivered his first press briefing and stated that he had spoken with Flynn the night before, who confirmed that the calls with Kislyak were about topics unrelated to sanctions. Spicer's statements added to the Department of Justice's concerns that Russia had leverage over Flynn based on his lies and could use that derogatory information to compromise him. And I believe that's a fair assessment. I can't argue against that. On January 24, 2017, Flynn agreed to be interviewed by agents from the FBI. I talked about that extensively yesterday. In brief, Comey set up Flynn, talked him into not having a lawyer present, just said they wanted to talk about something about the phone call, and then the FBI agents trapped him in a lie that even they thought was not a lie at the time, but only later did they go back and change their 302s, or update their 302s, to say that Flynn had lied, and they rang him up on those charges. Comey said there's no way he could have pulled that off in the Obama White House. He was proud of what he did to Flynn. He is proud of what he did to Flynn. During the interview, which took place at the White House, Flynn falsely stated that he did not ask Kislyak to refrain from escalating the situation in response to the sanctions on Russia imposed by the Obama administration. Flynn also falsely stated that he did not remember a follow-up conversation in which Kislyak stated that Russia had chosen to moderate its response to those sanctions as a result of Flynn's request. 4. DOJ officials notified the White House of their concerns about Flynn. On January 26, 2017, Acting Attorney General Sally Yates, pathetic person, contacted White House counsel Donald McGahn and informed him that she needed to discuss a sensitive matter with him in person. Later that day, Yates and Mary McCord, a senior national security official at the Department of Justice, met at the White House with McGahn and White House Counsel Office Attorney James Burnham. Yates said that the public statements made by the Vice President denying that Flynn and Kislyak discussed sanctions were not true and put Flynn in a potentially compromised position because the Russians would know he had lied. Yates disclosed that Flynn had been interviewed by the FBI. She declined to answer a specific question about how Flynn had performed during that interview, but she indicated that Flynn's statements to the FBI were similar to the statements he had made to Pence and Spicer, denying that he had discussed sanctions. McGahn came away from the meeting with the impression that the FBI had not pinned Flynn down in lies, but he asked John Eisenberg, who served as legal advisor to the National Security Council, to examine potential legal issues raised by Flynn's FBI interview and his contacts with Kislyak. That afternoon, McGahn notified the president that Yates had come to the White House to discuss concerns about Flynn. McGahn described what Yates had told him, and the president asked him to repeat it, so he did. McGahn recalled that when he described the FBI interview of Flynn, he said that Flynn did not disclose having discussed sanctions with Kislyak, but there may not have been a clear violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. The president asked about Section 1001, and McGahn explained the law to him and also explained the Logan Act. The president instructed McGahn to work with Priebus and Bannon to look into the matter further and directed that they not discuss it with any other officials. Priebus recalled that the president was angry with Flynn in light of what Yates had told the White House and said, "Not again, this guy, this stuff." That evening, the president dined with several senior advisors and asked the group what they thought about FBI Director Comey. According to Director of National Intelligence Stan Coates, who was at the dinner, no one openly advocated terminating Comey, but the consensus on him was not positive. Coates told the group that he thought Comey was a good director. Coates encouraged the president to meet Comey face-to-face and spend time with him before making a decision about whether to retain him. So Trump was, in some essence, following a recommendation by a senior advisor about meeting one-on-one with Comey. At least that's how I read face-to-face. Maybe you read it differently, but I see that as one-on-one. So this was not Trump making it up as he went along, as was intimated in yesterday's reading. It was Trump following advice. Later on, he would get advice to back off, and he did. 5. McGahn has a follow-up meeting about Flynn with Yates. President Trump has dinner with FBI Director Comey. The next day, January 27, 2017, McGahn and Eisenberg discussed the results of Eisenberg's initial legal research into Flynn's conduct, and specifically whether Flynn may have violated the Espionage Act, the Logan Act, or 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. Based on his preliminary research, Eisenberg informed McGahn that there was a possibility that Flynn had violated 1001 and the Logan Act. Eisenberg noted that the United States had never successfully prosecuted an individual under the Logan Act, and that Flynn could have possible defenses, and told McGahn that he believed it was unlikely that a prosecutor would pursue a Logan Act charge under the circumstances. That same morning, McGahn asked Yates to return to the White House to discuss Flynn again. In that second meeting, McGahn expressed doubts that the Department of Justice would bring a Logan Act prosecution against Flynn, but stated that the White House did not want to take action that would interfere with an ongoing FBI investigation of Flynn. Yates responded that Department of Justice had notified the White House so that it could take action in response to the to the information provided. McGahn ended the meeting by asking Yates for access to the underlying information the Department of Justice possessed pertaining to Flynn's discussions with Kislyak. Excuse me just a second, I need to communicate with my executive producer, Picasso Knows. Oops, I can't spell. More tea, please. Thanks in advance. She does much more than get me tea. She obviously keeps me in line through the chat. She lets me know things that I've gotten wrong or things that need to be clarified a bit better. So she is not just an errand person, folks. My executive producer is the heart and soul of this production. I'm just a voice. And not, at times, a very good voice at that. Also on January 27, the president called FBI Director Comey and invited him to dinner that evening. Priebus recalled that before the dinner, he told the president something like, "Don't talk about Russia, whatever you do," and the president promised he would not talk about Russia at the dinner. McGahn had previously advised the president that he should not communicate directly with the Department of Justice. That's so sweet of her. That threw me off. With the Department of Justice to avoid the perception or reality of political interference in law enforcement. Well, that turned out to be decent advice if Comey had written everything down accurately and truthfully in his memos, none of which I buy for a second. But as you can see in hindsight, that was pretty good advice. When Bannon learned about the president's planned dinner with Comey, he suggested that he or Priebus also attend, but the president stated that he wanted to dine with Comey alone. Comey said that when he arrived for the dinner that evening, he was surprised and concerned to see that no one else had been invited. Jason, 3 years. Oh, you guys are brutal. You guys are absolutely brutal. Man, I feel so small right now. Comey provided an account of the dinner in a contemporaneous memo, an interview with this office, and congressional testimony. And I'm sure he didn't lie once. According to Comey's account of the dinner, the president repeatedly brought up Comey's future, asking whether he wanted to stay on as FBI director. Again, this is according to Comey. Because the president had previously said he wanted Comey to stay on as FBI director, Comey interpreted the president's comments as an effort to create a patronage relationship by having Comey ask for his job. The president also brought up the Steele report, saying that, brought up the Steele reporting that Comey had raised in the January 6, 2017 briefing, and stated that he was thinking about ordering the FBI to investigate the allegations to prove they were false. Perhaps that's a true statement, perhaps not. If it is a true statement, this whole obstruction of justice thing is basically thrown out the window. Comey responded that the president should think carefully about issuing such an order because it could create a narrative that the FBI was investigating him personally, which was incorrect. Well, that would have been up to you to dispel, Comey. Later in the dinner, the president brought up Flynn and said, "The guy has serious judgment issues." Comey did not comment on Flynn, and the president did not acknowledge any FBI interest in or contact with Flynn. According to Comey's account, at one point during the dinner, the president stated, "I need loyalty. I expect loyalty." How do you know he wasn't referring to Flynn? Seriously. He could have easily been referring to Flynn, or anyone else on his staff. Comey did not respond, and the conversation moved on to other topics, but the president returned to the subject of Comey's job at the end of the dinner and repeated, "I need loyalty." And now, again, this is Comey talking, so we don't know for sure. Comey responded, "You will always get honesty from me." The president said, "That's what I want, honest loyalty." Comey said, "You will get that from me." So, Comey obviously had no problem with that request from Trump because he came through. Trump isn't known for his preciseness of language, so he could have meant honest loyalty the entire time. And Comey said, "You will get that from me." And again, did that really happen? We don't know. After Comey's account of the dinner became public, the president and his advisors disputed that he had asked for Comey's loyalty. The president also indicated that he had not invited Comey to dinner, telling a reporter that he thought Comey had asked for the dinner because he wanted to stay on. But substantial evidence corroborates Comey's account of the dinner invitation and the request for loyalty. The president's daily diary confirms that the president extended a dinner invitation to Comey on January 27. With respect to the substance of the dinner conversation, Comey documented the president's request for loyalty in a memorandum he began drafting the night of the dinner. Senior FBI officials recall that Comey told them about the loyalty request shortly after the dinner occurred, and Comey described the request while under oath in congressional proceedings and in a subsequent interview with investigators subject to penalties for lying under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. Comey's memory of the details of the dinner, including that the president requested loyalty, has remained consistent throughout. So he's a consistent liar. Let's give him a medal. I know CNN wants to. They gave him a damn town hall on the anniversary of his firing, like that was some momentous event. It wasn't. It was made out to be a momentous event, but it had no business being so. Excuse me just a moment. Okay. The tea transfer did not take that long, but we had several things to discuss that had happened this morning that we had to clean up. So that's all taken care of. Thank you all for your patience. Jason Lord Surratt says, cash grab. I am waiting for him to sell his book in Baltimore. He says something nice about me, but take care of yourself. Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. You've been very consistent in that sentiment towards me, and it means a lot, and I really appreciate it. As you can tell, my voice has gotten better. It's I, I can't believe I didn't remember this previously. My voice, when I wake up, is always bad. It's gravelly, it catches, and it takes a while for it to warm up. You can always tell, in fact, when I'm getting really tired because my voice goes really low and gravelly. And so that's me in the morning. As you can see, the past few days, I've started off fairly rockily. I've started off fairly unsteadily, let's put it that way. And then my voice has kicked in over time. It just needs to wake up. So I apologize if I gave anyone the impression earlier on that my voice might not last. That was not the correct impression to give. And as you can see, things are going to be fine. It's more of a matter of willpower now than of any physical restrictions. But thank you for the kind words, Jason. I really appreciate it. Yes, that would be great if Flynn came to a bookstore near me. I would ask him to sign it with a grenade pen. Although I probably wouldn't be allowed in with one. Have you ever seen one of those? It looks like a real grenade, but the pin, instead of pulling out to the side, pulls out from the top, and it's a pen at the end of the ring. I haven't seen one of those in ages. I don't know if you're allowed to sell those anymore, but it's really cool. Really cool. No, I don't have one, unfortunately. I do have a pen made out of a 308 round, which is beautiful. It's very beautiful. Okay. Flynn's resignation, 6. On February 2, 2017, and I say 2 and 6 and 17 because that's how it's written. Every now and then I'll slip and say 2nd or 6th because that's what my brain wants to do, but they are not writing that extra suffix onto these numbers. I guess that's the new legal thing now. You do not add those suffixes. You just keep on, you just keep the you just keep the straight number, and that's it. I've seen that in a few of the more recent transcripts that I've read. So I guess it's becoming a standard. I don't know if it's just federal or legal profession in general, but I am seeing that more and more. So on February 2, 2017, Eisenberg reviewed the underlying information relating to Flynn's calls with Kislyak. Eisenberg recalled that he prepared a memorandum about criminal statutes that could apply to Flynn's conduct, but he did not believe the White House had enough information to make a definitive recommendation to the president. Eisenberg and McGahn discussed that Eisenberg's review of the underlying information confirmed his preliminary conclusion that Flynn was unlikely to be prosecuted for violating the Logan Act. Because White House officials were uncertain what Flynn had told the FBI, however, they could not assess his exposure to prosecution for violating 1001. On the week of February 6, Flynn had a one-on-one conversation with the president in the Oval Office about the negative media coverage of his contacts with Kislyak. Flynn recalled that the president was upset and asked him for information on the conversations. Flynn listed the specific dates on which he remembered speaking with Kislyak, but the president corrected one of the dates he listed. The president asked Flynn what he and Kislyak discussed, and Flynn responded that he might have talked about sanctions. On February 9, 2017, the Washington Post reported that Flynn discussed sanctions with Kislyak the month before the president took office. After the publication of that story, and again, what's the source for that story, I wonder? Yes, it's true. I'm not saying they're lying, But the leaks out of the White House and out of the Department of Justice, out of the FBI, and out of the DOJ, out of the intelligence community, were legion during this time. And I'm just wondering how valid of a contact the Post had with their source, if it was not a illegal leak or not. All right, Kat, get off the keyboard. Good girl. After the publication of that story, Vice President Pence learned of the Department of Justice's notification to the White House about the content of Flynn's calls. He and other advisors then sought access to and reviewed the underlying information about Flynn's contacts with Kislyak. FBI Director Andrew McCabe, who provided the White House officials access to the information and was present when they reviewed it, recalled the officials asking him whether Flynn's conduct violated the Logan Act. McCabe responded that he did not know, but the FBI was investigating the matter because it was a possibility. Based on the evidence of Flynn's contacts with Kislyak, McGahn and Priebus concluded that Flynn could not have forgotten the details of the discussions of sanctions, and had instead been lying about what he had discussed with Kislyak. Flynn had also told White House officials that the FBI had told him that the FBI was closing out its investigation of him, but Eisenberg did not believe him. After reviewing the materials and speaking with Flynn, McGahn and Priebus concluded that Flynn should be terminated and recommended that course of action to the president. That weekend, Flynn accompanied the president to Mar-a-Lago. Flynn recalled that on February 12, 2017, on the return flight to D.C. on Air Force One, the president asked him whether he had lied to the vice president. Flynn responded that he may have forgotten details of his calls, but he did not think he lied. The president responded, "Okay, that's fine. I got it." On February 13, 2017, Priebus told Flynn he had to resign. Flynn said he wanted to say goodbye to the president, so Priebus brought him to the Oval Office. Priebus recalled that the president hugged Flynn, shook his hand, and said, "We'll give you a good recommendation. You're a good guy. We'll take care of you." And again, none of this would be known unless Trump had allowed his entire White House staff to have full and complete candor and give the Mueller investigation complete access to them for interviews. This all could have been wrapped up in executive privilege, but none of it was. So don't give me this crap about obstruction of justice, because that's just ridiculous. Talking points on the resignation prepared by the White House counsel's office and distributed to the White House communications team stated that McGahn had advised the president that Flynn was unlikely to be prosecuted, and the president had determined that the issue with Flynn was one of trust. Spicer told the press the next day that Flynn was forced to resign, quote, not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue where a level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where the president felt he had to make a change, close quote. 7. The president discusses Flynn with FBI Director Comey. On February 14, 2017, the day after Flynn's resignation, the president had lunch at the White House with New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. There is a friend of the administration, not. According to Christie, at one point during the lunch, the president said, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over." Christie laughed and responded, "No way." He said, "This Russia thing is far from over, and we'll be here on Valentine's Day 2018 talking about this." The president said, "What do you mean? Flynn met with the Russians. That was the problem. I fired Flynn. It's over." Christie recalled responding that based on his experience, both as a prosecutor and as someone who had been investigated, firing Flynn would not end the investigation. Christie said there was no way to make an investigation shorter, but a lot of ways to make it longer. The president asked Christie what he meant, and Christie told the president not to talk about the investigation if he was frustrated at times. Christie also told the president that he would never be able to get rid of Flynn like gum on the bottom of your shoe. Towards the end of the lunch, the president brought up Comey and asked if Christie was still friendly with him. Christie said he was. The president told Christie to call Comey and tell him that the president really likes him. Tell him he's part of the team. At the end of the lunch, the president repeated his request that Christie reach out to Comey. Christie had no intention of complying with the president's request that he contact Comey. He thought the president's request was nonsensical, quote unquote, and Christie did not want to put Comey in the position of having to receive such a phone call. Christie thought it would have been uncomfortable to pass on that message. Again, a real friend of the administration. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, the president met with Comey, Sessions, and other officials for a Homeland Security briefing. At the end of the briefing, the president dismissed the other attendees and stated that he wanted to speak to Comey alone. Sessions and senior advisor to the president, Jared Kushner, remained in the Oval Office as other participants left, but the president excused them, reporting that he wanted to speak only with Comey. At some point after others had left the Oval Office, Priebus opened the door, but the president sent him away. According to Comey's account of the meeting, and again, this is according to Comey and Comey alone, once they were alone, the president began the conversation by saying, "I want to talk about Mike Flynn." The president stated that Flynn had not done anything wrong in speaking with the Russians, but had to be terminated because he had misled the vice president. The conversation turned to the topic of leaks of classified information, but the president returned to Flynn, saying, "He is a good guy and has been through a lot." The president stated, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He is a good guy. I hope you can let this go." Unquote. Comey agreed that Flynn is a good guy, quote unquote, but did not commit to ending the investigation of Flynn. Comey testified under oath that he took the president's statement as a direction, quote unquote, because of the president's position and the circumstances of the one-on-one meeting. Shortly after meeting with the president, Comey began drafting a memorandum documenting their conversation. Comey also met with his senior leadership team to discuss the president's request, and they agreed not to inform FBI officials working on the Flynn case of the president's statements, so the officials would not be influenced by the request. A request that may not have ever been made, I would like to add. Comey also asked for a meeting with Sessions and requested that Sessions not leave Comey alone with the president again. 8. The media raises questions about the president's delay in terminating Flynn. For God's sake. The media. After Flynn was forced to resign, the press raised questions about why the president waited more than 2 weeks after the DOJ notification to remove Flynn and whether the president had known about Flynn's contacts with Kislyak before the DOJ notification. The press also continued to raise questions about connections between Russia and the president's campaign. And where did they get those ideas to begin with? Where indeed? On February 15, 2017, the president told reporters, "General Flynn is a wonderful man. I think he's been treated very, very unfairly by the media." On February 16, 2017, the president held a press conference and said that he removed Flynn because Flynn, quote, "didn't tell the vice president of the United States the facts and then he didn't remember. And that just wasn't acceptable to me," close quote. The president said he did not direct Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak, but, quote, "it certainly would have been okay with me if he did. I would have directed him to do it if I thought he wasn't doing it. I didn't direct him, but I would have directed him because that's his job," close quote. In listing the reasons for terminating Flynn, the president did not say that Flynn had lied to him. The president also denied having any connection to Russia, stating, "I have nothing to do with Russia. I told you. I have no deals there. I have no anything." The president also said he, quote, "had nothing to do with," unquote, WikiLeaks' publication of information hacked from the Clinton campaign, and the word hacked is, of course, a complete canard. 9. The president attempts to have K.T. McFarland create a witness statement denying that he directed Flynn's discussions with Kislyak. On February 22, 2017, Priebus and Bannon told McFarland that the president wanted her to resign as Deputy National Security Advisor, but they suggested to her that the administration could make her the ambassador to Singapore. The next day, the president asked Priebus to have McFarland draft an internal email that would confirm that the president did not direct Flynn to call the Russian ambassador about sanctions. Priebus said he told the president he would only direct McFarland to write such a letter if she were comfortable with it. Priebus called McFarland into his office to convey the president's request that she memorialize in writing that the president did not direct Flynn to talk to Kislyak. McFarland told Priebus she did not know whether the president had directed Flynn to talk to Kislyak about sanctions, and she declined to say yes or no to the request. Priebus understood that McFarland was not comfortable with the president's request, and he recommended that she talk to attorneys in the White House counsel's office. Excuse me. McFarland then reached out to Eisenberg. McFarland told him that she had been fired from her job as Deputy National Security Advisor and offered the ambassadorship in Singapore, but that the president and Priebus wanted a letter from her denying that the president directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak. Eisenberg advised McFarland not to write the requested letter. As documented by McFarland in a contemporaneous, quote, memorandum for the record, unquote, that she wrote because she was concerned by the president's request, quote, Eisenberg thought the requested email and letter would be a bad idea. From my side, because the email would be awkward. Why would I be emailing Priebus to make a statement for the record? But it would also be a bad idea for the president because it looked as if my ambassadorial appointment was in some way a quid pro quo. Later that evening, Priebus stopped by McFarland's office and told her not to write the email and to forget he even mentioned it. Around the same time, the president asked Priebus to reach out to Flynn and let him know that the president still cared about him. Priebus called Flynn and said that he was checking in and that Flynn was an American hero. Priebus thought the president did not want Flynn saying bad things about him. Well, yeah, that's your opinion, and you're certainly entitled to it. I will say one thing, though. Not once have they brought up Flynn's bona fides as one of the best combat generals the modern army has ever had. I wish someone would have brought that up in this report. I'm not saying I'm wanting to do that just to rehabilitate Flynn, but I do think it's worth mentioning. Maybe it's just outside of the scope of the investigation, and I'm, wishing for something that shouldn't even happen. But if you don't know a lot about Flynn's background, look him up, do a wiki or whatever. But there's a lot there to be proud of. Yes, he screwed up in the White House. He did a great job not getting Russia to not escalate those sanctions. He really handled it well, and I don't think that was a Logan Act violation because he was not undercutting the policies of the Obama administration. He was salvaging relations with Russia. And I think it would be hard to argue that Obama was trying to throw away any decent relations we had with Russia, unless you want to argue that he was doing it specifically to make things harder for Trump, which I would not put short odds on, or long odds on, excuse me. I would not. But still, you look up Flynn. Please, he deserves it. In fact, let me make a note. Flynn CV. Okay, I'll do my best to put that in the description after this post to YouTube. On March 31, 2017, following news that Flynn had offered to testify before the FBI and congressional investigators in exchange for immunity, the president tweeted, Mike Flynn should ask for immunity in that this is a witch hunt, excuse for big election loss, by media and Dems of historic proportion! In late March or early April, the president asked McFarland to pass a message to Flynn telling him the president felt bad for him and that he should stay strong. Analysis. In analyzing the president's conduct related to the Flynn investigation, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. This ought to be good. A. Obstructive act. According to Comey's account of his February 14, 2017 meeting in the Oval Office, the president told him, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. I hope you can let this go." In analyzing whether these statements constitute an obstructive act, a threshold question is whether Comey's account of this interaction is accurate, and if so, whether the president's statements had the tendency to impede the administration of justice by shutting down an inquiry that could result in a grand jury investigation and a criminal charge. After Comey's account of the president's request to, quote, let Flynn go, unquote, became public, the president publicly disputed several aspects of the story. The president told the New York Times that he did not, quote, shoo other people out of the room, unquote, when he talked to Comey, and that he did not remember having a one-on-one conversation with Comey. The president also publicly denied that he had asked Comey to, quote, let Flynn go, unquote, or otherwise communicated that Comey should drop the investigation of Flynn. In private, the president denied aspects of Comey's account to White House advisors, but acknowledged to Priebus that he brought up Flynn in the meeting with Comey and stated that Flynn was a good guy. Despite those denials, substantial evidence corroborates Comey's account. First, I'm really hanging on this. First, Comey wrote a detailed memorandum of his encounter with the president on the same day it occurred. Comey also told senior FBI officials about the meeting with the president that day, and their recollections of what Comey told them at the time are consistent with Comey's account. Again, it could have been a straight lie. There could have been not 1 ounce of truth in any of that memorandum, in any of his statements to his FBI officials, and we know that Comey is an accomplished liar, so he'd be able to keep that story straight as long as he needed to. Comey is the Cohen of the FBI. Second, Comey provided testimony about the president's request that he, quote, let Flynn go, unquote, under oath in congressional proceedings and in interviews with federal investigators, subject to penalties for lying under 1001. Comey's recollections of the encounter have remained consistent over time. Again, if it's false, consistency doesn't matter. Third, the objective, corroborated circumstances of how the one-on-one meeting came to occur supports Comey's description of the event. Because he was able to describe how Trump met with him one-on-one, that means everything he wrote about the meeting is true? This is thin sauce, Weissman. This is really, really thin sauce. Comey recalled that the president cleared the room to speak with Comey alone after a Homeland Security briefing in the Oval Office, that Kushner and Sessions lingered and had to be shooed out, and that's... Okay, I thought that was a quote from earlier. Now they're using it as just part of the text. So was shooed a quote or not? But that's a weird word to use if it's not a quote. Had to be shooed out by the president, and that Priebus briefly opened the door during the meeting, prompting the president to wave him away. While the president has publicly denied those details, other administration officials who were present have confirmed Comey's account of how he ended up in a one-on-one meeting with the president. Were those officials who were under oath with Mueller? Or were these quote-unquote administration officials who were sources to the Times or the Post or CNN or whatever? Which are they? I don't see a footnote for any of this either, so he's not going to explain it. And the president acknowledged to Priebus and McGahn that he in fact spoke to Comey about Flynn in their one-on-one meeting. That's not enough to prove what Comey said is accurate. Fourth, the president's decision to clear the room, and in particular to exclude the attorney general from the meeting, signals that the president wanted to be alone with Comey, which is consistent with the delivery of a message of the type that Comey recalls, rather than a more innocuous conversation that could have occurred in the presence of the attorney general. Well, Trump wasn't very happy with the attorney general for recusing himself from the Russia investigation. Although, I'm sorry, that happened after Comey's firing, didn't it? That was when the Mueller probe got started. My mistake. I got ahead of myself. But still, that's your inferring intent. There's no hard evidence to prove your point, which is Weissman's standard operating procedure, inferring intent as opposed to being able to draw an actual line of malfeasance. Finally, Comey's reaction to the president's statement is consistent with the president's having asked him to, quote-unquote, let Flynn go. Comey met with the FBI leadership team, which agreed to keep the president's statements closely held and not to inform the team working on the Flynn investigation, so they would not be influenced by the president's request. Comey also promptly met with the attorney general to ask him not to be left alone with the president again, an account verified by Sessions, FBI Chief of Staff James Rybicki, and Jody Hunt, who was then the attorney general's chief of staff. Again, does it mean anything? This could have all been part of an elaborate plan. Now, Trump had to meet with him one-on-one in order to initiate that plan, but it happened, and Comey took full advantage of it. A second question is whether the president's statements, which were not phrased as a direct order to Comey, could impede or interfere with the FBI's investigation of Flynn. While the president said he, quote-unquote, hoped Comey would, quote-unquote, let Flynn go, rather than affirmatively directing him to do so, the circumstances of the conversation show that the president was asking Comey to close the FBI's investigation into Flynn. Pure inference, again. First, the president arranged the meeting with Comey so that they would be alone and purposely excluded the attorney general, which suggests, mind you, that the president meant to make a request to Comey that he did not want anyone else to hear. Second, because the president is the head of the executive branch, when he says that he, quote-unquote, hopes a subordinate will do something, it is reasonable to expect that the subordinate will do what the president wants. In the Trump White House, seriously? Trump was telling people to do things and they were blowing him off left and right. Do you think if he used the words hopes with Comey that he expects it to go through unimpeded? Ridiculous. So see, they read things either way. The White House staff was saving Trump from himself, but when Trump does want something to happen, he uses a soft pedal word as if that's going to make it more imperative to be followed. Indeed, the president repeated a version of "let this go" 3 times, according to Comey again, and Comey testified that he understood the president's statements as a directive, which is corroborated by the way Comey reacted at the time. None of this is legally definitive, none of it. Nexus to a proceeding, B. To establish a nexus to a proceeding, it would be necessary to show that the president could reasonably foresee and actually contemplate that the investigation of Flynn was likely to lead to a grand jury investigation or prosecution. At the time of the president's one-on-one meeting with Comey, no grand jury subpoenas had been issued as part of the FBI's investigation into Flynn. But Flynn's lies to the FBI violated federal criminal law and resulted in Flynn's prosecution for violating 18 U.S.C. 1001, Section 1001. By the time the president spoke to Comey about Flynn, DOJ officials had informed McGahn, who informed the president, that Flynn's statements to senior White House officials about his contacts with Kislyak were not true, and that Flynn had told the same version of events to the FBI. McGahn also informed the president that Flynn's conduct could violate 1001. After the vice president and senior White House officials reviewed the underlying information about Flynn's calls on February 10, 2017, they believed that Flynn could not have forgotten his conversations with Kislyak and concluded that he had been lying. In addition, the president's instruction to the FBI director to, quote-unquote, let Flynn go, suggests his awareness that Flynn could face criminal exposure for his conduct and was at risk of prosecution. Well, he was at least worried about the Logan Act, and I don't know. I missed a redacted in there, by the way. Flynn's lies to the FBI violated criminal law, redacted, and resulted in Flynn's prosecution for violating 1001. I missed that. Okay, back to C, intent. As part of our investigation, we examined whether the president had a personal stake in the outcome of an investigation into Flynn. For example, whether the president was aware of Flynn's communications with Kislyak close in time to when they occurred, such that the president knew that Flynn had lied to senior White House officials and that those lies had been passed on to the public. Some evidence suggests that the president knew about the existence and content of Flynn's calls when they occurred, but the evidence is inconclusive and could not be relied upon to establish the president's knowledge. In advance of Flynn's initial call with Kislyak, the president attended a meeting where the sanctions were discussed, and an advisor may have mentioned that Flynn was scheduled to talk to Kislyak. Flynn told McFarland about the substance of his calls with Kislyak and said they may have made a difference in Russia's response, and Flynn recalled talking to Bannon in early January 2017 about how they had successfully stopped the train on Russia's response to the sanctions. That's a quote. It would have been reasonable for Flynn to have wanted the president to know of his communications with Kislyak because Kislyak told Flynn his request had been received at the highest levels in Russia and that Russia had chosen not to retaliate in response to the request, and the president was pleased by the Russian response, calling it a quote-unquote great move. And the president never said publicly or internally that Flynn had lied to him about the calls with Kislyak. Again, this is pure conjecture. But McFarland did not recall providing the president-elect with Flynn's readout of his calls with Kislyak, and Flynn does not have a specific recollection of telling the president-elect directly about the calls. Bannon also said he did not recall hearing about the calls from Flynn. And in February 2017, the president asked Flynn what was discussed on the calls and whether he had lied to the vice president, suggesting that he did not already know. Suggesting. So now, when there's direct evidence to that effect, it's suggesting. Our investigation accordingly did not produce evidence that established that the president knew about Flynn's discussions of sanctions before the Department of Justice notified the White House of those discussions in late January 2017. The evidence does not establish that Flynn otherwise possessed information damaging to the president that would give the president a personal incentive to end the FBI's inquiry into Flynn's conduct. I'm very sorry about this chair. It's getting worse and worse. I can barely move without it squeaking. As I mentioned the other day, I do have a new one coming, but expedited shipping was prohibitively expensive, so I'm going to have to wait probably another week for it to arrive at least. I promise to put it together as soon as it gets here and give it a thorough shakedown. There is a 30-day money-back guarantee on it. Hopefully I won't have to ship it back, but it's supposed to be one of the best chairs out there, and certainly for the money it better be. It's called the X Chair, and I've heard it talked about on a number of different radio shows where the people and the producers, the talent and the producers all use them, and they rave about them. And I am a sucker for personal attestations to products proper function, and it's being worthwhile to own. That was easy to say. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Evidence does establish. I think I didn't read this yet. Evidence does establish that the president connected the Flynn investigation to the FBI's broader Russia investigation, and that he believed, as he told Christie, that terminating Flynn would end the whole Russia thing, quote unquote. Flynn's firing occurred at a time when the media and Congress were raising questions about Russia's interference in the election and whether members of the president's campaign had colluded with Russia. Multiple witnesses recalled that the president viewed the Russia investigations as a challenge to the legitimacy of his election. The president paid careful attention to negative coverage of Flynn and reacted with annoyance and anger when the story broke, disclosing that Flynn had discussed sanctions with Kislyak. Well, why wouldn't he? He'd been lied to. Just hours before the story broke, disclosing that Flynn had discussed sanctions with Kislyak. Just hours before meeting one-on-one with Comey. I gotta blow this up. I keep screwing up my sentence. Is that too big? I guess we can go there, see how that works. Let me know if that's too big for everybody. Just hours before meeting one-on-one with Comey, the president told Christie that firing Flynn would put an end to the Russia inquiries. And after Christie pushed back, telling the president that firing Flynn would not end the Russia investigation, the president asked Christie to reach out to Comey and convey that the president liked him and he was, quote, part of the team, unquote. That afternoon, the president cleared the room and asked Comey to, quote unquote, let Flynn go. Again, complete and utter conjecture. Comey said that. No one else has verified that. And your evidence that it happened is completely specious. Sorry about hitting the evidence so hard. If you're wearing headphones, I probably blew your ears out. My apologies. We also sought evidence relevant to assessing whether the president's direction to Comey was motivated by sympathy towards Flynn. In public statements, the president repeatedly described Flynn as a good person who had been harmed by the Russia investigation, and the president directed advisors to reach out to Flynn to tell him the president, quote, cared, unquote, about him and felt bad for him. At the same time, multiple senior advisors, including Bannon, Priebus, and Hicks, said that the president had become unhappy with Flynn well before Flynn was forced to resign, and that the president was frequently irritated with Flynn. Priebus said he believed the president's initial reluctance to fire Flynn stemmed not from personal regard, but from concern about the negative press that would be generated by firing the national security advisor so early in the administration. And that would be a very valid concern. I mean, let's remember, he's not just, the head of the executive branch. He's also a political appointee, basically. The president was appointed by the people to do the job. And if you're in there a couple weeks and you start firing very high-level people, people are going to get a bad impression of you. Especially if they didn't vote for you. So that's actually one of the more accurate statements that have ever been laid out in this whole document. And Priebus indicated that the president's post-firing expressions of support for Flynn were motivated by the president's desire to keep Flynn from saying negative things about him. Maybe, maybe not. You can't prove it either way. The way in which the president communicated the request to Comey also is relevant to understanding the president's intent. When the president first learned about the FBI investigation into Flynn, he told McGahn, Bannon, and Priebus not to discuss the matter with anyone else in the White House. The next day, the president invited Comey for a one-on-one dinner against the advice of an aide who recommended that other White House officials also attend. At the dinner, the president asked Comey for quote-unquote loyalty and at different points in the conversation mentioned that Flynn had judgment issues. Again, this is all Comey's word. No one else has backed this up. When the president met with Comey the day after Flynn's termination, shortly after being told by Christie that firing Flynn would not end the Russia investigation, the president cleared the room, even excluding Attorney General, so that he could again speak to Comey alone. The president's decision to meet one-on-one with Comey contravened the advice of the White House counsel that the president should not communicate directly with the Department of Justice to avoid any appearance of interfering in law enforcement activities. And the president later denied that he cleared the room and asked Comey to, quote-unquote, let Flynn go, a denial that would have been unnecessary if he believed his request was a proper exercise of prosecutorial discretion. Comey came out and blasted Trump for saying that. He went all around the FBI and the DOJ telling people that Trump told him to let Flynn go. And you don't think he's going to come out with a defensive response? How dare you defend yourself against these baseless allegations? Shut up and take it like a man. An innocent man wouldn't object to being investigated by the FBI, after all. I had someone tell me that the other day in a chat. It was a while ago. I cut off the conversation right there. I said, if you're not going to argue in good faith, then I'm not going to waste my time on you. That is a ridiculous statement. An absolutely ridiculous statement. Finally, the president's effort to have McFarland write an internal email denying that the president had directed Flynn to discuss sanctions with Kislyak highlights the president's concern about being associated with Flynn's conduct. Wouldn't you? The evidence does not establish that the president was trying to have McFarland lie. The president's request, however, was sufficiently irregular, or maybe odd, that McFarland, or abnormal, who did not know the full extent of Flynn's communications with the president and thus could not make the representation the president wanted, felt the need to draft an internal memorandum documenting the president's request, and Eisenberg was concerned that the request would look like a quid pro quo in exchange for an ambassadorship. There's no saying it was. Yes, there would have been the appearance of that, but there are a lot of things that have appearances of things that they are not. And this, I believe, was one of them. Trump was trying to do a CYA, which is completely within his purview. It was a release to the press, an internal memo that, if the press got a hold of it, would have covered him. But the only reason it wasn't done is because McFarland didn't know for a fact that Trump had nothing to do with with Flynn's conversation with Kislyak. She didn't know, so she couldn't say anything about it. The quid pro quo, I think, is just, a very, very small addition to that concern. My opinion, of course. C. The president's reaction to public confirmation of the FBI's Russia investigation. Here we go. Overview. In early March 2017, the president learned that Sessions was considering recusing from the Russia investigation and tried to prevent the recusal. After Sessions announced his recusal on March 2nd, so I was right the first time, Sessions had recused himself before Crossfire Hurricane had morphed into the Mueller probe. Okay, I Sometimes I don't give myself enough credit for remembering things. Recusal on March 2. The president expressed anger at Sessions for the decision and then privately asked Sessions to quote-unquote unrecuse. On March 20, 2017, Comey publicly disclosed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation. In the days that followed, the president contacted Comey and other intelligence agency leaders and asked them to push back publicly on the suggestion that the president had any connection to the Russian election interference effort in order to, quote-unquote, lift the cloud of the ongoing investigation. Evidence. 1. Attorney General Sessions recuses from the Russia investigation. In late February 2017, the Department of Justice began an internal analysis of whether Sessions should recuse from the Russia investigation based on his role in the 2016 Trump campaign. On March 1, 2017, the press reported that in his January confirmation hearing to become Attorney General, Senator Sessions had not disclosed 2 meetings he had with Russian Ambassador Kislyak before the presidential election, leading to congressional calls for Sessions to recuse or for a special counsel to investigate Russia's interference in the presidential election. And let's be accurate here, Weissman. These calls were from the Democratic side of the aisle. It was not bipartisan. Also on March 1, the president called Comey and said he wanted to check in and see how Comey was doing. According to an email Comey sent to his chief of staff after the call, the president, quote, talked about Sessions a bit, unquote, and said that he had heard Comey was, quote unquote, doing great, and said that he hoped Comey would come by to say hello when he was at the White House. Comey interpreted the call as an effort by the president to, quote unquote, pull him in, but he did not perceive the call as an attempt by the president to find out what Comey was doing with the Flynn investigation. The next morning, the president called McGahn and urged him to contact Sessions to tell him not to recuse himself from the Russia investigation. McGahn understood the president to be concerned that a recusal would make Sessions look guilty for omitting details in his confirmation hearing, leave the president unprotected from an investigation that could hobble the presidency and derail his policy objectives, and detract from favorable press coverage of a presidential address to Congress the president had delivered earlier in the week. McGahn reached out to Sessions and reported that the president was not happy about the possibility of recusal. Sessions replied that he intended to follow the rules on recusal. McGahn reported back to the president about the call with Sessions, and the president reiterated that he did not want Sessions to recuse. Throughout the day, McGahn continued on trying on behalf of the president to avert Sessions' recusal by speaking to Sessions' personal counsel, Sessions' chief of staff, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and by contacting Sessions himself 2 more times. Sessions recalled that other White House advisors also called him that day to argue against his recusal. That afternoon, Sessions announced his decision to recuse, quote, from any existing or future investigations of any matters related in any way to the campaigns for President of the United States. Sessions, unquote. Sessions believed the decision to recuse was not a close call given the applicable language of the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, which Sessions considered to be clear and decisive. Sessions thought that any argument that the CFR did not apply to him was very thin, quote unquote. Sessions got the impression, based on calls he received from White House officials, that the president was very upset with him and did not think he had done his duty as Attorney General. Shortly after Sessions announced his recusal, the White House counsel's office directed that Sessions should not be contacted about the matter. Internal White House counsel's office notes from March 2, 2017 state, no contact with Sessions and no comms Sessions' concerns about obstruction. On March 3, the day after Sessions' recusal, McGahn was called into the Oval Office. Other advisors were there, including Priebus and Bannon. The president opened the conversation by saying, quote, "I don't have a lawyer," unquote. The president expressed anger at McGahn about the recusal and brought up Roy Cohn, stating that he wished Cohn was his attorney. Okay, let's just say, Roy Cohn was an incredibly effective attorney. Roy Cohn was also a living piece of crap. He was a defective human being. There was a great movie, I believe it was on HBO some years ago. James Woods was the star, and it was called Citizen Cohn, which I thought was a great title, a really great title. Take off on Citizen Kane, of course. And Citizen Cohn showed how that man rose to power. And when he got his first big break was as chief counsel to McCarthy, Joseph McCarthy, during the McCarthy hearings. And his cutthroat technique of buttonholing people and threatening to ruin their lives. It's a disgusting movie in that it shows the real underbelly of human existence. But again, Roy Cohn won cases, and that's what Trump was concerned with. But as far as being a good human being, Roy Cohn was not one of them. McGahn interpreted this comment as directed at him, suggesting that Cohn would fight for the president, whereas McGahn would not. The president wanted McGahn to talk to Sessions about the recusal, but McGahn told the president that DOJ ethics officials had weighed in on Sessions' decision to recuse. The president then brought up former attorneys general Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder and said that they had protected their presidents. Not good examples of attorneys general there, Mr. President. Not good examples at all. You should read your history a little better. The president also pushed back on the DOJ context policy and said words to the effect of, quote, "You're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations, or Obama didn't tell Holder who to investigate?" Close quote. Bannon recalled that the president was as mad as Bannon had ever seen him, and that he screamed at McGahn about how weak Sessions was. Bannon recalled telling the president that Sessions' recusal was not a surprise, and that before the inauguration, they had discussed that Sessions would have to recuse from campaign-related investigations because of his work on the Trump campaign. And that a case can be made for that. I was never happy that Sessions recused, but again, this right here makes a pretty good case for why he did. It's a personal feeling that I have that I can't back up with any legal arguments, so I just have to get over it. That weekend, Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak to him alone and suggested that Sessions should unrecuse from the Russia investigation. The president contrasted Sessions with attorneys general Holder and Kennedy, who had developed a strategy to help their presidents where Sessions had not. Sessions had said he had the impression that the president feared that the investigation could spin out of control and disrupt his ability to govern, which Sessions could have helped avert if he were still overseeing it. A concern well-founded, and a conclusion also well-founded. Sessions could have kept the investigation under a tighter leash and kept things like the Manafort prosecution from happening. But we'll just have to see where that leads. Or, I'm sorry, we already know where it led. I should say that it would have been nice to see where it would have gone otherwise. On March 5, 2017, the White House counsel's office was informed that the FBI was asking for transition period records relating to Flynn, indicating that the FBI was still actively investigating him. On March 6, the president told advisors he wanted to call the acting attorney general to find out whether the White House or the president was being investigated, although it is not clear whether the president knew at the time of the FBI's recent request concerning Flynn. Two, FBI Director Comey publicly confirms the existence of the Russia investigation in testimony before HPSCI. On March 9, 2017, Comey briefed the Gang of Eight congressional leaders about the FBI's investigation of Russian interference, including an identification of the principal U.S. subjects of the investigation. Although it is unclear whether the president knew of that briefing at the time, notes taken by Annie Donaldson, then McGahn's chief of staff, on March 12, 2017 state, POTUS in panic/chaos. Need binders to put in front of POTUS. 1. All things related to Russia, unquote. The week after Comey's briefing, the White House counsel's office was in contact with SSCI Chairman Senator Richard Burr about the Russia investigations and appears to have received information about the status of the FBI investigation. On March 20, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify before HPSCI. In advance of Comey's testimony, congressional officials made clear that they wanted Comey to provide information about the ongoing FBI investigation. Which congressional officials? Dana Bente, who at the time was the acting Attorney General for the Russia investigation, authorized Comey to confirm the existence of the Russia investigation and agreed that Comey should decline to comment on whether any particular individuals, including the president, were being investigated. In his opening remarks at the HPSCI hearing, which were drafted in consultation with the Department of Justice, Comey stated that he had, quote, been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of its counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the, my emphasis, Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. Yep, can't look into Hillary at all. It's all Trump. To continue the quote, as with any counterintelligence investigation, this will also include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed, close quote. Comey added that he would not comment further on what the FBI was, quote, doing and whose conduct it was examining, close quote, because the investigation was ongoing and classified, but he observed that he had, quote, taken the extraordinary step in consultation with the Department of Justice of briefing this Congress's leaders in a classified setting in detail about the investigation, close quote. Comey was specifically asked whether President Trump was, quote, under investigation during the campaign, unquote, or, quote, under investigation now, unquote. Comey declined to answer, stating, please don't interpret what I've said as the chair and ranking know, we have briefed him in great detail on the subjects of the investigation and what we're doing, but I'm not going to answer about anybody in this forum. Comey was also asked whether the FBI was investigating the information contained in the Steele reporting, and he declined to answer. Of course, because he knew he couldn't support any claims about it, according to me. According to McCann and Donaldson, the president had expressed frustration with Comey before his March 20 testimony, and the testimony made matters worse. The president had previously criticized Comey for too frequently making headlines and for not attending intelligence briefings at the White House, and the president suspected Comey of leaking certain information to the media. Well, as we all know, the president's instincts on things like this have been pretty much spot on the entire time he's been in office. McGahn said the president thought Comey was acting like, quote, his own branch of government, unquote. Press reports following Comey's March 20 testimony suggested that the FBI was investigating the president, contrary to what Comey had told the president at the end of the January 6, January 6, 2017 intelligence assessment briefing. McGahn, Donaldson, and senior advisor Stephen Mueller recalled that the president was upset with Comey's testimony and the press coverage that followed because of the suggestion that the president was under investigation. Notes from the White House counsel's office, dated March 21, 2017, indicate that the president was, quote, beside himself, unquote, over Comey's testimony. The president called McGahn repeatedly that day to ask him to intervene with the Department of Justice, and according to the notes, the president was, quote, getting hotter and hotter, get rid, question mark, close quote. Officials in the White House counsel's office became so concerned that the president would fire Comey that they began drafting a memorandum that examined whether the president needed cause to terminate the FBI director. And as we all know, he didn't, he doesn't, he never did. At the president's urging, McGahn contacted Bente several times on March 12, 2017, to seek Bente's assistance in having Comey or the Department of Justice correct the misperception that the president was under investigation. Bente did not specifically recall the conversations, although he did remember one conversation with McGahn around this time, where McGahn asked if there was a way to speed up or end the Russia investigation as quickly as possible. Bente said McGahn told him the president was under a cloud and it made him hard for him to govern. Bente recalled telling McGahn that there was no good way to shorten the investigation, and attempting to do so could erode confidence in the investigation's conclusions. Bente said McGahn agreed and dropped the issue. The president also sought to speak with Bente directly, but McGahn told the president that Bente did not want to talk to the president about the request to intervene with Comey. McGahn recalled Bente telling him in calls that day that he did not think it was sustainable for Comey to stay on as FBI director for the next 4 years, which McGahn said he conveyed to the president. Bente did not recall discussing with McGahn or anyone else the idea that Comey should not continue as FBI director. 3. The president asked intelligence community leaders to make public statements that he had no connection to Russia. In the weeks following Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly asked intelligence community officials to push back publicly on any suggestion that the president had a connection to the Russian election interference effort. On March 22, 2017, the president asked Director of National Intelligence Daniel Coats and CIA Director Mike Pompeo to stay behind in the Oval Office after a presidential daily briefing. According to Coats, the president asked them whether they could say publicly that no link existed between him and Russia. Coats responded that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, has nothing to do with investigations, and it was not his role to make a public statement on the Russia investigation. Pompeo had no recollection of being asked to stay behind after the March 22 briefing, but he recalled that the president regularly urged officials to get the word out that he had not done anything wrong related to Russia. Coats told this office that the president never asked him to speak to Comey about the FBI investigation. Some ODNI staffers, however, had a different recollection of how Coats described the meeting immediately after it occurred. According to senior ODNI official Michael Dempsey, Coats said after the meeting that the president had brought up the Russia investigation and asked him to contact Comey to see if there was a way to get past the investigation, get it over with, end it, or words to that effect. Well, there's a big discrepancy in recollections. Dempsey said that Coats described the president's comments as falling, quote, somewhere between musing about hating the investigation, unquote, and wanting Coats to, quote, do something to stop it, unquote. Dempsey said Coats made it clear that he would not get involved with an ongoing FBI investigation. Edward Gustaro, another ODNI official, recalled that right after Coats' meeting with the president on the walk from the Oval Office back to the Eisenhower Executive Office building, Coats said that the president had kept him behind to ask him what he could do to, quote-unquote, help with the investigation. Another ODNI staffer who had been waiting for Coates outside the Oval Office talked to Gustaro a few minutes later and recalled Gustaro reporting that Coates was upset because the president had asked him to contact Comey to convince him there was nothing to the Russia investigation. On Saturday, March 25, 2017, 3 days after the meeting in the Oval Office, the president called Coates and again complained about the Russia investigations, saying words to the effect of, "I can't do anything with Russia. There's things I'd like to do with Russia, with trade, with ISIS. They're all over me with this," unquote. Coates told the president that the investigations were going to go on and the best thing to do was let them run their course. Coates later testified in a congressional hearing that he had, quote, never felt pressure to intervene or interfere in any way and shape with shaping intelligence in a political way or in relationship to an ongoing investigation, close quote. On March 26, 2017, the day after the president called Coates, the president called NSA Director Admiral Michael Rogers. The president expressed frustration with the Russia investigation, saying that it made relations with the Russians difficult. The president told Rogers the thing with the Russians was messing up his ability to get things done with Russia. The president also said that the news stories linking him with Russia were not true and asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories. Deputy Director of the NSA, Richard Leggett, who was present for the call, said it was the most unusual thing he had experienced in 40 years of government service. After the call concluded, Leggett prepared a memorandum that he and Rogers both signed, documenting the contents of the conversation and the president's request, and they placed the memorandum in a safe. But Rogers did not perceive the president's request to be an order, and the president did not ask Rogers to push back on the Russia investigation itself. Rogers later testified in a congressional hearing that as NSA director, he had, quote, never been directed to do anything he believed to be illegal, immoral, unethical, or inappropriate, unquote, and did, quote, not recall ever feeling pressured to do so, unquote. Wow, it's 1 o'clock already. We're flying here. Well, actually, we're not flying. We're only at page 56. But still, we're having fun, aren't we? Having a lot of fun. I know I am. I'm kind of settled down now. I'm in a bit of a groove here with my outrage. In addition to the specific comments made to Coates, Pompeo, and Rogers, the president spoke on other occasions in the presence of intelligence community officials about the Russia investigation and stated that it interfered with his ability to conduct foreign relations. On at least 2 occasions, the president began presidential daily briefings by stating that there was no collusion with Russia, and he hoped a press statement to that effect could be issued. Pompeo recalled that the president vented about the investigation on multiple occasions, complaining that there was no evidence against him and that nobody would publicly defend him. Rogers recalled a private conversation with the president in which he vented about the investigation and said he had done nothing wrong and said something like the, quote, Russia thing has got to go away, unquote. Coates recalled the president bringing up the Russia investigation several times, and Coates said he finally told the president that Coates' job was to provide intelligence and to not get involved in investigations. 4. The president asked Comey to, quote, lift the cloud, unquote, created by the Russia investigation. On the morning of March 30, 2017, the president reached out to Comey directly about the Russia investigation. According to Comey's contemporaneous record of the conversation, the president said, quote, he was trying to run the country, and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult, unquote. The president asked Comey what could be done to, quote-unquote, lift the cloud. Comey explained that, quote, we were running it down as quickly as possible, and that there would be great benefit, if we didn't find anything, to our good housekeeping seal of approval, but we had to do our work, close quote. Comey also told the president that congressional leaders were aware that the FBI was not investigating the president personally. The president said several times, quote, we need to get that fact out, close quote. The president commented that if there was, quote, some satellite, unquote, which Comey took to mean an associate of the president's or the campaign that did something wrong, quote, it would be good to find that out, close quote, but that he himself had not done anything wrong, and he hoped Comey would find a way, quote, would find a way to get out that we weren't investigating him, unquote. After the call ended, Comey called Bente and told him about the conversation, asked for guidance on how to respond, and said he was uncomfortable with direct contact from the president about the investigation. On the morning of April 11, 2017, the president called Comey again. According to Comey's contemporaneous record of the conversation, again, we don't know if it's true or not, the president said he was, quote, following up to see if Comey did what the president had asked the last time, getting out that he personally is not under investigation, close quote. Comey responded that he had passed the request to Bente, but had not heard back, and he informed the president that the traditional channel for such a request would be to have the White House counsel contact DOJ leadership. The president said he would take that step. The president then added, quote, because I have been very loyal to you, very loyal, we had that thing, you know, close quote. In a televised interview that was taped earlier that afternoon, the president was asked if it was too late for him to ask Comey to step down. The president responded, no, it's not too late, but you know, I have confidence in him. We'll see what happens. You know, it's going to be interesting, close quote. After the interview, Hicks told the president she thought the president's comment about Comey should be removed from the broadcast of the interview, but the president wanted to keep it in, which Hicks thought was unusual. Later that day, the president told senior advisors, including McGahn and Priebus, that he had reached out to Comey twice in recent weeks. The president acknowledged that McGahn would not approve of the outreach to Comey because McGahn had previously cautioned the president that he should not talk to Comey directly to prevent any perception that the White House was interfering with investigations. The president told McGahn that Comey had indicated the FBI could make a public statement that the president was not under investigation if the Department of Justice approved that action. After speaking with the president, McGahn followed up with Bente to relay the president's understanding that the FBI could make a public announcement if the Department of Justice cleared it. McGahn recalled that Bente said Comey had told him there was nothing obstructive about the calls from the president, but they made Comey uncomfortable. According to McGahn, Bente responded that he did not want to issue a statement about the president not being under investigation because of the potential political ramifications and did not want to order Comey to do it because that action could prompt the appointment of a special counsel. Bente did not recall that aspect of his conversation with McGahn, but did recall telling McGahn that the direct outreaches from the president to Comey were a problem. Bente agreed that McGahn agreed and recalled that McGahn agreed and said that he would do what he could to address that issue. Excuse me a moment. Okay, so why would the FBI director coming out and saying that Trump was not under direct investigation in this probe, in this counterintelligence probe, if he was not under direct investigation and they said so, which was the truth, why would that trigger a special prosecutor? And what would the political, let me make sure I got this right, potential political ramifications? Potential political ramifications of telling the truth? Was he worried that the Dems were going to come after Comey with pitchforks and tar and feather buckets? Well, they would have. I don't understand that statement, political ramifications. Now, this is according to McGahn. Bente says he doesn't remember saying that. So we do have a difference in recollections. And of course, as much as I've been beating on Comey's memoranda to about their veracity, it would not be fair for me to take McGahn's word over Bente's in this regard. But if we do take McGahn's word, then again, potential political ramifications, that doesn't sound like that has anything to do with justice. And then, how would that trigger the appointment of a special counsel? If you know, if you're a lawyer, you're a constitutional expert, whatever, put it in the chat or put it in the comments when this video posts to YouTube. I would love to know what is going on there, because I am absolutely in the weeds about it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Okay, analysis. In analyzing the president's reaction to Sessions' recusal and the requests he made to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. And again, they're going to go through things that fall short of the standard and say, well, these are the things that we found. They didn't rise necessarily to the level of us being able to charge the president, but we couldn't find him, exonerated either. So get ready for all this bull. In analyzing the president's reaction to Sessions' recusal, I already read that. A. Obstructive act. The evidence shows that after Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, the president repeatedly reached out to intelligence agency leaders to discuss the FBI's investigation. But witnesses had different recollections of the precise content of those outreaches. Some ODNI officials recalled that Coates told them immediately after the March 22 Oval Office meeting that the president asked Coates to intervene with Comey and, quote-unquote, stop the investigation. But the first-hand witnesses to the encounter remember the conversation differently. Pompeo had no memory of the specific meeting, but generally recalled the president urging officials to get the word out that the president had not done anything wrong related to Russia. Coates recalled that the president asked that Coates state publicly that no link existed between the president and Russia, but did not ask him to speak with Comey or to help end the investigation. The other outreaches by the president during this period were similar in nature. The president asked Rogers if he could do anything to refute the stories linking the president to Russia, and the president asked Comey to make a public statement that would, quote-unquote, lift the cloud of the ongoing investigations by making clear that the president was not personally under investigation. These requests, while significant enough that Rogers thought it important to document the encounter in a written memorandum, were not interpreted by the officials who received them as directives to improperly interfere with the investigation. B. Nexus to a proceeding. At the time of the president's outreaches to leaders of the intelligence agencies in late March and early April 2017, the FBI's Russia investigation did not yet involve grand jury proceedings. The outreaches, however, came after and were in response to Comey's March 20, 2017 announcement that the FBI, as part of its counterintelligence mission, was conducting an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Comey testified that the investigation included any links or coordination with Trump campaign officials and would, quote, include an assessment of whether any crimes were committed, unquote. But Trump wasn't a target of this counterintelligence mission, so he can't be obstructing it because there's no predicate. Whatever. Intent. C. Intent. As described above, the evidence does not establish that the president asked or directed intelligence agency leaders to stop or interfere with the FBI's Russia investigation. And the president affirmatively told Comey that, quote, if some satellite, unquote, was involved in Russian election interference, quote, it would be a good thing to find that out, close quote. But the president's intent in trying to prevent Sessions' recusal and in reaching out to Coates, Pompeo, Rogers, and Comey following Comey's public statement of the FBI's Russia investigation is nevertheless relevant to understanding what motivated the president's other actions towards the investigations. Yeah, he was pissed that you guys were trying to make it look like he was involved in these investigations as a subject when he knew he wasn't and couldn't get one of you to come out and publicly state a fact. The fact that it would have taken a huge load off of his shoulders when it came to governing the country. But whether or not Pompeo or Coates could have done that legally, I'm going to say no, they couldn't have, and leave it at that, because that's what they said, and I have no reason to argue with them. I'm a big fan of Mike Pompeo anyway. Get that out there. But Comey had every reason and every ability to clear Trump right away. I believe his argument for not clearing Trump was, well, if I clear you and then something comes up later that involves you, I'll have to tell the Congress that too. It didn't stop you with Hillary. The evidence shows that the president was focused on the Russia investigation's implications for his presidency, and specifically on dispelling any suggestions that he was under investigation or had links to Russia. In early March, the president attempted to prevent Sessions' recusal, even after being told that Sessions was following DOJ conflict of interest rules. After Sessions recused, the White House counsel's office tried to cut off further contact with Sessions about the matter, although it is not clear whether that direction was conveyed to the president. The president continued to raise the issue of Sessions' recusal, and, when he had the opportunity, he pulled Sessions aside and urged him to unrecuse. The president also told advisors that he wanted an attorney general who would protect him the way he perceived Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder to have protected their presidents. Well, it's not a perception, that's a fact. What did Holder say? I'm the president's wingman? Can you get any more clear than that? Now again, Eric Holder was a piece of junk. Had no business being in a high office of a justice official. The only attorney general ever to be held in contempt of Congress. And if they try to pull that same stuff on William Barr after the Democrats were completely beside themselves when the Republicans voted to hold Holder in contempt, it just once again shows the depths of their hypocrisy and inability to play fair. But I get off on a tangent here. Excuse me. The president also the president made statements about being able to direct the course of criminal investigations, saying words to the effect of, quote, "You're telling me that Bobby and Jack didn't talk about investigations, or Obama didn't tell Eric Holder who to investigate? Well, they did, but they shouldn't have, Mr. President." So, bad example. After Comey publicly confirmed the existence of the FBI's Russia investigation on March 20, 2017, the president was, quote-unquote, beside himself and expressed anger that Comey did not issue a statement correcting any misperception that the president himself was under investigation. The president sought to speak with Acting Attorney General Bente directly and told McGahn to contact Bente to request that Comey make a clarifying statement. The president then asked that other intelligence community leaders to make a public statement to refute the suggestions that the president had links to Russia, but the leaders told him they could not publicly comment on the investigation. On March 30 and April 11, against the advice of White House advisors who had informed him that any direct contact with the FBI could be perceived as an improper interference in an ongoing investigation, the president made personal outreaches to Comey asking him to, quote, lift the cloud, unquote, of the Russia investigation by making public the fact that the president was not personally under investigation. It's nice for them to put in there that it was an actual fact. It's actually one of the most honest things they've done in this report. Evidence indicates that the president was angered by both the existence of the Russia investigation and the public reporting that he was under investigation, which he knew was not true based on Comey's representations. The president complained to advisors that if people thought Russia helped him with the election, it would detract from what he had accomplished. And again, you only know this because Trump let you talk to everybody. I'm not saying you shouldn't have included that in this report, because I guess it goes to Trump's state of mind, but I don't know, this is not very professional. Other evidence indicates that the president was concerned about the impact of the Russia investigation on his ability to govern. The president complained that the perception that he was under investigation was hurting his ability to conduct foreign relations, particularly with Russia. The president told Coates, quote, he can't do anything with Russia, close quote. He told Rogers that, quote, the thing with the Russians, unquote, was interfering with his ability to conduct foreign affairs, and he told Comey that, quote, he was trying to run the country, and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult, close quote. Well, yeah, go figure. D. Events leading up to and surrounding the termination of FBI Director Comey. This should be really simple. Trump fired Comey. Trump had every right to fire Comey. End of investigation. Overview. Comey was scheduled to testify before Congress on May 3, 2017. Leading up to that testimony, the president continued to tell advisors that he wanted Comey to make public that the president was not under investigation. At the hearing, Comey declined to answer questions about the scope or subjects of the Russia investigation and did not state publicly that the president was not under investigation. 2 days later, on May 5, 2017, the president told close aides he was going to fire Comey, and on May 9, he did so, using his official termination letter to make public that Comey had on 3 occasions informed the president that he was not under investigation. The president decided to fire Comey before receiving advice or a recommendation from the Department of Justice, but he approved an initial public account of the termination that attributed it to a recommendation from the Department of Justice based on Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation. So there's a mixed message there, and that's not uncommon for the Trump White House to have one side say one thing and the president say another. It's unfortunate, and it does create a lot of confusion, but it's a fact. Although I think they've gotten a little better at it recently. After Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein resisted attributing the firing to his recommendation, the president acknowledged that he intended to fire Comey regardless of the DOJ recommendation and was thinking of the Russia investigation when he made the decision. The president also told the Russian foreign minister, quote, I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation, close quote. Evidence. 1. Comey testifies before the Senate Judiciary Committee and declines to answer questions about whether the president is under investigation. Excuse me. On May 3, 2017, Comey was scheduled to testify at an FBI oversight hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee. McGahn recalled that in the week leading up to the hearing, the president said that it would be the last straw if Comey did not take the opportunity to set the record straight by publicly announcing that the president was not under investigation. The president had previously told McGahn that the perception that the president was under investigation was hurting his ability to carry out his presidential duties and deal with foreign leaders. Excuse me. At the hearing, Comey declined to answer questions about the status of the Russia investigation, stating, quote, the Department of Justice had authorized him to confirm that the Russia investigation exists, end quote, but that he was, quote, not going to say another word about it, close quote, until the investigation was completed. Well, that was a complete lie, wasn't it, James? Comey also declined to answer questions about whether investigators had, quote, ruled out anyone in the Trump campaign as potentially a target of the criminal investigation, close quote, including whether the FBI had, quote, ruled out the President of the United States. Wow. Comey was also asked at the hearing about his decision to announce 11 days before the presidential election that the FBI was reopening the Clinton email investigation. Comey stated that it made him, quote, mildly nauseous to think that we might have had some impact on the election, close quote, but added that, quote, even in hindsight, unquote, he, quote, would make the same decision, close quote. He later repeated that he had no regrets about how he handled the email investigation and believed he had, quote, done the right thing at each turn, unquote. So after this testimony, how could you possibly lend any credence to anything this man has ever said or written down that was not verified by someone else in that conversation? Seriously. Those are bald-faced lies. Those are absolute falsehoods on their face. And they prove that Comey has no honor whatsoever. Yet he holds himself out as the great patriot. I believe that's almost a quote. In the afternoon following Comey's testimony, the president met with McGahn, Sessions, and Sessions' chief of staff, Jody Hunt. At that meeting, the president asked McGahn how Comey had done in his testimony, and McGahn relayed that Comey had declined to answer questions about whether the president was under investigation. The president became very upset and directed his anger at Sessions. According to notes written by Hunt, the president said, "This is terrible, Jeff. It's all because you recused. AG is supposed to be the most important appointment. Kennedy appointed his brother. Obama appointed Holder." Again, really bad examples, Mr. President. "I appointed you, and you recused yourself. You left me on an island. I can't do anything," close quote. The president said that the recusal was unfair and that it was interfering with his ability to govern and undermining his authority with the foreign leaders. Sessions responded that he had no choice but to recuse, and it was a mandatory rather than discretionary decision. Hunt recalled that Sessions also stated at some point during the conversation that a new start at the FBI would be appropriate and the president should consider replacing Comey as FBI director. According to Sessions, when the meeting concluded, it was clear that the president was unhappy with Comey, but Sessions did not think the president had made the decision to terminate Comey. Bannon recalled that the president brought Comey up with him at least 8 times on May 3 and May 4, 2017. According to Bannon, the president said the same thing each time. "He told me 3 times I'm not under investigation. He's a showboater. He's a grandstander. I don't know any Russians. There was no collusion," close quote. Bannon told the president he could not fire Comey because, quote, that ship had sailed, unquote. Bannon also told the president that firing Comey was not going to stop the investigation, cautioning him that he could fire the FBI director, but could not fire the FBI. I don't think Trump was such a novice that he would not have understood that. 2. The president makes the decision to terminate Comey. The weekend following Comey's May 3, 2017 testimony, the president traveled to his resort in Bedminster, New Jersey. At dinner on Friday, May 5, attended by the president and various advisors and family members, including Jared Kushner and senior advisor Stephen Mueller, the president stated that he wanted to remove Comey and had ideas for a letter that would be used to make the announcement. The president dictated arguments and specific language for the letter, and Mueller took notes. As reflected in the notes, the president told Mueller that the letter should start, quote, "While I greatly appreciate you informing me that I am not under investigation concerning what I have often stated is a fabricated story on a Trump-Russia relationship pertaining to the 2016 presidential election, please be informed that I, and I believe the American public, including D's and R's, Democrats and Republicans, have lost faith in you as director of the FBI. Following the, and if that is true at the time, and then after he fired Comey, he became the most favorite FBI director in the history of the Democratic National Committee. Following the dinner, Mueller prepared a termination letter based on those notes and research he conducted to support the president's arguments. Over the weekend, the president provided several rounds of edits on the draft letter. Mueller said the president was adamant that he not tell anyone at the White House what they were preparing because the president was worried about leaks. In his discussions with Mueller, the president made clear that he wanted the letter to open with a reference to him not being under investigation. Mueller said he believed the fact was important to the president to show that Comey was not being terminated based on any such investigation. According to Mueller, the president wanted to establish as a factual matter that Comey had been under a quote-unquote review period and did not have assurance from the president that he would be permitted to keep his job. The final version of the termination letter prepared by Mueller and the president began in a way that closely tracked what the president had dictated to Mueller at the May 5 dinner. Quote, "Dear Director Comey, while I greatly appreciate your informing me on 3 separate occasions that I am not under investigation concerning the fabricated and politically motivated allegations of a Trump-Russia relationship with respect to the 2016 presidential election, please be informed that I, along with members of both political parties and, most importantly, the American public, have lost faith in you as the director of the FBI, and you are hereby terminated." Close quote. The 4-page letter went on to critique Comey's judgment and conduct, including his May 3 testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, his handling of the Clinton email investigation, and his failure to hold leakers accountable. All valid points. That's me, of course. You're never going to hear anything like that in this report. I think it's fairly obvious when I interject, but hopefully I'm not confusing you too much. The letter stated that Comey had, quote, asked the president at dinner shortly after inauguration to let Comey stay on in the director's role, and the president said that he would consider it, close quote. But the president had, quote, concluded that he had no alternative but to find new leadership for the Bureau, a leader that restores confidence and trust. In the morning of Monday, May 8, 2017, the president met in the Oval Office with senior advisors, including McGahn, Priebus, and Mueller, and informed them he had decided to terminate Comey. The president read aloud the first paragraph of the termination letter he wrote with Mueller and conveyed that the decision had been made and was not up for discussion. The president told the group that Mueller had researched the issue and determined the president had the authority to terminate Comey without cause. In an effort to slow down the decision-making process, McGahn told the president that DOJ leadership was currently discussing Comey's status and suggested that the White House counsel's office attorneys should talk with Sessions and Rod Rosenstein, who had recently been confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General. There was a mistake. McGahn said that previously scheduled meetings with Sessions and Rosenstein that day would be an opportunity to find out what they thought about firing Comey. At noon, Sessions, Rosenstein, and Hunt met with McGahn and White House counsel's office attorney, Upman Dillon, at the White House. McGahn said that the president had decided to fire Comey and asked for Sessions and Rosenstein's views. Sessions and Rosenstein criticized Comey and did not raise concerns about replacing him. McGahn and Dillon said the fact that neither Sessions nor Rosenstein objected to replacing Comey gave them peace of mind that the president's decision to fire Comey was not an attempt to obstruct justice. An Oval Office meeting was scheduled later that day so that Sessions and Rosenstein could discuss the issue with the president. At around 5 p.m., the president and several White House officials met with Sessions and Rosenstein to discuss Comey. The president told the group that he had watched Comey's May 3 testimony over the weekend and thought that something was quote-unquote not right with Comey. The president said that Comey should be removed and asked that Sessions and Rosenstein for their views. Hunt, who was in the room, recalled that Sessions responded that he had previously recommended that Comey be replaced. McGahn and Dillon said Rosenstein described his concerns about Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation. The president then distributed copies of the termination letter he had drafted with Mueller, and the discussion turned to the mechanics of how to fire Comey and whether the president's letter should be used. McGahn and Dillon urged the president to permit Comey to resign, but the president was adamant that he be fired. The group discussed the possibility that Rosenstein and Sessions could provide a recommendation in writing that Comey should be removed. The president agreed and told Rosenstein to draft a memorandum, but said he wanted to receive it first thing the next morning. Hunt's notes reflect that the president told Rosenstein to include in his recommendation the fact that Comey had refused to confirm that the president was not personally under investigation. According to notes taken by a senior DOJ official of Rosenstein's description of his meeting with the president said, "Put the Russia stuff in the memo." Rosenstein responded that the Russia investigation was not the basis of his recommendation, so he did not think Russia should be mentioned. The president told Rosenstein he would appreciate it if Rosenstein put it in his letter anyway. When Rosenstein left the meeting, he knew that Comey would be terminated, and he told DOJ colleagues that his own reasons for replacing Comey were, quote, not the president's reasons, close quote. On May 9, Hunt delivered to the White House a letter from Sessions recommending Comey's removal and a memorandum from Rosenstein addressed to the Attorney General titled, quote, Restoring Public Confidence in the FBI, close quote. McGahn recalled that the president liked the DOJ letters and agreed that they should provide the foundation for a new cover letter from the president accepting the recommendation to terminate Comey. Notes taken by Donaldson on May 9 reflected the view of the White House counsel's office that the president's original termination letter should, quote, not see the light of day, close quote, and that it would be better to, quote, offer, quote, no other rationales, close quote, for the firing than what was in the Rosenstein and Sessions memoranda. The president asked Mueller to draft a new termination letter and directed Mueller to say in the letter that Comey had informed the president 3 times that he was not under investigation. McGahn, Priebus, and Dillon objected to including that language, but the president insisted that it be included. McGahn, Priebus, and others perceived that language to be the most important part of the letter to the president. Dillon made a final pitch to the president that Comey should be permitted to resign, but the president refused. Now that is an interesting thought experiment. How things would have gone if Comey had been allowed to resign. The most important question is, what would he have done given that opportunity? I think he would have resigned and still leaked those fake memoranda to his friend, who then leaked them to the New York Times, and then still lobbied for a special prosecutor. I personally don't think it would have made any difference in the world, because Comey, as has been demonstrated, is a vindictive SOB. Your thoughts in the comments below after the video posts to YouTube. I'd be very interested in reading them. Around the time the president's letter was finalized, Priebus summoned Spicer and the press team to the Oval Office, where they were told that Comey had been terminated for the reasons stated in the letters by Rosenstein and Sessions. To announce Comey's termination, the White House released a statement which Priebus thought had been dictated by the president. In full, the statement read, "Today, President Donald J. Trump informed FBI Director James Comey that he has been terminated and removed from office. President Trump acted based on the clear recommendations of both Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein and Attorney General Jeff Sessions. That evening, Deputy Director Andrew McCabe was summoned to meet with the president at the White House. The president told McCabe that he had fired Comey because of the decisions Comey had made in the Clinton email investigation and for many other reasons. The president asked McCabe if he was aware that Comey had told the president 3 times that he was not under investigation. The president also asked McCabe whether many people in the FBI disliked Comey and whether McCabe was part of the quote-unquote resistance that had disagreed with Comey's decisions in the Clinton investigation. McCabe told the president that he knew Comey had told the president he was not under investigation, that most people in the FBI felt positively about Comey, and that McCabe worked quote-unquote very closely with Comey and was part of all of the decisions that had been made in the Clinton investigation. Well, there's your reason not to make him acting director. Later that evening, the president told his communications team he was unhappy with the press coverage of Comey's termination and ordered them to go out and defend him. The president also called Chris Christie and, according to Christie, said he was getting quote-unquote killed in the press over Comey's termination. The president asked what he should do. Christie asked, quote, "Did you fire Comey because of what Rod wrote in the memo?" unquote. And the president responded, "Yes." Christie said that the president should, quote, "get Rod out there," unquote, and have him defend the decision. The president told Christie that this was, quote unquote, a good idea, and said he was going to call Rosenstein right away. That night, the White House press office called the Department of Justice and said the White House wanted to put out a statement saying that it was Rosenstein's idea to fire Comey. Rosenstein told other DOJ officials that he would not participate in putting out a quote-unquote false story. The president then called Rosenstein directly and said he was watching Fox News, that the coverage had been great, and that he wanted Rosenstein to do a press conference. Rosenstein responded that this was not a good idea because if the press asked him, he would tell the truth that Comey's firing was not his idea. Sessions also informed the White House counsel's office that evening that Rosenstein was upset that his memorandum was being portrayed as the reason for Comey's termination. Wasn't that discussed in the meeting? That Rosenstein and Sessions' memoranda should be put out there as the reason for Comey's firing? I just read that. I could have sworn that's what it said. I mean, if I'm right, and that did come out in the meeting, and now Rosenstein is saying, well, hey, I don't want any part of this, then I think that goes to show again the lack of character in Rosenstein. Because remember, right after this happened, he joined the silent coup against Trump. And he denies it, but others say he did, including Jim Baker, whose testimony I just read Monday, said that he seriously offered to wear a wire into the White House and to try to trap the president into either a 25th Amendment trap or a obstruction of justice trap. That was his plan. And that Jim Baker, the chief legal counsel for the FBI, never said, hey, legally that's a really bad idea. He let it go, and then later on came to the conclusion that, with the others, that it just wasn't worth the effort. That's almost a direct quote. It wasn't worth the effort. What were they going to get out of it? So, there's your, again, if you believe those people versus Rod Rosenstein, then you got to wonder about Rosenstein's depth of character. I'm not saying one way or another who's right or who's wrong. I'm just saying if that comes to pass, that's a decision you have to make. To continue. In an unplanned press conference late in the evening of May 9, 2017, Spicer told reporters, quote, it was all Rosenstein, no one from the White House, it was a DOJ decision, close quote. That evening and the next morning, White House officials and spokespeople continued to maintain that the president's decision to terminate Comey was driven by the recommendation the president received from Rosenstein and Sessions. In the morning on May 10, 2017, President Trump met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak in the Oval Office. The media subsequently reported that during the May 10 meeting, the president brought up his decision the prior day to terminate Comey, telling Lavrov and Kislyak, "I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation." Close quote. And I have to agree with Picasso Knows. That was, in fact, a BS press conference. That was just not done properly. The president never denied making those statements, and the White House did not dispute the account, instead issuing a statement that said, "By grandstanding and politicizing the investigation into Russia's actions, James Comey created unnecessary pressure on our ability to engage and negotiate with Russia. The investigation would have always continued, and obviously the termination of Comey would not have ended it. Once again, the real story is that our national security has been undermined by the leaking of private and highly classified information." Hicks said that when she told the president about the reports on his meeting with Lavrov, he did not look concerned and said of Comey, quote, "He is crazy," unquote. When McGahn asked the president about his comments to Lavrov, the president said it was good that Comey was fired because that took the pressure off by making it clear that he was not under investigation so he could get more work done. And this goes to show how Trump's lack of political experience did not serve him well on occasion. That same morning, on May 10, 2017, the president called McCabe. According to a memorandum McCabe wrote following the call, the president asked McCabe to come over to the White House to discuss whether the president should visit FBI headquarters and make a speech to employees. The president said he had received, quote-unquote, hundreds of messages from FBI employees indicating their support for terminating Comey. The president also told McCabe that Comey should not have been permitted to travel back to Washington, D.C. on the FBI's airplane after he had been terminated, and that he did not want Comey, quote, in the building again, unquote, even to collect his belongings. When McCabe met with the president that afternoon, the president, without prompting, told McCabe that people in the FBI loved the president, estimated that at least 80% of the FBI had voted for him, and asked McCabe who he had voted for in the 2016 presidential election. Where did this reporting come from? Let's see here. According to a memorandum McCabe wrote following the call. Again, people are memorializing the phone calls and meetings with Trump, something they had never ever done before with any other president, any other official that I'm aware of for that matter. And there's no corroboration of those events whatsoever. But they're being presented as fact in this report. Again, that just goes to show you the bias in this document. In the afternoon of May 10, 2017, Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Sanders spoke to the president about his decision to fire Comey and then spoke to reporters in a televised press conference. Sanders told reporters that the president, the Department of Justice, and bipartisan members of Congress had lost confidence in Comey, quote, and most importantly, the rank and file of the FBI had lost confidence in their director. Accordingly, the president accepted the recommendation of his Deputy Attorney General to remove James Comey from his position, close quote. In response to questions from reporters, Sanders said that Rosenstein decided, quote, on his own, unquote, to review Comey's performance, and that Rosenstein decided, quote, on his own, unquote, to come to the president on Monday, May 8, to express his concerns about Comey. When a reporter indicated that the quote-unquote vast majority of FBI agents supported Comey, Sanders said, look, we've heard from countless members of the FBI that say very different things, unquote. Following the press conference, Sanders spoke to the president, who told her she did a good job and did not point out any inaccuracies in her comments. Sanders told this office that her reference to hearing from quote-unquote countless members of the FBI was a quote-unquote slip of the tongue. She also recalled that her statement in a separate press interview that rank-and-file FBI agents had lost confidence in Comey was a comment she made, quote, in the heat of the moment, unquote, that was not founded on anything. So a press secretary stretched the truth. Or, if you want to be really mean, lied to the press. Unprecedented. ATE. Also on May 10, 2017, Sessions and Rosenstein each spoke to McGahn and expressed concern that the White House was creating a narrative that Rosenstein had initiated the decision to fire Comey. The White House counsel's office agreed that it was factually wrong to say that the Department of Justice had initiated Comey's termination, and McGahn asked attorneys in the White House counsel's office to work with the press office to correct the narrative. The next day, on May 11, 2017, the president participated in an interview with Lester Holt. The president told the White House counsel's office attorneys in advance of the interview that the communications team could not get the story right, so he was going on Lester Holt to say what really happened. During the interview, the president stated that he had made the decision to fire Comey before the president met with Rosenstein and Sessions. The president told Holt, I was going to fire regardless of recommendation. Rosenstein made a recommendation, but regardless of recommendation, I was going to fire Comey, knowing there was no good time to do it. Close quote. The president continued, and in fact, when I decided to just do it, I said to myself, you know, this Russia thing with Trump and Russia is a made-up story. It's an excuse by the Democrats for having lost an election that they should have won, close quote. And completely and entirely accurate on both counts. In response to a question about whether he was angry with Comey about the Russia investigation, the president said, as far as I'm concerned, I want that thing to be absolutely done properly. The president added that he realized his termination of Comey probably maybe will confuse people, with the result that it, quote, might even lengthen out the investigation, but he, close quote, had to do the right thing for the American people, close quote, and Comey was, quote, the wrong man for the position, unquote. The president described Comey as a, quote unquote, showboat and, quote unquote, a grandstander, said that, quote, the FBI has been in turmoil, close quote, and said he wanted to, quote, have a really competent, capable director, close quote. The president affirmed that he expected the new FBI director to continue the Russia investigation. Okay, so right there, absolutely no indication of obstruction. Flat out said, I expect the new FBI director to continue the Russia investigation. No intent, no obstruction. On the evening of May 11, 2017, following the Lester Holt interview, the president tweeted, Russia must be laughing up their sleeves, watching as the U.S. tears itself apart over a Democrat excuse, all caps, for losing the election. The same day, the media reported that the president had demanded that Comey pledge his loyalty to the president in a private dinner shortly after being sworn in. Gee, I wonder who leaked that. Late in the morning of May 12, 2017, the president tweeted, again, the story that there was collusion between the Russians and Trump campaign was fabricated by Dems as an excuse for losing the election. The president also tweeted, James Comey better hope that there are no tapes of our conversations before he starts leaking to the press. And, quote, when James Clapper himself and virtually everyone else with knowledge of the witch hunt says there is no collusion, when does it end? Interesting that Clapper would be brought in as a white hat in that instance, knowing how incredibly destructive he's been since then. Analysis. In analyzing the president's decision to fire Comey, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. The act of firing Comey removed the individual overseeing the FBI's Russia investigation. The president knew that Comey was personally involved in the investigation based on Comey's briefing of the Gang of Eight, Comey's March 20, 2017 public testimony about the investigation, and the president's one-on-one conversation with Comey. Oh, now it gets really stupid. Firing Comey would qualify as an obstructive act if it had the natural and probable effect of interfering with or impeding the investigation. For example, if the termination would have the effect of delaying or disrupting the investigation, or providing the president with the opportunity to appoint a director who would take a different approach to the investigation than the president perceived as more protective of his personal interests. Relevant circumstances bearing on that issue include whether the president's actions had the potential to discourage a successor director or other law enforcement officials in their conduct of the Russia investigation. The president fired Comey abruptly without offering him an opportunity to resign, and banned him from the FBI building and criticized him publicly, calling him a showboat and claiming that the FBI was in turmoil under his leadership. All true. And the president followed the termination with public statements that were highly critical of the investigation. For example, 3 days after firing, the president referred to the investigation as a witch hunt and asked, where does it end? Those actions had the potential to affect a successor director's conduct of the investigation. Okay, potential. He did not appoint a director who then shut down the investigation, did he? Comey used his little bitch whiny moves to get Mueller appointed through Rosenstein, so the investigation became even more of a witch hunt than it had under the FBI's counterintelligence investigation. It's amazing how this thing went on and on and on when the FBI itself, after 7 months of investigation, including spies, yes, I use that word, spies, placed in the Trump campaign, came up with nothing. The only people in the Trump campaign who were arrested and charged, those had nothing to do with actual communications that would have been coordination of efforts to help the Trump campaign through Russian influence. None of them. The fact that this investigation went on as long as it did is a testament to the Democrats' intense and unending desire to have Trump thrown out of office by whatever means necessary. Mueller didn't come through, so now they're trying to use Congress as a way to push him out. Okay, I'm getting off my soapbox. The anticipated effect of removing the FBI director, however, would not necessarily be to prevent or impede the FBI from continuing its investigation. As a general matter, FBI investigations run under the operational direction of FBI personnel levels below the FBI director. Thank you. Bannon made a similar point when he told the president that he could fire the FBI director but could not fire the FBI. The White House issued a press statement the day after Comey was fired that said, quote, the investigation would have always continued, and obviously the termination of Comey would not have ended it, close quote. In addition, in his May 11 interview with Lester Holt, the president stated that he understood when he made the decision to fire Comey that the action might prolong the investigation. And the president chose McCabe to serve as interim director, even though McCabe told the president he had, quote, worked, quote, very closely, end quote, with Comey and was part of all the decisions made in the Clinton investigation. Assuming that that conversation happened. B. Nexus to a proceeding. The nexus element would be satisfied by evidence showing that a grand jury proceeding or criminal prosecution arising from an FBI investigation was objectively foreseeable and actually contemplated by the president when he terminated Comey. Several facts would be relevant to such a showing. Oh, this ought to be good. At the time the president fired Comey, a grand jury had not begun to hear evidence related to the Russia investigation, and no grand jury subpoenas had been issued. On March 20, 2017, however, Comey had announced that the FBI was investigating Russia's interference in the election, including, quote, an assessment of whether any crimes were committed, close quote. It was widely known that the FBI, as a part of the Russia investigation, was investigating the hacking of DNC computers, a clear criminal offense that had nothing to do with Trump. In addition, at the time the president fired Comey, evidence indicates the president knew that Flynn was still under criminal investigation and could potentially be prosecuted despite the president's February 14, 2017 request that Comey, quote, let Flynn go, unquote. Let's include the word hope you could see your way clear to let Flynn go, letting Flynn go. Hope that you said earlier showed that there was no actual forceful impetus to get Comey to get rid of Flynn's case. The only thing you had in there was that since Trump was Comey's superior, that Comey could infer that that was a direct order, even though it obviously wasn't. On March 5, 2017, the White House counsel's office was informed that the FBI was asking for transition period records relating to Flynn, indicating that the FBI was still actively investigating him. Yeah, but was Comey the active investigator? No. The same day, the president told advisors he wanted to call Dana Bente, then the acting attorney general for the Russia investigation, to find out whether the White House or the president was being investigated. On March 31, 2017, the president signaled his awareness that Flynn remained in legal jeopardy by tweeting that, quote, Mike Flynn should ask for immunity, close quote, before he agreed to provide testimony to the FBI or Congress. And in late March or early April, the president asked McFarland to pass a message to Flynn telling him that the president felt bad for him and that he should stay strong, further demonstrating the president's awareness of Flynn's criminal exposure. Or the fact that Flynn had just been fired from probably one of the most high-profile jobs in the world, and that might be a little down by the fact that the FBI came after him in the White House, and that his life might be going, in a very rough direction right then. That didn't have to do with necessarily a criminal investigation of Flynn. It could have just been a general morale booster. But this is, I'm sure, Weissman, so he's got to take everything from the exact attack angle that he has decided he would use. Intent. Substantial evidence indicates that the catalyst for the president's decision to fire Comey was Comey's unwillingness to publicly state that the president was not personally under investigation, despite the president's repeated requests that Comey make such an announcement. In the week leading up to Comey's May 3, 2017 Senate Judiciary Committee testimony, the president told McGahn that it would be the last straw if Comey did not set the record straight and publicly announce that the president was not under investigation. But during his May 3 testimony, Comey refused to answer questions about whether the president was being investigated. Comey's refusal angered the president, who criticized Sessions for leaving him isolated and exposed, saying, "You left me on an island." 2 days later, the president told advisors that he had decided to fire Comey and dictated a letter to Stephen Mueller that began with a reference to the fact that the president was not being investigated. Quote, "While I greatly appreciate you informing me that I am not under investigation concerning what I have often stated is a fabricated what I have often stated is a fabricated story on a Trump-Russia relationship," end quote. The president later asked Rosenstein to include Russia in his memorandum and to say that Comey had told the president that he was not under investigation. And the president's final termination letter included a sentence at the president's insistence and against McGahn's advice, stating that Comey had told the president on 3 separate occasions that he was not under investigation. The president's other stated rationales for why he fired Comey are not similarly supported by the evidence. The termination letter the president and Stephen Miller prepared in Bedminster cited Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation, excuse me, and the president told McCabe he fired Comey for that reason. But the facts surrounding Comey's handling of the Clinton email investigation were well known to the president at the time he assumed office, and the president made it clear to both Comey and the president's senior staff in early 2017 that he wanted Comey to stay on as director. And Rosenstein articulated his criticism of Comey's handling of the Clinton investigation after the president had already decided to fire Comey. The president's draft termination letter also stated that morale in the FBI was at an all-time low, and Sanders told the press after Comey's termination that the White House had heard from, quote-unquote, countless FBI agents who had lost confidence in Comey, but the evidence does not support those claims. You care to show me any citations there, Weissman? The president told Comey at their January 27 dinner that, quote, "The people of the FBI really like him," end quote. No evidence suggests that the president heard otherwise before deciding to terminate Comey, and Sanders acknowledged to investigators that her comments were not founded on anything. Fair point. We also considered why it was important to the president that Comey announced publicly that he was not under investigation. Some evidence indicates that the president believed that the erroneous perception he was under investigation harmed his ability to manage domestic and foreign affairs, particularly in his dealings with Russia. The president told Comey that the quote-unquote cloud of this Russia business, quote-unquote, was making it difficult to run the country. The president told Sessions and McGahn that foreign leaders had expressed sympathy for him for being under investigation, and that the perception he was under investigation was hurting his ability to address foreign relations issues. The president complained to Rogers that, quote, the thing with the Russians was messing up, quote unquote, his ability to get things done with Russia, and told Coates, quote, "I can't do anything with Russia. There's things I'd like to do with Russia, with trade, with ISIS. They're all over me with this," close quote. The president also may have viewed Comey as insubordinate for his failure to make clear in the May 3 testimony that the president was not under investigation. Yeah, you think? Other evidence, however, indicates the president wanted to protect himself from an investigation into his campaign. Bull, you know what? Bull hockey, bull crap, bull blow. The day after learning about the FBI's interview with Flynn, the president had a one-on-one dinner with Comey against the advice of senior aides and told Comey he needed Comey's loyalty. Again, prove it. When the president later asked Comey for a second time to make public that he was not under investigation, he brought up loyalty again, saying, quote, "Because I have been very loyal to you, very loyal, and we had that thing, you know," close quote. And again, prove it. After the president learned of Sessions' recusal from the Russia investigation, the president was furious and said he wanted an attorney general who would protect him the way he perceived Robert Kennedy and Eric Holder to have protected their presidents. The president also said he wanted to be able to tell his attorney general who to investigate. Just like Obama. Oh, wait, that didn't happen because there were no scandals in the Obama administration. We have to remember, everything happens ATE, after Trump election. There's no history before that. In addition, the president had a motive to put the FBI's Russia investigation behind him. The evidence does not establish that the termination of Comey was designed to cover up a conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia. As described in Volume 1, the evidence uncovered in the investigation did not establish that the president or those close to him were involved in the charged Russia computer hacking or active measures conspiracies, or that the president otherwise had an unlawful relationship with any Russian official. If I may, it was not that it did not establish that the president or those close to him were not involved in Russian conspiracies. It was that any American was knowingly involved in any of those conspiracies. Not just Trump and his campaign people. So let's be a little more clear there, Weissman. But the evidence does indicate, that a thorough FBI investigation would uncover facts about the campaign and the president personally that the president could have understood to be crimes, or that would give rise to personal and political concerns. Which I guess is why Trump told Comey, if there are Russia ties to my campaign, I want you to find them. I can see how that would work with that. Jeez. Although the president publicly stated during and after the election that he had no connection to Russia, the Trump Organization, through Michael Cohen, was pursuing the proposed Trump Tower project through June 2016, and candidate Trump was repeatedly briefed on the progress of those efforts. I've already covered that lie in detail. In addition, some witnesses said that Trump was aware that, redacted, at a time when public reports stated that Russian intelligence officials were behind the hacks, and that Trump privately sought information about future WikiLeaks releases. More broadly, multiple witnesses described the president's preoccupation with press coverage of the Russia investigation and his persistent concern that it raised questions about the legitimacy of his election. Preoccupation? How about rightful indignation? It was all bull. Every word of it was bull. Every bombshell, every turning point, the walls are closing in, was complete and utter falsehood, or falsehoods. It's pathetic. This whole report is pathetic. I don't care if it found Trump not guilty and the campaign not guilty. I don't care. It's designed to make them look as bad as possible. There's nothing fair about this at all. Finally, the president and White House aides initially advanced a pretextual reason to the press and the public for Comey's termination, not against the law. In the immediate aftermath of the firing, the president dictated a press statement suggesting that he had acted based on the DOJ recommendations, and White House press officials repeated that story. But the president had decided to fire Comey before the White House solicited those recommendations. Although the president ultimately acknowledged that he was going to fire Comey regardless of the Department of Justice's recommendations, he did so only after DOJ officials made clear to him that they would resist the White House's suggestion that they had prompted the process that led to Comey's termination. So Trump only does the right thing when he's backed into the corner. Is that it, Weissman? The initial reliance on pretextual justification could support an inference, an emanations from a penumbra, that the president had concerns about providing the real reason for the firing, although the evidence does not resolve whether those concerns were personal, political, or both. So why'd you bring it up? E. The president's efforts to remove the special counsel. Oh, this'll be rich. And again, if they had wrapped up the Trump investigation, the Russia investigation, that was wrong. If they had wrapped up the Russia investigation when they knew there was no collusion, coordination between them and Russia, between anyone in the U.S. and Russia, knowingly with Russian officials, then this part wouldn't even be in there. Because this happened last year when he was talking to people. So that if I'm wrong on that date, I'll find out soon enough. But as far as I remember, when he was talking to McGahn and the other people about firing Mueller, it was last year, last spring, last summer, somewhere in there. And the investigation should have been stopped well before that. And again, if I'm wrong about the date, we'll find out soon enough. E. The President's efforts to remove the special counsel. Overview. The acting Attorney General appointed a special counsel on May 17, 2017, prompting the President to state that it was the end of his presidency and that the Attorney General Sessions had failed to protect him and should resign. Sessions submitted his resignation, which the President ultimately did not accept. And that was pretty smart. The President told senior advisors that the special counsel had conflicts of interest, but they responded that those claims were quote-unquote ridiculous and posed no obstacle to the special counsel's service. Department of Justice ethics officials similarly cleared the special counsel's service. Yeah, we know how completely reliable the DOJ is. On June 14, 2017, the press reported that the President was being personally investigated for obstruction of justice, and the President responded with a series of tweets criticizing the special counsel's investigation. That weekend, the President called McGahn and directed him to have the special counsel removed because of asserted conflicts of interest. McGahn did not carry out the instruction for fear of being seen as triggering another Saturday night massacre, which we discussed earlier, and instead prepared to resign. McGahn ultimately did not quit, and the President did not follow up with McGahn on his request to have the special counsel removed. So, end of story there, right? Wrong. And when was this again? June 14, 2017. Okay, so that wasn't last year, it was the year before. But still, that means the investigation had gone on, including Crossfire Hurricane, for about a year, and they had nothing, absolutely nothing. So why was it still running? Because they still hadn't sentenced Manafort yet, that's why. They wanted their crown jewel to be hung out there. Evidence. 1. The appointment of the special counsel and the President's reaction. Oh my God, his reaction was bad. Heaven forbid. On May 17, 2017, Acting Attorney General Rod Rosenstein appointed Robert S. Mueller III as special counsel and authorized him to conduct the Russia investigation and matters that arose from the investigation. The President learned of the special counsel's appointment from Sessions, who was with the President, Hunt, and McGahn conducting interviews for a new FBI director. Sessions stepped out of the Oval Office to take a call from Rosenstein, who told him about the special counsel appointment, and Sessions then returned to inform the President of the news. According to notes written by Hunt, when Sessions told the President that a special counsel had been appointed, the President slumped back in his chair and said, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency." Excuse me, I'm directly quoting here. "I'm fucked." The President became angry and lambasted the Attorney General for his decision to recuse from the investigation, stating, "How could you let this happen, Jeff?" The President said the position of Attorney General was his most important appointment and that Sessions had, quote-unquote, let him down, contrasting him to Eric Holder and Robert Kennedy. I wish he would stop doing that. I really do. Sessions recalled that the President said to him, quote, "You were supposed to protect me," unquote, or words to that effect. The President returned to the consequences of the appointment and said, quote, "Everyone tells me if you get one of these independent counsels, it ruins your presidency. It takes years and years, and I won't be able to do anything. This is the worst thing that ever happened to me," close quote. Now, considering that Trump at one time had been over $1 billion in debt, I'd say this is a hell of a statement to make. And I couldn't disagree with him if I was in his position. I would consider everything to be well over and done. Or as one of my favorite characters in film history says in the great movie Aliens, "Game over, man! Game over!" Sorry, a little levity there. The president then told Sessions he should resign as Attorney General. Sessions agreed to submit his resignation and left the Oval Office. Hicks saw the president shortly after Sessions departed and described the president as being extremely upset by the special counsel's appointment. Hicks said that she had only seen the president like that one other time when the Access Hollywood tape came out during the campaign. And there's another, gee, how did that happen moment against Trump. Funny how his old network released that. The next day, May 18, 2017, FBI agents delivered to McGahn a preservation notice that discussed an investigation related to Comey's termination and directed the White House to preserve all relevant documents. When he received the letter, McGahn issued a document hold to the White House staff and instructed them not to send out any burn bags over the weekend while he sorted things out. Also on May 18, Sessions finalized a resignation letter that stated, quote, "Pursuant to our conversation of yesterday and at your request, I hereby offer my resignation," close quote. Sessions, accompanied by Hunt, brought the letter to the White House and handed it to the president. The president put the resignation letter in his pocket and asked Sessions several times whether he wanted to continue serving as Attorney General. Sessions ultimately told the president he wanted to stay, but it was up to the president. The president said he wanted Sessions to stay. At the conclusion of the meeting, the president shook Sessions' hand, but did not return the resignation letter. Well, that is something you want to have in your pocket just in case. When Priebus and Bannon learned that the president was holding on to Sessions' resignation letter, they became concerned that it could be used to influence the Department of Justice. Fair point. Priebus told Sessions it was not good for the president to have the letter because it would function as a kind of shock collar that the president could use anytime he wanted. Priebus said the president had, quote, DOJ by the throat, close quote. Priebus and Bannon told Sessions they would attempt to get the letter back from the president with the notation that he was not accepting Sessions' resignation. On May 19, 2017, the president left for a trip to the Middle East. Hicks recalled that on the president's flight from Saudi Arabia to Tel Aviv, the president pulled Sessions' resignation letter from his pocket, showed it to a group of senior advisors, and asked them what he should do about it. During the trip, Priebus asked about the resignation letter so he could return it to Sessions, but the president told him that the letter was back at the White House, somewhere in the residence. It was not until May 30, 3 days after the president returned from the trip, that the president returned the letter to Sessions with a notation saying, "Not accepted." So he followed his counsel's advice and did the right thing. The president asserts that the special counsel has conflicts of interest. He does. He did. In the days following the special counsel's appointment, the president repeatedly told advisors, including Priebus, Bannon, and McGahn, that special counsel Mueller had conflicts of interest. The president cited as conflicts that Mueller had interviewed for the FBI director position shortly before being appointed as special counsel, that he had worked for a law firm that represented people affiliated with the president, and that Mueller had disputed certain fees relating to his membership in a Trump golf course in Northern Virginia. The president's advisors pushed back on his assertion of conflicts, telling the president they did not count as true conflicts. Well, how about the fact that he hated Trump? Does that count? Bannon recalled telling the president that the purported conflicts were, quote-unquote, ridiculous, and that none of them was real or could come close to justifying precluding Mueller from serving as special counsel. Well, I have to agree with that. Those are extremely weak, if they matter at all. But again, Mueller really had it in for Trump, and that didn't seem to come up. As for Mueller's interview for FBI director, Bannon recalled that the White House had invited Mueller to speak to the president to offer a perspective on the institution of the FBI. Bannon said that, although the White House thought about beseeching Mueller to become director again, he did not come in looking for the job. Bannon also told the president that the law firm position did not amount to a conflict in the legal community. And Bannon told the president that the golf course dispute did not rise to the level of a conflict, claiming one was ridiculous and petty. The president did not respond when Bannon pushed back on the stated conflicts of interest. And Bannon's not right about a lot of things, but he was definitely right about those. On May 23, 2017, the Department of Justice announced that ethics officials had determined that special counsel's prior law firm position did not bar his service, generating media reports that Mueller had been cleared to serve. McGahn recalled around that same time the president complained about the asserted conflicts and prodded McGahn to reach out to Rosenstein about the issue. McGahn said he responded that he could not make such a call and that the president should instead consult his personal lawyer because it was not a White House issue. Contemporaneous notes of a May 23, 2017 conversation between McGahn and the president reflect that McGahn told the president that he would not call Rosenstein and that he would suggest that the president not make such a call either. McGahn advised that the president could discuss the issue with his personal attorney, but it would, quote, look like still trying to meddle in the investigation, unquote, and, quote, knocking out Mueller, unquote, would be, quote, another fact used to claim obstruction of justice, end quote. McGahn told the president that his biggest exposure, quote unquote, was not his act of firing Comey, but his other contacts, quote unquote, and quote unquote calls. God, I wish they would just quote these in one long string as opposed to all this bits and pieces. It must drive you guys crazy to hear me say that over and over again. I'm sorry, but there it is. I have to do it. Let me start the sentence over again because I just ruined it. McGahn told the president that his quote-unquote biggest exposure was not his act of firing Comey, but his quote-unquote other contacts and quote-unquote calls and his quote-unquote ask Ari Flynn. By the time McGahn provided this advice to the president, there had been widespread reporting on the president's request for Comey's loyalty, which the president publicly denied. His request that Comey quote-unquote let Flynn go, which the president also denied, and the president's statement to the Russian foreign minister that the termination of Comey had had relieved quote-unquote great pressure related to Russia, which the president did not deny. Okay, so first part, Comey leaking of confidential information through an intermediary to the papers. Second one, same thing. Third one, someone on the White House staff spying on a meeting or being in a meeting and then immediately reporting it to the press. One of those infamous White House leaks. So none of these should be in the public record. The first two are obvious falsehoods, and the third one, was a private conversation with Russian diplomats. Now, the White House did not deny what took place in that meeting, and it was a mischaracterization of Trump to say that a great pressure had been taken off him, because obviously it had not. It made things worse. But it was a conversation that should not have been leaked. On June 8, 2017, Comey testified before Congress about his interactions with the president before his termination, including the request for loyalty, the request that Comey, quote-unquote, let Flynn go. Again, no hope involved in that quote whatsoever. They're continuously trying to paint Trump in the worst light possible. And the request that Comey, quote-unquote, lift the cloud over the presidency caused by the ongoing investigation. Comey's testimony led to a series of news reports about whether the president had obstructed justice, which were all breathless, credulous, and stupid. On June 9, 2017, the special counsel's office informed the White House counsel's office that investigators intended to interview intelligence community officials who had allegedly been asked by the president to push back against the Russia investigation. On Monday, June 12, 2017, Christopher Ruddy, the chief executive of Newsmax Media and a longtime friend of the president's, met at the White House with Priebus and Bannon. Ruddy recalled that they told him the president was strongly considering firing the special counsel and that he would do so precipitously without vetting the decision through administration officials. Ruddy asked Priebus if Ruddy could talk publicly about the discussion they had about the special counsel, and Priebus said he could. Why in the hell would you do that? Why would you ask if you could talk about it, and why would you say he could? Did I not read this right? Strongly considering firing the special counsel, and that he would do so precipitously. That's insane that you would let him talk about that. Later that day, Ruddy stated in a televised interview, well, that was fast, that the president was, quote, considering perhaps terminating the special counsel, unquote, based on purported conflicts of interest. Ruddy later told another news outlet that, quote, Trump is definitely considering, unquote, terminating the special counsel, and, quote, it's not something that's being dismissed, close quote. Ruddy's comments led to extensive coverage in the media that the president was considering firing the special counsel. Way to let things leak, guys. Brilliant. Well, this next statement is an understatement. White House officials were unhappy with that press coverage, and Ruddy heard from friends that the president was upset with him. On June 13, 2017, Sanders asked the president for guidance on how to respond to press inquiries about the possible firing of the special counsel. The president dictated an answer which Sanders delivered, saying, quote, while the president has every right, quote unquote, to fire the special counsel, quote, he has no intention to do so, close quote. Also on June 13, 2017, the president's personal counsel contacted the special counsel's office and raised concerns about possible conflicts. The president's counsel cited Mueller's previous partnership in his law firm, his interview for the FBI director position, and an asserted personal relationship he had with Comey. Now that's a little stronger, the relationship with Comey. That same day, Rosenstein had testified publicly before Congress and said he saw no evidence of good cause to terminate the special counsel, including for conflicts of interest. 2 days later, on June 15, 2017, the special counsel's office informed the acting attorney general's office about the areas of concern raised by the president's counsel and told the president's counsel that their concerns had been communicated to Rosenstein so that the Department of Justice could take any appropriate action. 3. The press reports that the president is being investigated for obstruction of justice, and the president directs the White House counsel to have the special counsel removed. On the evening of June 14, 2017, the Washington Post published an article stating that the special counsel was investigating whether the president had attempted to obstruct justice. This was the first public report that the president himself was under investigation by the special counsel's office, and cable news networks quickly picked up on the report. Go figure. The Post story stated that the special counsel was interviewing intelligence community leaders, including Coates and Rogers, about what the president had asked them to do in response to Comey's March 20, 2017 testimony, that the inquiry into obstruction marked a, quote, major turning point, unquote, in the investigation, well, I already covered that, and that while, quote, Trump had received private assurances from then FBI Director James Comey, starting in January, that he was not personally under investigation, close quote, officials say that changed shortly after Comey's firing, close quote. That evening, at approximately 10:31 p.m., the president called McGahn on McGahn's personal cell phone, and they spoke for about 15 minutes. McGahn did not have a clear memory of the call, but thought they might have discussed the stories reporting that the president was under investigation. Beginning early the next day, June 15, 2017, the president issued a series of tweets acknowledging the existence of the obstruction investigation and criticizing it. He wrote, They made up a phony collusion with the Russians story, found zero proof, so now they go for obstruction of justice on the phony story. Nice. And, quote, you are witnessing the single greatest witch hunt, all caps, in American political history, led by some very bad and conflicted people, exclamation point, close quote. And, quote, Crooked H destroyed phones with hammer, bleached, quote unquote, emails, and had husband meet with AG days before she was cleared, and they talk about obstruction? Close quote. The next day, June 16, 2017, the president wrote additional tweets criticizing the investigation. Quote, after 7 months of investigations and committee hearings about my, quote, collusion with the Russians, unquote, nobody has been able to show any proof. Sad, exclamation point, close quote. And, quote, I am being investigated for firing the FBI director by the man who told me to fire the FBI director. Exclamation point. Witch hunt, close quote. On Saturday, June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn and directed him to have the special counsel removed. McGahn was at home and the president was at Camp David. Excuse me. In interviews with this office, McGahn recalled that the president called him at home twice and on both occasions directed him to call Rosenstein and say that Mueller had conflicts that precluded him from serving as special counsel. On the first call, McGahn recalled that the president said something like, quote, you gotta do this, you gotta call Rod, unquote. McGahn said he told the president that he would see what he could do. McGahn was perturbed by the call and did not intend to act on the request. He and other advisors believed the asserted conflicts were, quote-unquote, silly and, quote-unquote, not real, and they had previously communicated that view to the president. McGahn also had made clear to the president that the White House counsel's office should not be involved in any effort to press the issue of conflicts. McGahn was concerned about having any role in asking the acting attorney general to fire the special counsel because he had grown up in the Reagan era and wanted to be more like Judge Robert Bork and not Saturday Night Massacre Bork. McGahn considered the president's request to be an inflection point, and he wanted to hit the brakes. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but after Nixon fired his attorney general and then fired the deputy attorney general because they wouldn't fire Archibald Cox, the prosecutor, Trump was able to tap Robert Bork as the new attorney general, and Bork fired Cox. That was a stain on his record, to be sure. But Bork more than made up for that with his jurisprudence after that event. Bork was an excellent judge and by every right should have been a Supreme Court nominee. Teddy Kennedy committed pure character assassination to kill Bork's nomination to the Supreme Court. The Lion of the Senate acted like a complete bitch. Did I say Trump? Or I meant Nixon. I apologize. Yes, Nixon hired Bork after firing his attorney general and his assistant attorney general because they wouldn't fire Archibald Cox. And then Nixon appointed Bork. I apologize for getting that wrong. Thank you, Picasso Nose, once again for keeping me on the straight and narrow. McGahn considered the president's request to be an inflection point, and he wanted to hit the brakes. When the president called McGahn a second time to follow up on the order to call the Department of Justice, McGahn recalled that the president was more direct, saying something like, call Rod, tell Rod that Mueller has conflicts and can't be the special counsel. McGahn recalled the president telling him, Mueller has got to go, and call me back when you do it. McGahn understood the president to be saying that the special counsel had to be removed by Rosenstein. To end the conversation with the president, McGahn left the president with the impression that McGahn would call Rosenstein. McGahn recalled that he had already said no to the president's request and was worn down. He just wanted to get off the phone. I think you should have just kept pushing back, McGahn. That's your job, to give counsel. You could have told him, it's not my position to do that. You got to call somebody else. Trump obviously trusted McGahn and, wanted him to perform certain jobs for him that were outside of his purview. So it would have been more than appropriate for McGahn to just keep saying, "That's not my job, Mr. President. You've got to talk to the DOJ about that. You've got to talk to Rosenstein directly about that. That's not my job." I know Trump is a forceful person, not personally, but in news reports and what I've seen of him on TV. So I can understand how you would feel that he had beaten you down, but still you have a job to do. Um, and leading the president on is not one of those jobs. McGahn recalled feeling trapped because he did not plan to follow the president's directive, but did not know what he would say the next time the president called. McGahn decided he had to resign. He called his personal lawyer and then called his chief of staff, Annie Donaldson, to inform her of his decision. I can't say I blame him, actually. He then drove to the office to pack his belongings and submit his resignation letter. Donaldson recalled that McGahn told her the president had called and demanded he contact the Department of Justice and that the president wanted him to do something that McGahn did not want to do. McGahn told Donaldson that the president had called at least twice and in one of the calls asked, "Have you done it?" McGahn did not tell Donaldson the specifics of the president's request because he was consciously trying not to involve her in the investigation, but Donaldson inferred that the president's directive was related to the Russia investigation. Donaldson prepared to resign along with McGahn. Donaldson. That evening, McGahn called both Priebus and Bannon and told them that he intended to resign. McGahn recalled that, after speaking with his attorney and given the nature of the president's request, he decided not to share details of the president's request with other White House staff. Priebus recalled that McGahn said that the president had asked him to, quote, "do crazy shit," unquote, pardon my language, but he thought McGahn did not tell him the specifics of the president's request because McGahn was trying to protect Priebus from what he did not need to know. Priebus and Bannon both urged McGahn not to quit, and McGahn ultimately returned to work that Monday and remained in his position. And I'm very glad he did so. I know he was acting under duress on multiple occasions, but I think he was an excellent attorney to the White House, and they were lucky to have him. He had not told the president directly that he planned to resign, and when they next saw each other, the president did not ask McGahn whether he would follow through with calling Rosenstein. Around the same time, Chris Christie received a telephone call with the president in which the president asked what Christie thought about the president firing the special counsel. Christie advised against doing so because there was no substantive basis for the president to fire the special counsel, and because the president would lose support from Republicans in Congress if he did so. That was very true. In analyzing the president's direction to McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. As with the president's firing of Comey, the attempt to remove the special counsel would qualify as an obstructive act if it would naturally obstruct the investigation and any grand jury proceedings that might flow from the inquiry. Even if the removal of the lead prosecutor would not prevent the investigation from continuing under a new appointee, a fact finder would need to consider whether the act had the potential to delay further action in the investigation, chill the actions of any replacement special counsel, or otherwise impede the investigation. I wonder if those are actual parts of the statute analysis. Potential to delay further action, especially chill the actions of any replacement special counsel, or otherwise impede the investigation. Chill the actions of any replacement special counsel. I've never heard that brought up before in any of the discussion about both this report and the attempted firing of Mueller in general. I believe that also was brought up with the Comey firing. So I wonder, because Weissman is known for putting, let's just say, non-legal arguments into his analysis of crimes. So, who knows? Maybe. A threshold question is whether the president, in fact, directed McGahn to have special counsel removed. Even if he did, it didn't happen, so shut up about it. After news organizations reported that in June 2017, the president had ordered McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president publicly disputed these accounts. Disputed these accounts and privately told McGahn that he had simply wanted McGahn to bring conflicts of interest to the Department of Justice's attention. Some of the president's specific language that McGahn recalled from the calls is consistent with that explanation. Substantial evidence, however, supports the conclusion that the president went further and, in fact, directed McGahn to call Rosenstein to have the special counsel removed. Again, so what? It didn't happen. Intent is not enough. There has to be an actual act. And Trump did not follow up on it, so he ultimately let it go. First, McGahn's clear recollection was that the president directed him to tell Rosenstein not only that conflicts existed, but also that, quote, Mueller has to go, unquote. McGahn is a credible witness with no motive to lie or exaggerate given the position he held in the White House. I'll give you that. McGahn spoke with the president twice and understood the directive the same way both times, making it unlikely that he misheard or misinterpreted the president's request. In response to that request, McGahn decided to quit because he did not want to participate in events that he described as akin to the Saturday Night Massacre. He called his lawyer, drove to the White House, packed up his office, and prepared to submit a resignation letter with his chief of staff, told Priebus that the president had asked him to do, and here's that word again, do crazy shit, unquote, and informed Priebus and Bannon that he was leaving. Those acts would be a highly unusual reaction to a request to convey information to the Department of Justice. Second, in the days before the calls to McGahn, the president, through his counsel, had already brought the asserted conflicts to the attention of the Department of Justice. Accordingly, the president had no reason to have McGahn call Rosenstein that weekend to raise conflict issues that had already been raised. Third, the president's sense of urgency and repeated calls to McGahn to take immediate actions on a weekend. Quote, you got to do this. You got to call Rod, unquote. Support McGahn's recollection that the president went to the Department of Justice to take action to remove the special counsel. Had the president instead sought to only have the Department of Justice re-examine asserted conflicts to evaluate whether they posed an ethical bar, it would have been unnecessary to set the process in motion on a Saturday and to make repeated calls to McGahn. What does this have to do with anything? Finally, the president had discussed knocking out Mueller, quote unquote, and raised conflicts of interest in a May 23, 2017 call with McGahn, reflecting that the president connected the conflicts to a plan to remove the special counsel. And in the days leading up to June 17, 2017, the president made clear to Priebus and Bannon, who then told Ruddy, that the president was considering terminating the special counsel. Also during this time period, the president reached out to Christie to get his thoughts on firing the special counsel. This evidence shows that the president was not just seeking an examination of whether conflicts existed, but instead was looking to use asserted conflicts as a way to terminate the special counsel. Well, real quickly, he didn't need any reason to remove the special counsel. The special counsel was an inferior actor in the Justice Department. He was below the president. He was not on par with the president. He wasn't even confirmed by He wasn't confirmed by Congress. He was appointed by the deputy acting attorney general, Rod Rosenstein. So, he wasn't acting attorney general. He was the deputy attorney general who was in charge of the investigation after Comey was fired. So he had every right to fire him because that's what the Constitution says. It's not up to you to say, Well, he wanted to do this. He said he was going to do this. He told people to do this. That's not enough. He had every legal right to fire Mueller. So stop whining. B. Nexus to an official proceeding. To satisfy the proceeding requirement, it would be necessary to establish a nexus between the President's act of seeking to terminate the special counsel and a pending or foreseeable grand jury proceeding. Substantial evidence indicates that by June 17, 2017, the President knew his conduct was under investigation by a federal prosecutor who could present any evidence of federal crimes to a grand jury. And the President also knew that he had not committed any crimes. On May 23, 2017, McGahn explicitly warned the President that his quote-unquote biggest exposure was not his act of firing Comey, but his, quote, other contacts, unquote, and quote-unquote calls, and his, quote-unquote, ask R.E. Flynn, unquote. By early June, it was widely reported in the media that federal prosecutors had issued grand jury subpoenas in the Flynn inquiry and that the special counsel had taken over the Flynn investigation. Yeah, the Mueller team never leaked. They were completely tight-lipped, a submarine submerged below water, not leaving any trace of where they were at, just gliding along, not even leaving a hole in the water. Does this show you otherwise? I think it does. Over and over again, leaks came out. And bombshell report, turning point, walls closing in, the end of the presidency. Get ready to pack up and leave, Trump. Over and over again. False reports by the media, directed in part by leaks from the special counsel. I don't think there's any evidence otherwise. On June 9, 2017, the special counsel's office informed the White House that investigators would be interviewing intelligence agency officials who allegedly had been asked by the president to push back against the Russia investigation. Again, where did that leak come from? On June 14, 2017, news outlets began reporting that the president was himself being investigated for obstruction of justice. Based on widespread reporting. We all know that you were the source of this, Weissman. Based on widespread reporting, the president knew that such an investigation could include his request for Comey's loyalty. Didn't happen. His request that Comey let Flynn go didn't happen. His outreach to Coates and Rogers, and his termination of Comey, and statements to the Russian foreign minister that the termination had relieved, quote-unquote, great pressure related to Russia, a comment based on instinct but not fact. And on June 16, 2017, the day before he directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president publicly acknowledged that his conduct was under investigation by a federal prosecutor, tweeting, quote, I am being investigated for firing the FBI director by the man who told me to fire the FBI director, exclamation point, unquote. True. Absolutely true. C. Intent. Substantial evidence indicates that the president's attempts to remove the special counsel were linked to the special counsel's oversight of investigations that involved the president's conduct, and most immediately to reports that the president was being investigated for potential obstruction of justice. Oh, so the president bringing up over and over again that Comey had conflicts and that he wanted him removed because of those conflicts. That didn't happen, I guess. Suddenly you're able to just say that, well, this stuff, from this we can infer that this is what the president meant. Once again, reading his mind. Before the president terminated Comey, the president considered it critically important. Mueller. Who did I say this time? Because if I said Weissman, I meant it. Got to be a little more specific in some of these chats there, Picasso knows, because there's a delay So if I've already gone past that point, I'm going to need a little more to hang my hat on, no pun intended. But thank you for keeping track of me nonetheless. It's not that I don't appreciate what you're doing. I'm just saying that if I'm going to get it right, sometimes I'm going to need a little more help. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Lost my place here. Intent. Substantial evidence indicates that the president's attempts to remove the special counsel. Oh, I already read that part. Okay. Before the president terminated Comey, the president considered it critically important that he was not under investigation and that the public not erroneously think he was being investigated. As described in yada yada yada, advisors perceived the president, while he was drafting the Comey termination letter, to be concerned more than anything else about getting out that he was not personally under investigation. When the president learned of the appointment of the special counsel on May 17, 2017, he expressed further concern about the investigation, saying, quote, "This is the end of my presidency," unquote. The president also faulted Sessions for recusing, saying, quote, "You were supposed to protect me," unquote. On June 14, 2017, when the Washington Post reported that the special counsel was investigating the president for obstruction of justice, and again, who leaked that? The president was facing what he had wanted to avoid, a criminal investigation into his own conduct that was the subject of widespread media attention. Since he had every legal right to fire Comey, and that there never should have been an investigation into obstruction of justice, I'd say he was justified in doing it. It was you people. What do you mean, you people? It was movie reference. I can't remember the name of it all of a sudden. Pineapple Express, something like that. Anyway, yeah, it was your fault that there was a bogus investigation launched in the first place. So don't blame Trump for it. The evidence indicates that news of the obstruction investigation prompted the president. Tropic Thunder. Yeah, there was a movie called Pineapple Express, I think. But no, Tropic Thunder is the one that I was referring to. Thank you, Picasso Knows. Once again, my executive producer, everyone. Give her a bow. Or give her a hand. The evidence indicates that news of the obstruction investigation prompted the president to call McGahn and to seek to have the special counsel removed. By mid-June, the Department of Justice had already cleared the special counsel service, and the president's advisors had told him that the claimed conflicts of interest were, quote-unquote, silly and did not provide a basis to remove the special counsel. On June 13, 2017, the acting attorney general testified before Congress that no good cause for removing the special counsel existed, and the president dictated a press statement to Sanders saying he had no intention of firing the special counsel. But the next day, the media reported that the president was under investigation for obstruction of justice, and the special counsel was interviewing witnesses about events related to possible obstruction, spurring the president to write critical tweets about the special counsel's investigation. The president called McGahn at home that night and then called him Saturday from Camp David. The evidence accordingly indicates that news that an obstruction investigation had been opened is what led the president to call McGahn to have the special counsel terminated. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm rearranging my mug here, my tumbler, so that you can see when I drink that it is a Leftist Tears tumbler from the Daily Wire. I'm a subscriber. You should be too. Subscribe for a year, and you get one of these. Hot or cold, they work great. I'd say it works as well as my Yeti, and it even has a rubberized bottom so it doesn't slip like Yetis can do. So, Leftist Tears, everyone. Had the ad for Levin the other day, for Crowder, and now for Ben Shapiro, Andrew Klavan, Michael Knowles, and Matt Walsh, and the other great people at the Daily Wire. Check into it. Let's see. But the next day, the media reported that the president was under critical investigation for obstruction of justice, and the special counsel was interviewing witnesses about events related to possible obstruction, spurring the president to write critical tweets about the special counsel's investigation. Freedom of speech, my friend, First Amendment, applies to the president too. The president called McGahn at home that night and then called him on Saturday from Camp David. The evidence accordingly indicates that news that an obstruction investigation had been opened is what led the president to call McGahn to have the special counsel terminated. What's wrong with that? He had every right. Again, firing Mueller does not stop the investigation, just like firing Comey did not stop Crossfire Hurricane. It just prompted Comey to lie, cheat, and steal to get the special counsel appointed. So again, Mueller had no protection. Congress was even trying to pass a resolution telling the president that he could not fire Mueller. Thankfully, it went nowhere. But also, thankfully, Trump never did fire Mueller. It would have been political suicide. And cooler heads prevailed, as they should, and Mueller was allowed to finish this farce. There is also evidence, sorry, sometimes it takes me a long time to get back to where I was. You'll have to forgive the pauses. There is also evidence that the president knew that he should not have made those calls to McGahn. So what? What does that have to do with anything? Continuing. The president made calls to McGahn after McGahn had specifically told the president that the White House counsel's office and McGahn himself could not be involved in pressing conflicts claims, and that the president should consult with his personal counsel if he wished to raise conflicts. Instead of relying on his personal counsel to submit the conflict claims, the president sought to use his official powers to remove the special counsel. After the media reported on the president's actions, he denied that he ever ordered McGahn to have the special counsel terminated and made repeated efforts to have McGahn deny the story, as discussed in yada yada yada. Those denials are contrary to the evidence and suggest the president's awareness that the direction to McGahn could be seen as improper. And again, so what? Improper does not mean illegal. You piece of crap. F. The president's efforts to curtail the special counsel investigation. Overview. 2 days after the president directed McGahn, I knew this volume was going to drive me crazy compared to yesterday. I knew it. I wish I could stop with the editorializing, but it's just making my blood boil. I know I had a relative area of calm, but that's gone. I'm back to being upset. The president's efforts to curtail the special counsel investigation. Overview. 2 days after the president directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed, the president made another attempt to affect the course of the Russia investigation. On June 19, 2017, the president met one-on-one with Corey Lewandowski in the Oval Office and dictated a message to be delivered to Attorney General Sessions that would have had the effect of limiting the Russia investigation to future election interference only. 1 month later, the president met again with Lewandowski and followed up on the request to have Sessions limit the scope of the Russia investigation. Lewandowski told the president the message would be delivered soon. Hours later, the president publicly criticized Sessions in an unplanned press interview, raising questions about Sessions' job security. And 1. The president asked Corey Lewandowski to deliver a message to Sessions to curtail the special counsel investigation. Well, that was a silly move because Sessions was recused. So I really don't know what Trump was trying to gain from that, but we'll see what it says. On June 19, 2017, 2 days after the president directed McGahn to have special counsel removed, the president met one-on-one in the Oval Office with his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. Senior White House advisors described Lewandowski as a quote-unquote devotee of the president and said the relationship between the president and Lewandowski was quote-unquote close. During the June 19 meeting, Lewandowski recalled that, after some small talk, the president brought up Sessions and criticized his recusal from the Russia investigation. The president told Lewandowski that Sessions was weak and that if the president had known about the likelihood of recusal in advance, he would not have appointed Sessions. And that's perfectly logical. Even if Sessions was recused purely legally and through very sound advice from the DOJ's Office of Counsel, or Counsel Office, whatever they call it, or was it a recusal committee, whatever. If Trump had known that was going to happen, then he obviously never would have appointed Sessions. It's not a personal thing. It's an effectiveness thing. Without the Attorney General there to lay down some ground rules for this investigation, it was allowed to expand to the point where Mueller was interviewing the Manhattan Madam. Nothing came of it, but why would he go to that length? I mean, seriously. That goes to show how far afield Mueller was allowed to go. In other words, way too beyond the scope of Russian collusion coordination and obstruction of justice. Again, the obstruction of justice charge should never have been looked at. That was a complete red herring. And the obstruction or the Russia charges were completely without merit. No predicate whatsoever. This was a witch hunt. It was a farce. It was a kabuki theater. The president then asked Lewandowski to deliver a message to Sessions and said, quote unquote, write this down. This was the first time the president had asked Lewandowski to take dictation, and Lewandowski wrote as fast as possible to make sure he captured the content correctly. The president directed that Sessions should give a speech publicly announcing, quote, I know that I recused myself from certain things having to do with specific areas, but our POTUS is being treated very unfairly. He shouldn't have a special prosecutor counsel because he hasn't done anything wrong. I was on the campaign with him for 9 months. There were no Russians involved with him. I know it for a fact because I was there. He didn't do anything wrong except he ran the greatest campaign in American history. Well, you can't ask Trump not to be Trump. The dictated message went on to state that Sessions would meet with the special counsel to limit his jurisdiction to future election interference. Quote, now a group of people want to subvert the Constitution of the United States. I'm going to meet with the special prosecutor to explain this is very unfair and let the special prosecutor move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections so that nothing can happen in future elections. The president said that if Sessions delivered that statement, he would be, quote, the most popular guy in the country, unquote. Lewandowski told the president he understood what the president wanted Sessions to do. Lewandowski wanted to pass the message to Sessions in person rather than over the phone. He did not want to meet at the Department of Justice because he did not want a public log of his visit and did not want Sessions to have advantage over him by meeting on what Lewandowski described as, quote-unquote, Sessions' turf. Lewandowski called Sessions and arranged a meeting for the following evening at Lewandowski's office, but Sessions had to cancel due to a last-minute conflict. Shortly thereafter, Lewandowski left Washington, D.C. without having had an opportunity to meet with Sessions to convey the president's message. Lewandowski stored the notes in a safe at his home, which he stated was his standard procedure with sensitive items. Two, the president follows up with Lewandowski. Following his June meeting with the president, Lewandowski contacted Rick Dearborn, then a senior White House official, and asked if Dearborn could pass a message to Sessions. Dearborn agreed without knowing what the message was, and Lewandowski later confirmed that Dearborn would meet with Sessions for dinner in late July and could deliver the message then. Lewandowski recalled thinking that the president had asked him to pass the message because the president knew Lewandowski could be trusted, but Lewandowski believed Dearborn would be a better messenger because he had a long-standing relationship with Sessions and because Dearborn was in the government while Lewandowski was not. On July 19, 2017, the president again met with Lewandowski alone in the Oval Office. In the preceding days, as described in blah, 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 emails and other information about the June 9, 2016 meeting between several Russians and Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Paul Manafort had been publicly disclosed. In the July 19 meeting with Lewandowski, the president raised his previous request and asked if Lewandowski had talked to Sessions. Lewandowski told the president that the message would be delivered soon. Lewandowski recalled that the president told him that if Sessions did not meet with him, Lewandowski should tell Sessions he was fired. Trump is not adverse to putting people in awkward positions. This is a guy who expects loyalty and expects people to follow his orders, but I really don't think it was fair to put Lewandowski in the position to have to tell Sessions he was fired. That's already happened 3 or 4 times in Sessions' tenure as Attorney General, so coming from Lewandowski, I don't know what it would mean to Sessions. I just don't think that was fair of Trump to do that. Immediately following the meeting with the president, Lewandowski saw Dearborn in the anteroom outside the Oval Office and gave him a typewritten version of the message the president had dictated to be delivered to Sessions. Lewandowski told Dearborn that the notes were the message they had discussed, but Dearborn did not recall whether Lewandowski said the message was from the president. The message, quote, definitely raised an eyebrow, unquote, for Dearborn, and he recalled not wanting to ask where it came from or think further about doing anything with it. Dearborn also said that being asked to serve as a messenger to Sessions made him uncomfortable. He recalled later telling Lewandowski that he had handled the situation, but he did not actually follow through with delivering the message to Sessions, and he did not keep a copy of the typewritten notes Lewandowski had given him. 3. The president publicly criticizes Sessions in a New York Times interview. So what? Sessions worked for the president. The president has every right to express his pleasure or displeasure with people who work for him. It's his prerogative. Within hours of the president's meeting with Lewandowski on July 19, 2017, the president gave an unplanned interview to the New York Times in which he criticized Sessions' decision to recuse from the Russia investigation. The president said that, quote, Sessions should never have recused himself, and if he was going to recuse himself, he should have told me before he took the job, and I would have picked somebody else, close quote. And again, that's not a slam against Sessions. That's just saying, in my opinion, that's just saying that he meant he would have grabbed someone who would not have to recuse themselves. Not that he didn't like Sessions, it's just that Sessions wouldn't be a good fit. That's how I see it. Sessions' recusal, the president said, was, quote, very unfair to the president. How do you take a job and then recuse yourself? If he would have recused himself before the job, I would have said, thanks, Jeff, but I can't, I'm not going to take you. It's extremely unfair, and that's a mild word, to the president, close quotes. Hicks, who was present for the interview, recalled trying to, quote, throw herself between the reporters and the president to stop parts of the interview, but the president, quote, loved the interview, unquote. Later that day, Lewandowski met with Hicks, and they discussed the president's New York Times interview. Lewandowski recalled telling Hicks about the president's request that he meet with Sessions and joking with her about the idea of firing Sessions as a private citizen if Sessions would not meet with him. As Hicks remembered the conversation, Lewandowski told her the president had recently asked him to meet with Sessions and deliver a message that he needed to do the quote-unquote right thing and resign. While Hicks and Lewandowski were together, the president called Hicks and told her he was happy with how coverage of his New York Times interview criticizing Sessions was playing out. 4. The president, and again, what did that have to do with anything? 4. The president orders Priebus to demand Sessions' resignation. 3 days later, on July 21, 2017, the Washington Post reported that U.S. intelligence intercepts showed that Sessions had discussed campaign-related matters with the Russian ambassador, contrary to what Sessions had said publicly. And again, where did that come from? Who leaked that? That was obviously a recording or surveillance of that Russian individual. Who did they say it was? Kislyak. There's no way that should have been leaked. My God. I'm at a loss for words. That evening, Priebus called Hunt to talk about whether Sessions might be fired or might resign. Priebus had previously talked to Hunt when the media had reported on tensions between Sessions and the president, and after speaking to Sessions. Hunt had told Priebus that the president would have to fire Sessions if he wanted to remove Sessions because Sessions was not going to quit. According to Hunt, who took contemporaneous notes of the July 21 call, Hunt told Priebus that, as they had previously discussed, Sessions had no intention of resigning. Hunt asked Priebus what the president would accomplish by firing Sessions, pointing out that there was an investigation before and there would be an investigation after. Early the following morning, July 22, 2017, the president tweeted, quote, "A new intelligence leak," all caps, from the Amazon Washington Post, this time against AG Jeff Sessions. "These illegal leaks, like Comey's, must stop!" Exclamation point, close quote. Approximately 1 hour later, the president tweeted, quote, "So many people are asking why isn't the AG or special counsel looking at the many Hillary Clinton or Comey crimes? 33,000 emails deleted? Question mark, close quotes. Later that morning, while aboard Marine One on the way to Norfolk, Virginia, the president told Priebus that he had to get Sessions to resign immediately. The president said that the country had lost confidence in Sessions and the negative publicity was not tolerable. According to contemporaneous notes taken by Priebus, the president told Priebus to say that he, quote, "needed a letter of resignation on his desk immediately," close quote, and that Sessions had, quote unquote, no choice, but, quote unquote, must immediately resign. Priebus replied that if they fired Sessions, they would never get a new attorney general confirmed, and that the Department of Justice and Congress would turn their backs on the president, but the president suggested he could make a recess appointment to replace Sessions. Priebus believed that the president's request was a problem, so he called McGahn and asked for advice, explaining that he did not want to pull the trigger on something that was all wrong. Although the president tied his desire for Sessions to resign to Sessions' negative press and poor performance in congressional testimony, Priebus believed that the president's desire to replace Sessions was driven by the president's hatred of Sessions' recusal from the Russia investigation. And again, none of this would be in this report if Trump hadn't allowed these people to testify in front of Mueller. There could have been executive privilege blanketed on all of this stuff because it was about governance. It was about communications to and from the President of the United States. But he let all of it go through. He let all the documents be released. And they're still treating him like dirt. McGahn told Priebus not to follow the president's order and said they should consult their personal counsel with whom they had attorney-client privilege. McGahn and Priebus discussed the possibility that they would both have to resign rather than carry out the president's order to fire Sessions. That afternoon, the president followed up with Priebus about demanding Sessions' resignation, using words to the effect of, quote, "Did you get it? Are you working on it?" Close quote. Picasso knows none of this should have been in the report. This report should not exist in its current format. It should just be a declination to indict. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I should have said hours ago. Perfectly put. Now you know why she's my executive producer. That and she listens to these things. It's hard. I know not too few people do. I'm actually happy with the view count that I'm getting on these, even though they're not even triple digits. These are very specific things. These appeal to a very specific type of person. So I don't expect to get thousands of views. And I'm not doing this because I'm expecting thousands of views. I'm doing this because I feel this is important, and these things need to be laid out so the public can hear them if they don't have the time to read them. This is basically transcripts on audio, and I'm happy to do it. Not happy with all the things I have to read, but I'm happy with the results, and I'm happy that people find it worthwhile. That afternoon, Priebus said that he believed his job depended on whether he followed the order to remove Sessions, although the president did not directly say so. Even though Priebus did not intend to carry out the president's directive, he told the president he would get Sessions to resign. Later in the day, Priebus called the president and explained that it would be a calamity if Sessions resigned because Priebus expected that Rosenstein and Associate Attorney General Rachel Brand would also resign, and the president would be unable to get anyone else confirmed. The president agreed to hold off on demanding Sessions' resignation until after the Sunday shows the next day to prevent the shows from focusing on the firing. By the end of that weekend, Priebus recalled that the president relented and agreed not to ask Sessions to resign. So once again, cooler heads prevailed. Over the next several days, the president tweeted about Sessions. On the morning of Monday, July 24, 2017, the president criticized Sessions for neglecting to investigate Clinton and called him beleaguered, quote unquote. On July 25, the president tweeted, Attorney General Jeff Sessions has taken a very, all caps, weak position on Hillary Clinton crimes, parentheses, where are emails and DNC server, close parentheses, and intel leakers, exclamation point, close quote. The following day, July 26, the president tweeted, why didn't AG Sessions replace acting FBI Director Andrew McCabe, a Comey friend who was in charge of Clinton investigation? According to Hunt, in light of the president's frequent public attacks, Sessions prepared another resignation letter and for the rest of the year carried it with him in his pocket every time he went to the White House. And you got to say, you really got to feel sorry for Jeff Sessions. I mean, yeah, should he have seen the recusal coming? I don't know. There was enough noise during the transition period that I think he could have made a pretty clear call that he was going to be wrapped up in this thing and that he would have to recuse himself. But he didn't. So is it that he didn't have the foreknowledge to get himself out of that situation and give Trump a shot at putting someone in the AG position who, would at least be able to keep an eye on the different investigations, who at least would have had the wiggle room to go after the Hillary email scandal, because that, there's no reason that should have been left hanging in the wind. But you can watch Fox News, Javits, or is it? I think it's Javits, former U.S. congressman. He talks all the time about how he would take criminal referrals to Sessions, and Sessions would say, "Oh no, I can't do that. I'm recused, or that's too close to the election." And people, even people who had been held in contempt of a committee for not coming to testify, Sessions wouldn't back him up. So, Jason Chaffetz. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that Sessions was in that position, but you can't say he didn't have a hand in putting himself there. Okay, analysis. In analyzing the president's efforts to have Lewandowski deliver a message directing Sessions to publicly announce that the special counsel investigation would be confined to future election interference, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. And again, there's no reason for this, because there was no obstruction of justice. So all of this is just navel-gazing and an attempt by the Mueller team to throw Trump under the bus, which they did fairly effectively. Look at what Congress is doing, and you can see that Mueller's efforts to nail Trump to the wall, even though Trump was basically jello, in the fact that there was no actual criminal wrongdoing on his part, he still did his best to nail that jello to the wall. Did I read that sentence already? Let's just go again. In analyzing the president's efforts to have Lewandowski deliver a message directing Sessions to publicly announce that the special counsel investigation would be confined to future election interference, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. The president's efforts to send Sessions a message through Lewandowski would qualify as an obstructive act if it would naturally obstruct the investigation and any grand jury proceedings that might flow from the inquiry. It never happened. Sending a note to someone and not having it delivered and not having it acted upon is not the same as committing a crime. God, I hate Weissman. Okay. The president sought to have Sessions announce that the president, quote, shouldn't have a special prosecutor counsel, end quote, and that Sessions was going to, quote, meet with the special prosecutor to explain this is very unfair and let the special prosecutor move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections so that nothing can happen in future elections, close quote, which would have been a very nice thing to have Mueller do. It would have made this exercise a lot more constructive, as opposed to the complete mess that it is right now. The president wanted Sessions to disregard his recusal from the investigation, which had followed from a formal DOJ ethics review, and have Sessions declare that he knew, quote unquote, for a fact, that, quote, there were no Russians involved with the campaign, unquote, because he, quote, was there, unquote. The president further directed that Sessions should explain that the president should not be subject to an investigation, quote, because he hasn't done anything wrong, close quote. None of those statements are inaccurate. Taken together, that's my interjection, of course. Back to the text. Taken together, the president's directives indicate that Sessions was being instructed to tell the special counsel to end the existing investigation into the president and his campaign, with the special counsel being permitted to, quote, move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections, close quote. B. Nexus to an official proceeding. As described above, by the time of the president's initial one-on-one meeting with Lewandowski on June 9, 2017, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge. It certainly should have been. By the time of the president's follow-up meeting with Lewandowski, redacted. To satisfy the nexus requirement, it would be necessary to show that limiting the special counsel's investigation would have the natural and probable effect of impeding that grand jury proceeding. Now, note, this is probably the first redaction that's a grand jury redaction. at least one of few. There were some redactions earlier. I may have missed what their reasons were, but there are very few redactions in this section, this volume of the Mueller report. And I believe the actual count is either 2 or 3 full sentences and 7 partial phrases, or partial sentences, in the entire volume 2. And that's what the Democrats are screaming about, that they want all of this unredacted so they can read every word. The thing is, and you probably know this already, grand jury testimony is protected under I think it's FCRF or FCFR Rule 6E. And 6E states that you cannot release grand jury testimony without permission by a federal judge. If William Barr releases the full text of Volume 2 of the Mueller report without permission by a federal judge, he could go to jail. Yet the Democrats gave him a deadline of a week to produce the entire document, free of redactions. That is how insane they are. They are completely ignoring the law and holding their breath and stamping their feet and demanding. Excuse me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I had a couple things that needed to be taken care of, and you would not have wanted to listen or watch that happen, so hence the break. Excuse me. Don't you hate it when you need to burp and it won't happen? That's what's going on right now. There we go. Okay, I think that relaxed. Okay, so we were talking about grand jury testimony, and the 6E restriction on release. I'm going to take a chance here. This
particular version of the Mueller report is OCR ready. So I should be able to do a Control F and search for the words grand jury. So we're on page 97. 97. I wrote down 95. That's silly. We're on page 97, at the bottom of the grand jury paragraph. So let's just do a Control F. Sorry. Oh, come on in. Come on in. It's all right. Thank you, sweetheart. The executive producer just brought me some more tea. Life is good.
You need to let it sit for a few minutes.
Okay. Would you close the door for me? Thanks. Okay, so Control F. Let me see if I can get something up here. Nope, that's not what I want. No, that's format. I guess it's not going to let me search it. What's this? Let's rotate. That's obviously download, print, bookmarks. I thought I could do that. Oh well, enough wasting time. Again, there's not a lot of grand jury redactions in this, and the Democrats are screaming that it's their right to see it, and it's not. Okay, to satisfy the nexus requirement, it would be necessary to show that limiting the special counsel's investigation would have the natural and probable effect of impeding that grand jury proceeding. Well, in this case, that would have happened. Maybe not the grand jury proceeding, although if you limit the scope to what Trump was saying, then I guess it would limit everything that was going on. Now, would that have been a bad thing? No, certainly not. This investigation was tearing the country apart, and still is. Every time you think it's over, someone else throws another log on the fire and gets it going again. But yeah, so that would have been a problem, but it didn't happen. They are writing about fantasy land. C, intent. Substantial evidence indicates that the president's effort to have Sessions limit the scope of the special counsel's investigation to future election interference was intended to prevent further investigative scrutiny of the president's and his campaign's conduct. Okay, the president's conduct was not up in the air. It was known fully that he had nothing to do with it, and by then it was known that the campaign had nothing to do with Russian interference as well. Now all they're doing is hanging on to the prosecutions that they created through their limitless scope of investigation and complete unwillingness to give anyone the benefit of the doubt when it came to an FBI interview. So, but again, it didn't happen. As previously described, see, etc., the president knew that the Russia investigation was focused in part on his campaign, and he perceived allegations of Russian interference to cast doubt on the legitimacy of his election. That's not perception, that's fact, you screwball. The president further knew that the investigation had broadened to include his own conduct and whether he had obstructed justice, and he knew he hadn't. Those investigations would not proceed if the special counsel's jurisdiction were limited to future election interference only. And how would that have mattered when you look at this document in front of me? The timing and circumstances of the president's actions support the conclusion that he sought their result. The president's initial direction that Sessions should limit the special counsel's investigation came just 2 days after the president had ordered McGahn to have the special counsel removed, which itself followed public reports that the president was personally under investigation for obstruction of justice. Go figure someone would want to do that. The sequence of those events raises an inference that after seeking to terminate the special counsel, the president sought to exclude his and his campaign's conduct from the investigation's scope. Screw you, Weissman. The president raised the matter with Lewandowski again on July 19, 2017, just days after emails and information about the June 9, 2016 meeting between Russians and senior campaign officials had been publicly disclosed, generating substantial media coverage and investigative interest. The manner in which the president acted provides additional evidence of his intent. Rather than rely on official channels, the president met with Lewandowski alone in the Oval Office. The president selected a loyal, quote-unquote, devotee outside the White House to deliver the message, supporting an inference that he was working outside White House channels, including McGahn, who had previously resisted contacting the Department of Justice about the special counsel. Well, can you blame the president? The White House was blocking him at every turn. There were leaks coming out of it like a sieve. You know, maybe he was trying to protect the conduct, or I shouldn't say the conduct, protect the act from being thwarted by people who he knew were going to give him a hard time. Was it a smart move? No. No, it wasn't a smart move. But was it his right to do it? Absolutely. Previously, the president also did not contact the acting attorney general, who had just testified publicly that there was no cause to remove the special counsel. Again, why would he go to him? He's obviously not backing Trump up. Instead, the president tried to use Sessions to restrict and redirect the special counsel's investigation when Sessions was recused and could not properly take any action on it. A man can dream, can't he? The July 19, 2017 events provide further evidence of the president's intent. The president followed up with Lewandowski in a separate one-on-one meeting 1 month after he first dictated the message for Sessions, demonstrating he still sought to pursue the request. And just hours after Lewandowski assured the president that the message would soon be delivered to Sessions, the president gave an unplanned interview to the New York Times in which he publicly attacked Sessions and raised questions about his job security. Well, boo-hoo-hoo. 4 days later, on July 22, 2017, the president directed Priebus to obtain Sessions' resignation. That I feel was a bad call. He should not have put Priebus in that position, as I said earlier. That evidence could raise an inference, emanations from a penumbra, folks, that the president wanted Sessions to realize that his job might be on the line as he evaluated whether to comply with the president's direction, that Sessions publicly announced that, notwithstanding his recusal, he was going to confine the special counsel's investigation to future election interference. And again, no crime was committed, so this was all wasted text. None of it has anything to do with anything. G. The president's efforts to prevent disclosure of emails about the June 9, 2016 meeting between Russians and senior campaign officials. Oh, this is pathetic. This is probably the most pathetic part of this entire document. The June 9 meeting was a complete nothing burger. Nothing happened. No laws were broken. They said in Volume 1 there was no intent to break the law because the people involved probably didn't know that their actions could, depending on interpretation, could have been deemed illegal. And even then, it wasn't a done deal. And the report completely leaves out the fact, as I've said before, that Veselnitskaya, the woman who was the main reason for the meeting, who said she was bringing dirt, that's a quote, dirt, on Hillary Clinton, she was a tool of Fusion GPS. They set that meeting up to trap the Trump campaign. And it didn't work because they had nothing to give Trump or Trump Jr. or Kushner or Manafort. They had nothing. It was all a ruse to get them in a room with Russians and make it look like they were breaking the law. This, again, is fantasy. And as Picasso said earlier, and I'm going to quote it, none of this should have been in the report This report should not exist in its current format. It should just be a declination to indict. And she's exactly correct. Let's see how long I can hold my tongue with this one. I'll repeat. G. The President's efforts to prevent disclosure of emails about the June 9, 2016 meeting between Russians and senior campaign officials. Overview. By June 2017, the President became aware of emails setting up the June 9, 2016 meeting between senior campaign officials and Russians who offered derogatory information on Hillary Clinton as, quote, part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, close quote. On multiple occasions in late June and early July 2017, the President directed aides not to publicly disclose the emails, and then he dictated a statement about the meeting to be issued by Donald Trump Jr., describing the meeting as about adoption. Well, that's pretty much all that was talked about at that meeting was adoption. Yes, the intent was different, but the scope of the meeting was purely about the Magnitsky Act. Hope I pronounced that right. So, screw you, Mueller. And again, there is nothing against the law about not wanting people to know the dirty details of a particular meeting carried on by a campaign official. And Trump Jr. wasn't even a part of the campaign. So why they roped him in, I'm not sure, except possibly because they thought he would be less sophisticated about this type of thing and that he would be more apt to go through with it, which is pretty much what happened. Evidence. The President learns about the existence of emails concerning the June 9, 2016 Trump Tower meeting. In mid-June 2017, the same week that the President first asked Lewandowski to pass a message to Sessions, senior administration officials became aware of emails exchanged during the campaign arranging a meeting between Donald Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, Jared Kushner, and a Russian attorney. And Natalia Veselnitskaya, a Russian attorney. Why isn't she named? As described in Volume 1, yada yada yada, the email stated that the Crown Prosecutor of Russia had offered, quote, to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia, close quote, as part of, quote, Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump, close quote. Trump Jr. responded, quote, if it's what you say, I love it, end quote. And it wasn't what they say, it was a complete ruse. Close quote. And he, Kushner, and Manafort met with the Russian attorney and several other Russian individuals at Trump Tower on June 9, 2016. After the meeting, the Russian attorney claimed that at the meeting, the Russian attorney claimed that funds derived from illegal activities in Russia were provided to Hillary Clinton and other Democrats, and the Russian attorney then spoke about the Magnitsky Act, a 2012 U.S. statute that imposed financial and travel sanctions on Russian officials, and that had resulted in a retaliatory ban in Russia on U.S. adoption of Russian children. According to written answers submitted by the President in response to questions from this office, the President had no recollection of learning of the meeting or the email setting it up at the time the meeting occurred or at any other time before the election. The Trump campaign had previously received a document request from SSCI that called for the production of various information, including, quote, a list and description of all meetings, end quote, between any, quote, individual affiliated with the Trump campaign, close quote, and, quote, any individual formally or informally affiliated with the Russian government or Russian business interests, which took place between June 16, 2015 and 12 p.m. on January 20, 2017, and associated records. Okay. This was from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI. For the Democrats to say that the Republicans did not try hard enough to investigate the Trump campaign Russia collusion coordination narrative You look at that request, and you tell me they weren't trying to bust Trump's butt to get information. Tell me that isn't a very broad and searching request. Trump Organization attorneys became aware of the June 9 meeting no later than the first week of June 2017, when they began interviewing the meeting participants, and the Trump Organization attorneys provided the emails setting up the meeting to the president's personal counsel. Mark Corallo, who had been hired as a spokesman for the president's personal legal team, recalled that he learned about the June 9 meeting around June 21 or 22, 2017. Priebus recalled learning about the June 9 meeting from Fox News host Sean Hannity in late June 2017. Priebus noted one of the president's personal attorneys who told Priebus he was already working on it. By late June, several advisors recalled receiving media inquiries that could relate to the June 9 meeting. 2. The president directs communications staff not to publicly disclose information about the June 9 meeting. Okay, publicly, which means he didn't want it shared with the press. Every citizen in the United States has the right to do that. Period. Communications advisors Hope Hicks and Josh Raffel recalled discussing with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump that the emails were damaging and would inevitably be leaked. Hicks and Raffel advised that the best strategy was to proactively release the emails to the press, and here it comes. On or about June 22, 2017, Hicks attended a meeting in the White House residence with the President, Kushner, and Ivanka Trump. According to Hicks, Kushner said that he wanted to fill the president in on something that had been discovered in the documents he was to provide to the congressional committees involving a meeting with him, Manafort, and Trump Jr. Kushner brought a folder of documents to the meeting and tried to show them to the president, but the president stopped Kushner and said he did not want to know about it, shutting the conversation down. On June 28, 2017, Hicks viewed the emails at Kushner's attorney's office. She recalled being shocked by the emails because they looked, quote-unquote, really bad. The next day, Hicks spoke privately with the president to mention her concerns about the emails, which she understood were soon going to be shared with Congress. The president seemed upset because too many people knew about the emails, and he told Hicks that just one lawyer should deal with the matter. The president indicated that he did not think the emails would leak, but said they would leak if everyone had access to them. That's pretty right. Later that day, Hicks, Kushner, and Ivanka Trump went together to talk to the president. Hicks recalled that Kushner told the president the June 9 meeting was not a big deal and was about Russian adoption, but that emails existed setting up the meeting. Hicks said she wanted to get in front of the story and have Trump Jr. release the emails as part of an interview with quote-unquote softball questions. The president said he did not want to know about it and they should not go to the press. Hicks warned the president that the emails were quote-unquote really bad and the story would be, quote, massive when it broke, but the president was insisted that he did not want to talk about it and said he did not want details. Hicks recalled that the president asked Kushner when his document production was due. Kushner responded that it would be a couple of weeks, and the president said, then leave it alone. Hicks also recalled that the president said Kushner's attorney should give the emails to whomever he needed to give them to, but the president did not think they would be leaked to the press. Raffel later heard from Hicks that the president had directed the group not to be proactive in disclosing the emails because the president believed they would not leak. Once again, Trump shows his lack of sophistication in dealing with his White House. 3. The president directs Trump Jr.'s response to press inquiries about the June 9 meeting. The following week, the president departed on an overseas trip for the G20 summit in Hamburg, Germany, which, of course, the Black Bloc in Europe burned to the ground, accompanied by Hicks, Raffel, Kushner, and Ivanka Trump, among others. On July 7, 2017, while the president was overseas, Hicks and Raffel learned that the New York Times was working on a story about the June 9 meeting. The next day, Hicks told the president about the story, and he directed her not to comment. Hicks thought the president's reaction was odd because he usually considered not responding to the press to be the ultimate sin. Later that day, Hicks and the president again spoke about the story. Hicks recalled that the president asked her what the meeting had been about, and she said that she had been told the meeting was about Russian adoption. The president responded, "Then just say that." On the flight home from the G20 on July 8, 2017, Hicks obtained a draft statement about the meeting to be released by Trump Jr. and brought it to the president. The draft statement began with a reference to the information that was offered by the Russians in setting up the meeting. I was asked to have a meeting by an acquaintance I knew from the 2013 Miss Universe pageant with an individual who I was told might have information helpful to the campaign. Close quote. Hicks again wanted to disclose the entire story, but the president directed that the statement not be issued because it said too much. The president told Hicks to say only that Trump Jr. took a brief meeting and it was about Russian adoption. After speaking with the president, Hicks texted Trump Jr. a revised statement on the June 9 meeting that read, "It was a short meeting. I asked Jared and Paul to stop by. We discussed a program about the adoption of Russian children that was active and popular with American families years ago and was since ended by the Russian government. But it was not a campaign issue at that time, and there was no follow-up." Hicks' text concluded, "Are you okay with this? Attributed to you." Trump Jr. responded by text message that he wanted to add the word primarily before discussed so that the statement would read, "We primarily discussed a program about the adoption of Russian children." Trump Jr. texted that he wanted the change because, quote, "they started with some Hillary thing, which was BS, and some other nonsense, which we shot down fast," close quote. Hicks texted back, quote, "I think that's right, too, but boss man worried it invites a lot of questions. Ultimately defer to you and your attorney on that word because I know it's important and I think the mention of a campaign issue adds something to it in case we have to go further," close quote. Trump Jr. responded, quote, "If I don't have it in there, it appears as though I'm lying later when they inevitably leak something," close quote. Trump Jr.'s statement, adding the word primarily and making other minor additions, was then provided to the New York Times. The full statement provided to the Times stated, "It was a short introductory meeting. I asked Jared and Paul to stop by. We primarily discussed a program about the adoption of Russian children that was active and popular with American families years ago and was since ended by the Russian government, but it was not a campaign issue at the time and there was no follow-up. I was asked to attend the meeting by an acquaintance, but was not told the name of the person I would be meeting with beforehand." The statement did not mention the offer of derogatory information about Clinton or any discussion of the Magnitsky Act or U.S. sanctions, which were the principal subjects of the meeting, as described in yada yada. Okay, so what? It's a press release. He's not in front of Congress. They can say whatever they want. Oh, excuse me a second. Sorry, my headphones started going off. God, I almost closed the stream. That was close. Excuse me a second. Sorry for the interruption. My nose itches. What does that mean? I have an opioid addiction, I think. You never know. A short while later, while still on Air Force One, Hicks learned that Priebus knew about the emails, which further convinced her that additional information about the June 9 meeting would leak, and the White House should be proactive and get in front of the story. Hicks recalled again going to the president to urge him that they should be fully transparent about the June 9 meeting, but he again said no, telling Hicks, "You've given a statement, we're done." Wow. Trump's usually not so blind about this stuff. I didn't know any of this back and forth with Hicks beforehand. I mean, we know what ultimately happened, and if you don't, I won't spoil it. But this is fairly infuriating that Trump was stonewalling like that. Later on the flight home, Hicks went to the president's cabin, where the president was on the phone with one of his personal attorneys. At one point, the president handed the phone to Hicks, and the attorney had told Hicks that he had been working with Circa News on a separate story and that she should not talk to the New York Times. Circa News? Never heard of them. I want to look that up. Never heard of these guys. Circa News. Oh, Sarah Carter's with Circa News. Okay. Well, that's a legit outfit then. An American online news and entertainment service founded in 2012 by Matt Galligan, Ben Hugh, Arsenio Santos. The service features news stories and features consisting of individual bits of information. Okay. According to Wiki here, it's no longer used. I mean, it's defunct. I couldn't think of the word. Circa News is now defunct. Okay. I was wondering about that because I see Sarah Carter writing on her own byline on sarahcarter.com. And if you don't follow her, you need to get on that right away. SARAH Carter.com. Let me make sure, because she is one of the best investigative journalists in the country. Oh, I'm sorry, I spelled her name wrong. It's SARA. There's no H. So if you go to sarahacarter.com, that's SARAACARTER.com, you're going to be ahead of the game, folks. You're going to know things faster than the news is able to catch up with. Sarah Carter and her co-writer, her co-investigator from The Hill, whose name I've suddenly forgotten, which is a damn shame because he's awesome. They have broken story after story about the Mueller investigation, and unlike CNN and MSNBC and ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, I think I already said that. The New York Times, the Washington Post, HuffPo, which is pretty well relegated to the dustbin now, but they come out, or John something, they come out with the most amazing stuff. You got to follow her. I'll make sure to put a link to her website in the description. Let me write that down. Sarah Carter link. Okay. Oh, that's a V. I didn't write that right. I made a note for Flynn for his CV or John Solomon. Thank you. SOLOMON, I believe. Yeah, John Solomon. Thank you, Picasso knows. Sarah Carter and John Solomon, incredible investigative reporters. They've been getting the Mueller report right time and time again. And now they're working on the FISA abuse story. They've been running that, been running herd on that. Let me see if I can. I don't know if John Solomon has a separate byline or if he only publishes on The Hill. But I'll get him in there too. Okay, good. Getting some good links in this. Okay, so media reports on the June 9, 2016 meeting. Before the president's flight home from the G20 landed, the New York Times published its story about the June 9, 2016 meeting. In addition to the statement from Trump Jr., the Times story also quoted a statement from Corallo on behalf of the president's legal team, suggesting that the meeting might have been a setup by individuals working with the firm that produced the Steele reporting. Wow, that's actually in this report. I don't believe it. Corallo also worked with Circa News on a story published an hour later that questioned whether Democratic operatives had arranged the June 9 meeting to create the appearance of improper connections between Russia and Trump family members. Well, I'd say that's a damn good bet. Hicks was upset about Corallo's public statement and called him that evening to say the president had not approved the statement. Yeah, but it was incredibly accurate. I think it should have been said. The next day, July 9, 2017, Hicks and the president called Corallo together, and the president criticized Corallo for the statement he had released. Corallo told the president that the statement had been authorized and further observed that Trump Jr.'s statement was inaccurate and that a document existed that would contradict it. Corallo said that he purposely used the term document to refer to the emails setting up the June 9 meeting because he did not know what the president knew about the emails. Corallo recalled that when he referred to the quote-unquote document on the call with the president, Hicks responded that only a few people had access to it and said, quote, "It will never get out," unquote. Corallo took contemporaneous notes of the call that say, quote, "Also mention existence of doc. Hope says, quote, only a few people have it. It will never get out," close quotes. Hicks later told investigators that she had no memory of making that comment and always believed the emails would eventually be leaked, but she might have been channeling the president on the phone call because it was clear to her throughout her conversations with the president that he did not think the emails would leak. On July 11, 2017, Trump Jr. posted redacted images of the emails setting up the June 9 meeting on Twitter. The New York Times reported that he did so, quote, after being told that the Times was about to publish the content of the emails, close quote. Later that day, the media reported that the president had been personally involved in preparing Trump Jr.'s initial statement to the New York Times that he had claimed the meeting primarily concerned, quote, a program about the adoption of Russian children. Sorry, primarily was in quotes too. Over the next several days, the president's personal counsel repeatedly and inaccurately denied that the president played any role in drafting Trump Jr.'s statement. And again, so what? It's the press we're talking to, not Congress. If you don't lie to the press, you're not doing your job, in my opinion. Especially a completely hostile and inaccurate press like the New York Times. I wouldn't give them anything if I could help it. Let them hang themselves out to dry with their lies. And in a case like this, where they do have documentary evidence of their story, like Trump Jr. did, just get it out there ahead of them, steal their thunder, and be in front. That's where Trump really screwed up on this. He should have let him be out front from the word go. After consulting with the president on the issue, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders told the media that the president, quote, certainly didn't dictate, unquote, the statement, but that he, quote, weighed in, offered suggestions like any father would do, close quote. Several months later, the president's personal counsel stated in a private communication to the special counsel's office that, quote, the president dictated a short but accurate response to the New York Times article on behalf of his son, Donald Trump Jr., close quote. The president later told the press that it was, quote unquote, irrelevant whether he dictated the statement and said, quote, it's a statement to the New York Times. That's not a statement to a high tribunal of judges. Thank you, Mr. President. On July 12th, the special counsel's office redacted grand jury, Trump Jr. grand jury redacted, related to the June 9 meeting and those who attended the June 9 meeting. So there's another part that the Dems are screaming about. On July 19, 2017, the president had his follow-up meetings with Lewandowski and then met with reporters for the New York Times. In addition to criticize Sessions in his Times interview, the president addressed the June 9, 2016 meeting and said that he, quote, didn't know anything about the meeting, unquote, at the time. The president added, quote, as I've said, most other people, when they call up and say, quote, by the way, we have information on your opponent, quote, unquote, I think most politicians, I was just with a lot of people, and they said, quote, who wouldn't have taken a meeting like that, close quote. Nice and hot. Analysis. In analyzing the President's actions regarding the disclosure of information about the June 9 meeting, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. My God in heaven. A. Obstructive act. On at least 3 occasions between June 29, 2017 and July 9, 2017, the President directed Hicks and others not to publicly disclose information about the June 9, 2016 meeting between senior campaign officials and a Russian attorney. I'm not going to say a word. On June 29, Hicks warned the President that the emails setting up the June 9 meeting were, quote, really bad, and the story would be, quote, massive when it broke. But the President told her and Kushner to, quote unquote, leave it alone. Early on July 8, after Hicks told the President the New York Times was working on a story about the June 9 meeting, the President directed her not to comment, even though Hicks said that the President usually considered not responding to the press to be the ultimate sin. Later that day, the President rejected Trump Jr.'s draft statement that would have acknowledged that the meeting was with, quote, an individual who I was told might have information helpful to the campaign, close quote. The President then dictated a statement to Hicks that said the meeting was about Russian adoption, which the President had twice been told was discussed at the meeting. Now they're actually letting Trump off the hook a little bit. The statement dictated by the President did not mention the offer of derogatory information about Clinton, nor did it have to. Each of these efforts by the President involved his communications team and was directed at the press. They would amount to obstructive acts only if the President, by taking these actions, sought to withhold information from or mislead congressional investigators or the special counsel. On May 17, 2017, the President's campaign received a document request from SSCI that clearly covered the June 9 meeting and underlying emails, and those documents also plainly would have been relevant to the special counsel's investigation. And they were never withheld from the investigators, were they? But the evidence does not establish that the President took steps to prevent the emails or other information about the June 9 meeting from being provided to Congress or the special counsel. The series of discussions in which the President sought to limit access to the emails and prevent their public release occurred in the context of developing a press strategy. The only evidence we have of the President discussing the production of documents to Congress or the special counsel is the conversation on June 29, 2017, when Hicks recalled the President acknowledging that Kushner's attorney should provide emails related to the June 9 meeting to whomever he needed to give them to. We do not have evidence of what the President discussed with his own lawyers at that time. Nexus to an official proceeding. As described above, by the time of the President's attempts to prevent the public release of the emails regarding the June 9 meeting, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge, and the President had been told that the emails were responsive to congressional inquiries. To satisfy the nexus requirement, however, it would be necessary to show that preventing the release of the emails to the public would have the natural and probable effect of impeding the grand jury proceeding or congressional inquiries. As noted above, the evidence does not establish that the President sought to prevent disclosure of the emails in those official proceedings. Intent. The evidence establishes the President's substantial involvement in the communication strategy related to information about his campaign's connections to Russia and his desire to minimize public disclosure about those connections. I'm sorry, I have to say something. Why wouldn't he? The press devoured insatiably anything with the word Russia in it. Why would you want anything about the campaign and Russians leaked to the press? You wouldn't. They have a field day with stuff like that. They still do. Okay, that's it for that. The president became aware of the emails no later than June 29, 2017, when he discussed them with Hicks and Kushner, and he could have been aware of them as early as June 2, 2017, when lawyers for the Trump Organization began interviewing witnesses who participated in the June 9 meeting. The president thereafter repeatedly rejected the advice of Hicks and other staffers to publicly release information about the June 9 meeting. The president expressed concern that multiple people had access to the emails and instructed Hicks that only one lawyer should deal with the matter. And the president dictated a statement to be released by Trump Jr. in response to the first press account of the June 9 meeting that said the meeting was about adoption. But as described above, the evidence does not establish that the president intended to prevent the special counsel's office or Congress from obtaining the emails setting up the June 9 meeting or other information about that meeting. The statement recorded by Corallo that the emails, quote unquote, will never get out can be explained as reflecting a belief that the emails would not be made public if the president's press strategy were followed, even if the emails were provided to Congress and the special counsel, which was Trump's naivete. That's one of the times where he did not get in front of the story and caught it, significant backlash for it. People are still talking about this event as if it mattered or matters now. It's in this stupid report, even though there's absolutely nothing to do with obstruction of justice in this instance. It was purely about the press. They even say in this part of the report that, what was it? They say that, I forgot my train of thought now. But they basically say that that he did not impede the release of these documents to Congress or to the special counsel. And he should have known that once those were out there, they would have definitely leaked. Everything was leaked, especially with Schiff on the committee. Trump, get out in front of it. You screwed up here. But the fact that this was included in the report just goes to show how biased Weissman and the rest of the Mueller team are. Not were, are. H. The president's... Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Picasso knows. Press crimes, or as other people say, media crimes, which is something that is basically a crime only in the eyes of the press corps. And the June 9 meeting, the Trump Tower meeting, is a perfect example of that. No laws were broken. No harm was done to anyone except the Trump campaign itself because of the setup by Fusion GPS, which I can't believe was mentioned in this report. But the press treats it as a crime, saying if or though or maybe or possibly, to make it seem like there is something there to back it up. Like I say, a press crime, as Picasso knows just said, or other people say media crimes. It's the same thing. Hard Bastard and Dan Bongino say media crimes, if I'm not mistaken. But other people like Picasso knows I know have used the phrase press crimes, and that's just as accurate. But to include that, all of these are pieces of fantasy. And like Picasso knows said, for this to be the format of the report is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. We got a ways to go. I got to shut up. What time is it? It's 6:15, it's 20 after 4 Central Time. We got a ways to go. So, looks like I don't expect anyone to hang out this long, but it looks like I'm not going to be cooking out for dinner tonight, Picasso knows. It looks like we'll have to postpone it till, till Saturday, because Saturday's the block party. And tomorrow is going to be in the 40s. Thank you, global warming, for giving me another crappy spring. The weather's been terrible all spring. We're going to go from winter right into summer, just like last year. Anyway, you might want to put those steaks in the freezer because it's going to be a while before we can get to them. Okay. President's further efforts to have the Attorney General take over the investigation. That's Section H. Overview. From summer 2017 through 2018, the President attempted to have Attorney General Sessions reverse his recusal, take control of the special counsel's investigation, and order an investigation of Hillary Clinton. And were any of those illegal? Any of those? 3. No. So why do I have to read this? Because I promised. Evidence. 1. The President again seeks to have Sessions reverse his recusal. Oh, okay. No, okay. Well, thanks for thinking ahead, Picasso knows. I appreciate it. Nicely done. Okay, the President again seeks to have Sessions reverse his recusal. After returning Sessions' resignation letter at the end of May 2017, but before the President's July 19, 2017 New York Times interview, in which he publicly criticized Sessions for recusing from the Russia investigation, the President took additional steps to have Sessions reverse his recusal. In particular, at some point after the May 17, 2017 appointment of the special counsel, Sessions recalled, the President called him at home and asked if Sessions would, quote, unrecuse, unquote, himself. According to Sessions, the President asked him to reverse his recusal so that Sessions could direct the Department of Justice to investigate and prosecute Hillary Clinton, and, quote, the gist of the conversation was that the President wanted Sessions to unrecuse from, quote, all of it, unquote, including the special counsel's Russia investigation. Sessions listened, but did not respond, and he did not reverse his recusal or order an investigation of Clinton. One of the big things I have against Sessions is that refusal to investigate Clinton. I think that was a huge failing of his. In early July 2017, the President asked Staff Secretary Rob Porter what he thought of Associate Attorney General Rachel Brand. Porter recalled that the President asked him if Brand was good, tough, and, quote, on the team, unquote. The President also asked if Porter thought Brand was interested in being responsible for the special counsel's investigation and whether she would want to be Attorney General one day. Because Porter knew Brand, the President asked him to sound her out about taking responsibility for the investigation and being Attorney General. Contemporaneous notes taken by Porter show that the President told Porter to, quote, keep in touch with your friend, unquote, in reference to Brand. Later, the President asked Porter a few times in passing whether he had spoken to Brand, but Porter did not reach out to her because he was uncomfortable with the task. Once again, Trump putting people in unenviable positions. In asking him to reach out to Brand, Porter understood the President to want to find someone to end the Russia investigation or fire the special counsel, although the President never said so explicitly. Porter did not contact Brand because he was sensitive to the implications of that action and did not want to be involved in a chain of events associated with an effort to end the investigation or fire the special counsel. And nothing happened, did it? I had never heard of Brand before this. McGahn recalled that during the summer of 2017, he and the President discussed the fact that if Sessions were no longer in his position, the special counsel would report directly to a non-recused Attorney General. McGahn told the President that things might not change much under a new Attorney General. McGahn also recalled that in or around July 2017, the President frequently brought up his displeasure with Sessions. Hicks recalled that the President viewed Sessions' recusal from the Russia investigation as an act of disloyalty. And again, I don't see it so much as an act of disloyalty. I see it as an act of failure to notice the warning signs ahead of time that you would have to recuse yourself. Because remember, the Trump the the Russia investigation into Trump and the campaign started, was leaked, I should say, in January, before the inauguration. So Sessions had time to recuse himself even before he was confirmed as AG. So again, disloyalty, I think that's too harsh, Mr. President. I would say lack of foresight. Let's see. In addition to criticizing Sessions' recusal, the president raised other concerns about Sessions and his job performance with McGahn and Hicks. 2. Additional efforts to have Sessions unrecused or direct investigations covered by his recusal. Later in 2017, the president continued to urge Sessions to reverse his recusal from campaign-related investigations and considered replacing Sessions with an attorney general who would not be recused. Picasso No says, I don't think Sessions saw it coming. No, you're right. I don't think he did either, but I believe he should have. I really think, especially as someone who was in the Senate, that, to be a political animal, to be a political animal like that, and to not see that coming, I don't know, maybe he was just blinded by the fact that he was going to be AG under Trump. Because I know he was a big fan of Trump. He was the first one to come out in favor of him. So, I just think he really had a blind spot, and it should not have been there. On October 16, 2017, the president met privately with Sessions and said that the Department of Justice was not investigating individuals and events that the president thought the department should be investigating. According to contemporaneous notes taken by Porter, who was at the meeting, the president mentioned Clinton's emails and said, quote, "Don't have to tell us, just take a look," close quote. Sessions did not offer any assurances or promises to the president that the Department of Justice would comply with that request. 2 days later, on October 18, 2017, the president tweeted, quote, "Wow, FBI confirms report that James Comey drafted letter exonerating crooked Hillary Clinton long before the investigation was complete. Many people not interviewed, including Clinton herself. Comey stated under oath that he didn't do this. Obviously a fix, question mark. Where is Justice Department, question mark." Close quote. On October 29, 2017, the president tweeted that there was, quote, "anger," all caps, and unity, all caps, over a, quote, "lack of investigation," close quote, of Clinton, and, quote, "the Comey fix," close quote, and concluded, "do something," all caps, exclamation point, close quote. On December 6, 2017, 5 days after Flynn pleaded guilty to lying about his contacts with the Russian government, and he still hasn't been sentenced, folks. Still hasn't been sentenced. The president asked to speak with Sessions in the Oval Office at the end of a cabinet meeting. During that Oval Office meeting, which Porter attended, the president again suggested that Sessions could unrecuse, which Porter linked to taking back supervision of the Russia investigation and directing an investigation of Hillary Clinton. According to contemporaneous notes taken by Porter, the president said, "I don't know if you could unrecuse yourself. You'd be a hero. Not telling you to do anything. Dershowitz says POTUS can get involved. Can order AG to investigate. I don't want to get involved. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly," close quote. According to Porter's notes, Sessions responded, "We are taking steps. Whole new leadership team. Professionals will operate according to the law," close quote. Sessions also said, quote, "I never saw anything that was improper," close quote, which Porter thought was noteworthy because it did not fit with the previous discussion about Clinton. Porter understood Sessions to be reassuring the president that he was on the president's team. Hey, Jason. No, actually, really. There's a little talk here about a person named Brand that Trump was looking into to replace Sessions that I had never heard of, who I had never heard of before. But other than that, it's just been a bunch of non-crimes puffed up to make it look like there was almost a crime, and they almost could have charged Trump with obstruction. And then it goes on to the next one. It never says Trump did not commit a crime here, and there were no charges because of it. It just leaves it totally hanging out in the open, and makes it sound like Trump broke the law time and time again, even though they state obliquely in the comments about the quote-unquote obstruction case that Trump did not break the law. It is, Jason. It's a recount. Again, as I said at the very beginning, when I read the part that said that they could not charge Trump, but they could not exonerate him either, that the rest of it was going to be a bunch of bull and that it wouldn't be worth reading. Well, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I was right. I said I was going to get this on the record, and I am going to get it on the record, but there is no reason for anyone to read this report, volume 2 of this report, beyond the opening analysis, because the rest of this is just fantasy and wish casting. It's pathetic. So if you want to bow out, go right ahead, man. Go right ahead. The only person here who I hope is still watching, because I need them, is Picasso Knows. Others of you who may be listening, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You don't have to be in the chat to be an important part of this, but by golly, if you're still putting up with this, you deserve a medal. A congressional medal, not of honor. That would be silly. I wouldn't denigrate a military award at that level, but you definitely deserve at least a Congressional Iron Ass Award. Pardon my language. And Picasso Knows it's right. I do need everyone else too. I didn't mean to say that you were an extraneous part, that you were a sixth finger or something like that. It's important that you're here, but I can't believe that you're here, I guess is what I'm trying to say. As Picasso Knows just chatted, don't diss the lovely people, and she's right. And again, I did not mean to denigrate anyone. I did not mean to make it sound like I don't want you here. I do want you here. I want everyone to be here. I want you to share this with other people. I want you to like it. I want you to subscribe, all that blah, 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 blah. But if any of you decided to bow out hours ago, I totally understand. Totally understand. This is not the Papadopoulos testimony. This is trash. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Jason says, your info is real, your commentary is apt, and the record is being laid down. That's all I want to do. I want to lay the record down, and on occasion, I want to make my thoughts heard, even though they may not be relevant or important. Sometimes I just need to get it out. So, hell, this is therapy for me, really. And everybody's invited. Okay. Let me read that last sentence again, just to catch up with everybody. Sessions also said, quote, I never saw anything that was improper, close quote, which Porter thought was noteworthy because it did not fit with the previous discussion about Clinton. Porter understood Sessions to be reassuring the president that he was on the president's team. At the end of December, the president told the New York Times it was, quote unquote, too bad that Sessions had recused himself from the Russia investigation. Excuse me. That last rant really dried me out. When asked whether Holder had been a more loyal attorney general to President Obama than Sessions was to him, well, let's be fair, Obama was more loyal as a president than Trump was to Sessions. But then Sessions was to him. The president said, I don't want to get into loyalty, but I will tell you that, I will say this, Holder protected President Obama, totally protected him. When you look at the things that they did, and Holder protected the president. And I have great respect for that, I'll be honest. That's a real shame, President Trump. It's a real shame that you would say that. Holder was a terrible attorney general, and Obama had to cover for him. Although Holder did hold off on a lot of investigations that would have put Obama in serious trouble, but that shouldn't be something to be lauded. That should be something to be talked about with great disdain. So it's a shame that Trump looks at Holder that way. Later in January, the president brought up the idea of replacing Sessions and told Porter that he wanted to, quote-unquote, clean house at the Department of Justice. In a meeting in the White House residence that Porter attended on January 27, 2018, Porter recalled that the president talked about the great attorneys he had in the past with successful win records, such as Roy Cohn and Jay Goldberg, and said that one of his biggest failings as president was that he had not surrounded himself with good attorneys, citing Sessions as an example. The president raised Sessions' recusal and brought up and criticized the special counsel's investigation. Okay, now let's remember that the Republican guard, the old guard, totally abandoned Trump. They even worked against him during the election, and they would not proffer their applications to be in the Trump White House because of that, because they were never Trumpers and disdained him so much. So that is a valid point, that Trump didn't surround himself with good attorneys, although I do like McGahn quite a bit. But the fact is, Trump couldn't get good help. And that's why the White House was in such turmoil for so long, in my opinion, because people were resisting doing their duty as American citizens and giving Trump the representation he deserved, both as White House staff and as White House counsel. Over the next several months, the president continued to criticize Sessions in tweets and media interviews, and on several occasions appeared to publicly encourage him to take action in the Russia investigation despite his recusal. On June 5, 2018, for example, the president tweeted, "The Russian witch hunt hoax continues, all because Jeff Sessions didn't tell me he was going to recuse himself. I would have quickly picked someone else. So much time and money wasted, so many lives ruined, and Sessions knew better than most that there was no collusion." That's capital N, capital C, exclamation point, close quotes. On August 1, 2018, the president tweeted that Attorney General Jeff Sessions should stop this rigged witch hunt right now, close quote. On August 23, 2018, the president publicly criticized Sessions in a press interview and suggested that prosecutions at the Department of Justice were politically motivated because Paul Manafort had been prosecuted, but Democrats had not. Well, yeah, look at Podesta's brother, who worked with Manafort quite closely. What's his name? Paul? Tom? I think it's Tom. Tom Podesta. He and Manafort worked side by side. Yet somehow, I think Podesta actually got immunity from at least part of what he could have been charged with. There certainly have been no charges forthcoming since then. So yeah, rules for thee, but not for me. The president said, quote, "I put in an attorney general that never took control of the Justice Department, Jeff Sessions," close quote. That day, Sessions issued a press statement that said, quote, "I took control of the Department of Justice the day I was sworn in. While I am attorney general, the actions of the Department of Justice will not be improperly influenced by political considerations," close quote. The next day, the president tweeted a response, quote, "Department of Justice will not be improperly influenced by political considerations," close quote. Jeff, this is great, all caps, what everyone wants, so look into all of the corruption on the, quote, "other side," unquote, including deleted emails, Comey lies and leaks, Mueller conflicts, McCabe, Strzok, Page, or FISA abuse, Christopher Steele and his phony and corrupt dossier, the Clinton Foundation, illegal surveillance of the Trump campaign, Russian collusion by Dems, and so much more. Open up the papers and documents without redaction? Come on, Jeff, you can do it. The country is waiting! Exclamation point, close quote. On November 7, 2018, the day after the midterm elections, the president replaced Sessions with Sessions' chief of staff as acting attorney general. Well, that nightmare is over with. Yeah, I did feel sorry for Sessions during all of that. I really did. He did try to run the Department of Justice as best he could, given that he hamstrung himself so severely at the very beginning. But aside from trying to enforce the Family Separation Act that was laid down by the Ninth Circuit years ago, that was such a debacle for Trump and his administration because of the Dems and the press completely falsely reporting on it. Caged children, ripping children from their mother's arms. Half the time, we shouldn't say half the time, but a great deal of the time, those children aren't even relatives of the people who bring them over. Or they're unaccompanied. The law isn't fair. It's not fair at all. And the Dems need to get off their butt, work with the Republicans, and fix this. I'm tired of Schumer saying that Trump could fix it all with a pen. That was Obama's trick. Writing laws as executive actions when they were not supported by legal precedent. Going outside the Constitution. Trump has not done that yet. And I don't see him doing it. Even though you have all these commentators saying that Trump is acting extrajudiciously, that he's creating a constitutional crisis every time he opens his mouth, blah, 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 blah. This is not Trump's fault. It is his problem, but it's not his fault. And unfortunately for Sessions, it's not his fault either. But after the midterms, I think was the good time to replace Sessions. There was a lot of confusion because the Republicans had lost the House, but they had gained seats in the Senate, which was, I don't even know if that's happened before. And if it has, it's a very rare occurrence. But that was a good time to let Sessions go. And I'm glad he was able to get out, because I could not imagine operating under the pressure of having your boss saying publicly over and over again that you're a lousy AG. I'll give Sessions credit for that. He really hung in there. So, God bless him. God bless him. Analysis. In analyzing the president's efforts to have Sessions unrecuse himself and regain control of the Russia investigation, the following considerations and evidence are relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Again, there was no obstruction of justice because it never happened. Trump can talk to people all he wants. He can tell people to do things all he wants. If they don't do it, and they don't break the law, then there is no evidence of obstruction. But here we go again. I've got to read all this. Because Weissman is such a pathetic loser. He's also a bad loser. Remember, Weissman was at the Javits Center for Hillary's, ball or party, coronation party, when she knew she was going to be president of the United States. Weissman was there for that debacle. You think he doesn't carry a lot of resentment for that? Look at what I'm reading here. How much more resentful can you be? A. Obstructive act. To determine if the president's efforts to have the Attorney General unrecused could qualify as an obstructive act, it would be necessary to assess evidence on whether those actions would naturally impede the Russia investigation. No, it would be necessary to assess whether or not it happened. And it didn't happen. That inquiry would take into account the supervisory role that the Attorney General, if unrecused, would play in the Russia investigation. It would also have to take into account that the Attorney General's recusal covered other campaign-related matters. The inquiry would not turn on what Attorney General Justice... Sorry. The inquiry... Take a drink. Take a drink and settle down. Luckily, caffeine doesn't affect me, neither does sugar. Otherwise, I would be a gibbering mess right now. The inquiry would not turn on what Attorney General Sessions would actually do if unrecused, but on whether the efforts to reverse his recusal would naturally have had the effect of impeding the Russia investigation. On multiple occasions in 2017, the president spoke with Sessions about reversing his recusal so that he could take over the Russia investigation and begin an investigation and prosecution of Hillary Clinton. See, I don't believe that Trump necessarily demanded that Sessions recuse himself and then start prosecuting Hillary and the other people he mentioned in that tweet. Let me go back and look at it. We're on the top of page 112 right now. Okay. Department of Justice will not be improperly influenced by political considerations. That's a quote from Jeff Sessions. Jeff, this is great, what everybody wants, so look into all the corruption on the other side, including yada, yada, yada. Russian collusion by Dems. Open up the papers and documents without redaction? Come on, Jeff, you can do it. The country is waiting. There was nothing in there about unrecusal. It just asked Sessions to basically do his job. Now, Sessions had said that he was recusing himself from all election-related actions. So technically, Trump was asking him to recuse himself, but he didn't say so specifically. Is this a fair inference by Weissman and the Mueller team that Trump was trying to ruin Sessions' recusal and therefore have him take over the entire Russia investigation too? That tweet was fairly narrow. It didn't talk about the Russia investigation at all. It talked about all the Dems stuff on the other side of the aisle that Sessions didn't have anyone looking into. So can you infer that that was telling Sessions to unrecuse himself? I don't know. Obviously, Weissman thinks you can, and you can with hard non-evidence. For example, in early summer 2017, Sessions recalled the president asking him to unrecuse, but Sessions did not take it as a directive. When the president raised the issue again in December 2017, the president said, as recorded by Porter, quote, "Not telling you to do anything. I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to do anything or direct you to do anything. I just want to be treated fairly," close quote. The duration of the president's efforts, which spanned from March 2017 to August 2018, and the fact that the president repeatedly criticized Sessions in public and in private for failing to tell the president that he would have to recuse, is relevant to assessing whether the president's efforts to have Sessions unrecused could qualify as obstructive acts. Oh my God. Calm down. Calm down. B. Nexus to an official proceeding. As described above, by mid-June 2017, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge. In addition, in July 2017, a different grand jury supervised by the special counsel was impaneled in the District of Columbia, and the press reported on the existence of this grand jury in early August 2017. Gee, I wonder how they got a hold of that. I believe this grand jury was supposed to be secret. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it should have been known to the press. Whether the conduct towards the Attorney General would have a foreseeable impact on those proceedings turns on much of the same evidence as discussed above with respect to the obstructive act element. C. Intent. There is evidence that at least one purpose of the president's conduct towards Sessions was to have Sessions assume control over the Russia investigation and supervise it in a way that would restrict its scope, which should have been from the very beginning, in my opinion. By the summer of 2017, the president was aware that the special counsel was investigating him personally for obstruction of justice, and in the wake of the disclosures of emails about the June 9 meeting between Russians and senior members of the campaign, it was evident that the investigation into the campaign now included the president's son, son-in-law, and former campaign manager. The president had previously and unsuccessfully sought to have Sessions publicly announce that the special counsel investigation would be confined to future election interference. Sorry for the slurping noise. Yet Sessions remained recused. In December 2017, shortly after Flynn pleaded guilty, the president spoke to Sessions in the Oval Office with only Porter present and told Sessions that he would be a hero if he unrecused. No, he would have been despised because the media and the left own the narrative, and the Republicans could have never gotten out in front of that in such a way as to keep Sessions from being ripped to shreds. Sorry, Mr. President, you were wrong. Porter linked that request to the president's desire that Sessions take back supervision of the Russia investigation and direct an investigation of Hillary Clinton. The president said in that meeting that he, quote, just wanted to be treated fairly, unquote, which could reflect his perception that it was unfair that he was being investigated while Hillary Clinton was not, which is a totally true statement. But a principal effect of that act would be to restore supervision of the Russia investigation to the Attorney General, a position that the president frequently suggested should be occupied by someone like Eric Holder and Bobby Kennedy, who the president described as protecting their presidents. Again, a very, very wrong conclusion to be drawn, Mr. President. They were not good attorney generals. A reasonable inference from those statements and the president's actions is that the president believed that an unrecused attorney general would play a protective role and could shield the president from the ongoing Russia investigation. Yeah, but it didn't happen, Weissman. Sorry about that. The president orders McGahn to deny that the president tried to fire the special counsel. In late January 2018, the media reported that in June 2017, the president had ordered McGahn to have the special counsel fired based on purported conflicts of interest, but McGahn had refused, saying he would quit instead. So, and again, where did this story come from? How did they get a hold of this information? Certainly not by digging. These stories invariably were handed to these reporters on a silver platter. I mean, remember, there were a number of reporters who were investigated for giving treats to the FBI in exchange for stories. They would give them baseball tickets or meals, free coupons to restaurants, things like that. Completely illegal. So if it was going on in the FBI, don't think it wasn't going on in the DOJ and the intelligence community too, because it was. And certainly the Mueller investigation leaked like a sieve, despite all the Democrats and the media's proclamations that it was tight, that it never leaked. That was a bunch of bull. After the story broke, the president, through his personal counsel and two aides, sought to have McGahn deny that he had been directed to remove the special counsel. Each time he was approached, McGahn responded that he would not refute the press accounts because they were accurate in reporting on the president's effort to have the special counsel removed. The president later personally met with McGahn in the Oval Office with only the chief of staff present and tried to get McGahn to say that the president never ordered him to fire the special counsel. McGahn refused and insisted his memory of the president's direction to remove the special counsel was accurate. In that same meeting, the president challenged McGahn for taking notes of his discussions with the president and asked why he had told special counsel investigators that he had been directed to have the special counsel removed. Okay, well, you can't fault McGahn for telling the truth to the special counsel. That's wrong. So that shouldn't have been said. But the part about getting McGahn to deny in the press that Trump had asked him to fire Mueller, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the press. You can't be prosecuted for lying to the press. Now, should Trump have pressured McGahn to do that? No. That wasn't fair to McGahn. It wasn't fair of the president to do that. That's a toxic work environment, and that shouldn't be tolerated. I'm not surprised that McGahn wanted to quit the first time. I'm glad he was talked out of it, but look what happened to him after that. Again, this is a media crime, a press crime, literally, because it was a crime, quote unquote, a crime against the press. So why am I reading it? Because Mueller and Weissman and the rest of that team are vindictive B words. That's why it's Don McGahn. Okay, yes, that's Joy Reid's favorite pronunciation of McGahn, and he is gone. Yeah, that's appropriate. So well played, Picasso Nose. Nice pun. Well played. Evidence. Oh my God. Here we go. Evidence. 1. The press reports that the president tried to fire the special counsel. On January 25, 2018, the New York Times reported that in June 2017, the president had ordered McGahn to have the Department of Justice fire the special counsel. Now remember, when this was reported, this was another bombshell, turning point, walls are closing in, Trump's going to be out of office any day now. This was another one of those. According to the article, quote, amid the first wave of news media reports that Mr. Mueller was examining a possible obstruction case, the president began to argue that Mr. Mueller had 3 conflicts of interest that disqualified him from overseeing the investigation, close quote. The article further reported that, quote, after receiving the president's order to fire Mr. Mueller, the White House counsel refused to ask the Justice Department to dismiss the special counsel, saying he would quit instead, close quote. The article stated that the president, quote, ultimately backed down after the White House counsel threatened to resign rather than carry out the directive, close quote. After the article was published, the president dismissed the story when asked about it by reporters, saying, fake news, folks, fake news, a typical New York Times fake story. The next day, the Washington Post reported on the same event, but added that McGahn had not told the president directly that he intended to resign rather than carry out the directive to have the special counsel terminated. In that respect, the Post story clarified the Times story, which could be read to suggest that McGahn had told the president of his intention to quit, causing the president to back down from the order to have the special counsel fired. Yeah, but that didn't happen. McGahn never told Trump that he would quit. He decided to quit after that second phone call in, what was that? June of 2017? May of 2017, somewhere in there. I think it was June of 2017. When Trump called him at his home twice, and McGahn decided he'd had enough. He'd been put into a corner, and he was going to quit. But I don't remember McGahn ever saying to Trump, don't make me do this or I'll quit. Let's see what Weissman has to say about that. The president seeks to have McGahn dispute the press reports. On January 26, 2018, the president's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the president wanted McGahn to put out a statement denying that he had been asked to fire the special counsel and that he had threatened to quit in protest. McGahn's attorney spoke with McGahn about that request and then called the president's personal counsel to relay that McGahn would not make such a statement. McGahn's attorney informed the president's personal counsel that the Times story was accurate in reporting that the president wanted the special counsel removed. Accordingly, McGahn's attorney said, although the article was inaccurate in some other respects, McGahn could not comply with the president's request to dispute the story. Hicks recalled relaying to the president that one of his attorneys had spoken to McGahn's attorney about the issue. Also on January 26, 2017, Hicks recalled that the president asked Sanders to contact McGahn about the story. McGahn told Sanders that there was no need to respond and indicated that some of the story was accurate. Consistent with that position, McGahn did not correct the Times story. On February 4, 2018, Priebus appeared on Meet the Press and said he had not heard the president say that he wanted the special counsel fired. After Priebus's appearance, the president called Priebus and said he did a great job on Meet the Press. The president also told Priebus that the president had, quote, never said any of those things about, unquote, the special counsel. The next day, on February 5, 2018, the president complained about the Times article to Porter. The president told Porter that the article was, quote unquote, pardon my language, bullshit, and he had not sought to terminate the special counsel. The president said that McGahn leaked to the media to make himself look good. The president then directed Porter to tell McGahn to create a record to make clear that the president never directed McGahn to fire the special counsel. Porter thought the matter should be handled by the White House Communications Office, but the president said he wanted McGahn to write a letter to the file, quote, for our records, unquote, and wanted something beyond a press statement to demonstrate that the reporting was inaccurate. The president referred to McGahn as a, quote unquote, sorry for the language again, folks, a lying bastard, and that he wanted a record from him. Porter recalled the president saying something to the effect of, if he doesn't write a letter, then maybe I'll have to get rid of him. Later that day, Porter spoke with McGahn to deliver the president's message. Porter told McGahn that he had to write a letter to dispute that he was never ordered to terminate the special counsel. McGahn shrugged off the request, explaining that the media reports were true. McGahn told Porter that the president had been insistent on firing the special counsel and that McGahn had planned to resign rather than carry out that order, although he had not personally told the president he intended to quit. Porter told McGahn that the president suggested that McGahn would be fired if he did not write the letter. McGahn dismissed the threat, saying that the optics would be terrible if the president followed through with firing him on that basis. McGahn said he would not write the letter the president had requested. Porter said that to his knowledge, the issue of McGahn's letter never came up with the president again, but Porter did recall telling Kelly, that was the White House chief of staff at the time, General Kelly, about his conversation with McGahn. The next day, on February 6, 2018, Kelly scheduled time for McGahn to meet with him and the president in the Oval Office to discuss the Times article. The morning of the meeting, the president's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the president was going to be speaking with McGahn and McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the meeting. The president began the Oval Office meeting by telling McGahn that the New York Times story did not, quote-unquote, look good, and McGahn needed to correct it. McGahn recalled the president said, I never said to fire Mueller. I never said fire. This story doesn't look good. You need to correct this. You're the White House counsel. In response, McGahn acknowledged that he had not told the president directly that he planned to resign, but said that the story was otherwise accurate. The president asked McGahn, did I say the word fire? McGahn responded, what you said is, call Rod to tell Rod that Mueller has conflicts and he can't be the special counsel. The president responded, I never said that. The president said he merely wanted McGahn to raise the conflicts issue with Rosenstein and leave it to him to decide what to do. McGahn told the president he did not understand the conversation that way and instead had heard, quote, call Rod, there are conflicts, Mueller has to go, close quote. The president asked McGahn whether he would, quote, do a correction, unquote, and McGahn said no. McGahn thought the president was testing his mettle to see how committed McGahn was to what happened. Kelly described the meeting as, quote, a little tense, unquote. The president also asked McGahn in the meeting why he had told the special counsel's office investigators that the president had told him to have the special counsel removed. That's a stupid question, Mr. President. McGahn responded that he had to, and that his conversations with the president were not protected by attorney-client privilege. The president then asked, what about these notes? Why do you take notes? Lawyers don't take notes. I never had a lawyer who took notes. McGahn responded that he keeps notes because he is, quote, a real lawyer, and explained that notes create a record and are not a bad thing. The president said, I've had a lot of great lawyers like Roy Cohn. He did not take notes. After the Oval Office meeting concluded, Kelly recalled McGahn telling him that McGahn and the president, quote, did have that conversation about removing the special counsel. Close quote. Did have that conversation, close quote, about removing the special counsel. McGahn recalled that Kelly said that he had pointed out to the president after the Oval Office that McGahn had not backed down and would not budge. Following the Oval Office meeting, the president's personal counsel called McGahn's counsel and relayed that the president was, quote unquote, fine with McGahn. And again, non-crime. Matt McGahn spoke to the special counsel and told them the truth. Trump had a problem with that, but that's Trump's problem. McGahn did not fire the special counsel, did not get Rosenstein to even look into it, so there's no crime there. Telling McGahn to create a backstory that would refute an unflattering article in the Post and the Times is not against the law. It's a press crime. But here we've got to read the rest of this. Analysis. In analyzing the president's efforts to have McGahn deny that he had been ordered to have the special counsel removed, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. The president's repeated efforts to get McGahn to create a record denying that the president had directed him to remove the special counsel would qualify as an obstructive act, quote, I'm ready to quote, if it had the natural tendency to constrain McGahn from testifying truthfully or to undermine his credibility as a potential witness if he testified consistently with his memory rather than with what the record said. There is some evidence at the time the New York Times and Washington Post stories were published in late January 2018. The president believed the stories were wrong and that he had never told McGahn to have Rosenstein remove the special counsel. The president correctly understood that McGahn had not told the president directly that he planned to resign. In addition, the president told Priebus and Porter that he had not sought to terminate the special counsel, and in the Oval Office meeting with McGahn, the president said, I never said to fire Mueller, I never said fire, unquote. That evidence would indicate that the president was not attempting to persuade McGahn to change his story, but was instead offering his own, but different recollection of the substance of his June 27 conversations with McGahn and McGahn's reaction to them. So why am I reading the rest of this? You just said Trump's off the hook. Again and again, they say this. Here's an obstructive act, except there was no obstructive act. Every time. Other evidence cuts against that understanding of the president's conduct. As previously described, blah, 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 substantial evidence supports McGahn's account that the president had directed him to have the special counsel removed, including the timing and context of the president's directive, the manner in which McGahn reacted, and the fact that the president had been told the conflicts were insubstantial, were being considered by the Department of Justice, and should be raised with the president's personal counsel rather than brought to McGahn. In addition, the president's subsequent denials that he had told McGahn to have the special counsel removed were carefully worded. Like when you're talking to a lawyer. When first asked about the New York Times story, the president said, fake news, folks, fake news. A typical New York Times fake story. Yeah, and when the president spoke with McGahn in the Oval Office, he focused on whether he had used the word fire, saying, quote, I never said to fire Mueller, I never said fire, unquote, and, quote, did I say the word fire, unquote. The president's assertion in the Oval Office meeting that he had never directed McGahn to have the special counsel removed thus runs counter to the evidence. You just said that the president believed the stories were wrong, that the evidence could indicate that the president was not attempting to persuade McGahn to change his story, but instead offering his own but different recollection of the substance of his June 2017 conversations with McGahn and McGahn's reaction to them. That is exculpatory evidence. I'm not a lawyer, but I know a little bit. That right there is exculpatory evidence. You don't have any reason to include any of this. My God. In addition, even if the president sincerely disagreed with McGahn's memory of the June 17, 2017 events, the evidence indicates that the president knew by the time of the Oval Office meeting that McGahn's account differed and that McGahn was firm in his views. Shortly after the story broke, the president's counsel told McGahn's counsel that the president wanted McGahn to make a statement denying that he had been asked to fire the special counsel, but McGahn responded through his counsel that the aspect of the story was accurate and he therefore could not comply with the president's request. Where the hell is the paragraph break in this? This goes on for like 15 sentences. The president then directed Sanders to tell McGahn to correct the story, but McGahn told her he would not do so because the story was accurate in reporting on the president's order. Consistent with that position, McGahn never issued a correction. More than a week later, the president brought up the issue again with Porter, made comments indicating the president thought McGahn had leaked the story, and directed Porter to have McGahn create a record denying that the president had tried to fire the special counsel. At that point, the president said he might, quote, have to get rid of, unquote, McGahn if McGahn did not comply. McGahn again refused and told Porter, as he had told Sanders, and as his counsel had told the president's counsel, that the president had in fact ordered him to have Rosenstein remove the special counsel. That evidence indicates that by the time of the Oval Office meeting, the president was aware that McGahn did not think the story was false and did not want to issue a statement or create a written record denying facts that McGahn believed to be true. The president nevertheless persisted and asked McGahn to repudiate facts that McGahn had repeatedly said were accurate. Again, where is the crime? Nexus to an official proceeding. By January 2018, the special counsel's use of a grand jury had been further confirmed by the return of several indictments. The president also was aware that the special counsel was investigating obstruction-related events because, among other reasons, on January 8, 2018, the special counsel's office provided his counsel with a detailed list of topics for a possible interview with the president. The president knew that McGahn had personal knowledge of many of the events the special counsel was investigating, and that McGahn had already been interviewed by special counsel investigators. And in the Oval Office meeting, the president indicated he knew that McGahn had told the special counsel's office about the president's effort to remove the special counsel. The president challenged McGahn for disclosing that information and for taking notes that he viewed as creating unnecessary legal exposure. The evidence indicates that the president's awareness that the June 17, 2017 events were relevant to the special counsel's investigation and any grand jury investigation that might grow out of it. McGahn had already been interviewed, 30 hours worth of interviews. There was nothing more in that well. They'd squeezed the orange dry, if I may use another metaphor. How could Trump, asking McGahn to create a separate record to refute a story that Trump found deleterious to him and to the administration, let's face it, this was another bombshell, turning point, walls closing in, Trump's going to be out of office, impeachment story. I can see how Trump wanted to have McGahn at least say, Trump didn't tell me to fire Mueller. And Trump, and I never said to Trump, if you make me do this, I'll quit before I do it. That could have been said in a subsequent release. And perhaps that's all Trump was asking for. Because again, the story wasn't completely accurate. There were holes in it that could have been pointed out by McGahn. Was the president overly aggressive in this? I'd say 80% chance of yeah. But he was tired of these stories leaking. He was tired of getting hammered by the press. And he wanted someone to have his back. This wasn't appropriate. He shouldn't have forced McGahn, or tried to force McGahn to change his story. Although I think McGahn could have at least used the words that Trump was using, because it was true. Trump never said fire, and McGahn never said he'd quit before he did it. That's my take on it. To establish a nexus, it would be necessary to show that the president's actions would have the natural tendency to affect such a proceeding, or that they would hinder, delay, or prevent the communication of information to investigators. Because McGahn had spoken to special counsel investigators before January 2018, the president could not have been seeking to influence his prior statements in those interviews, as I just said. But because McGahn had repeatedly spoken to investigators and the obstruction inquiry was not complete, it was foreseeable that he would be interviewed again on obstruction-related topics. There was no obstruction. If the president were focused solely on a press strategy and seeking to have McGahn refute the New York Times article, a nexus to a proceeding or to further investigative interviews would not be shown. Here it comes. But the president's efforts to have McGahn write a letter, quote, for our records, unquote, approximately 10 days after the stories had come out, well past the typical time to issue a correction for a news story. Well, Trump was fighting tooth and nail with McGahn to get that done. Correction for a news story indicates the president was not focused solely on a press strategy, but instead likely contemplated the ongoing investigation and any proceedings arising from it. And there they go again, reading Trump's mind. Likely. Over and over again. C. Intent. Substantial evidence indicates that in repeatedly urging McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, the president acted for the purpose of influencing McGahn's account in order to deflect or prevent further scrutiny of the president's conduct towards the investigation. There's nothing wrong with that. Several facts support that conclusion. The president made repeated attempts to get McGahn to change his story. As described above, by the time of the last attempt, the evidence suggests that the president had been told on multiple occasions that McGahn believed the president had ordered him to have the special counsel terminated. McGahn interpreted his encounter with the president in the Oval Office as an attempt to test his mettle and see how committed he was to his memory of what happened, of what had occurred. The president had already laid the groundwork for pressing McGahn to alter his account by telling Porter that it might be necessary to fire McGahn if he did not deny the story, and Porter relayed that statement to McGahn. Additional evidence of the president's intent may be gleaned from the fact that his counsel was sufficiently alarmed by the prospect of the president's meeting with McGahn that he called McGahn's counsel and said that McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the Oval Office that day. The president's counsel was well aware of McGahn's resolve not to issue what he believed to be a false account of events despite the president's request. Finally, as noted above, the president brought up the special counsel investigation in his Oval Office meeting with McGahn and criticized him for telling this office about the June 17, 2017 events. The president's statement reflects his understanding and his displeasure that those events would be part of an obstruction of justice inquiry. He understood it, and he wasn't happy about it, but he also knew that he did not obstruct justice. You know he did not obstruct justice in this instance, and in all the instances previous to this, and in all the instances post this. Yet you continue to hammer away at non-truths, fantasy, and media crimes. Got about 50 pages to go. J. The president's conduct towards Flynn, Manafort, HOM, that's harm to ongoing matter. So something that is still being investigated. So we don't know who that third person is. In addition to the interactions with McGahn described above, the president has taken other actions directed at possible witnesses in the special counsel's investigation, including Flynn, Manafort, redacted, and as described in the next section, Cohen. Oh God, we still got to go through Cohen. When Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement with the president's personal counsel stated that Flynn's actions would be viewed as reflecting quote-unquote hostility towards the president. During Manafort's prosecution, and while the jury was deliberating, the president repeatedly stated that Manafort was being treated unfairly and made it known that Manafort could receive a pardon. I believe, actually what was said, Weissman, is that someone asked Trump if Manafort could be pardoned, and Trump said, that's not off the table. So it wasn't that he was telling him, hey, I might give you a pardon. He was saying there was no reason at that point to not have a pardon be a possibility. I see that as a difference. Trump did not say to Manafort, here comes your pardon. He was asked about it and he replied truthfully. So I see that as being very unfairly written. Maybe I'm splitting hairs. If you disagree with me, in the chat or in the comments section below once the video posts to YouTube, please let me know what you think. Because I'm not saying that I'm right about all this. I'm not saying that I know exactly what's going on every step of the way. These are my opinions that are based partly in fact, partly in observation. So, say what you will. Take me to task, please. I look forward to it. Okay, evidence. Conduct directed at Michael Flynn. And again, these are when the part about Flynn. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Flynn withdrawing from the joint defense agreement with the president can be a hostile act. So, and that's within the president's right to say. Is it appropriate? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm leaning towards not. But it was within Trump's right to say it. And the part about, and Picasso knows, gets me here. Trump said, not something that is on my mind right now. Thank you, dear. Thank you, Picasso knows. Absolutely. Yes, about the Manafort pardon. Trump said, not something that is on my mind right now. Now you tell me that that is the same thing as making it known that Manafort could receive a pardon. No, that is not the same thing. That is a very slanted sentence designed to hurt Trump when the facts state otherwise. But again, Trump has the right to say these things. He had the right to say that he could pardon Manafort if he wanted to. He has freedom of speech. And he has the right to pardon anybody he wants to. He could have pardoned Manafort during the deliberations. Well, let me take that back. Can you pardon someone before they're convicted? Can you obviate their prosecution? Actually, I don't know if that's possible. Constitutional scholars, throw that out there for me. Tell me what's going on. I'd call Mark Levin and ask him, but I can never get through. Okay, evidence. 1. Conduct directed at Michael Flynn. As previously noted, see blah, 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 blah. The president asked for Flynn's resignation on February 13, 2017. Following Flynn's resignation, the president made positive public comments about Flynn, describing him as, quote, a wonderful man, quote, a fine person, and, quote, a very good person. The president also privately asked advisors to pass messages to Flynn, conveying that the president still cared about him and encouraging him to stay strong. In late November 2017, Flynn began to cooperate with this office. On November 22, 2017, Flynn withdrew from a joint defense agreement that he had with the president. Now, a joint defense agreement means that Flynn could pass along the questions and answers he was getting and giving to the special counsel. That's how I understand it. Again, I'm not 100% correct on these things, but that's the way I understand it. So you can communicate back and forth with someone who's under investigation, and they can tell you what's going on in that investigation. And there's no doubt that Flynn was heavily pressured by Mueller's team to rescind that joint defense agreement. I can believe they really put the screws to him about that. So it wasn't Flynn's first choice, to be sure. Flynn's counsel told the president's personal counsel and counsel for the White House that Flynn could no longer have confidential communications with the White House or the president. Later that night, the president's personal counsel left a voicemail for Flynn's counsel that said, quote, "I understand your situation, but let me see if I can't state it in starker terms. It wouldn't surprise me if you've gone on to make a deal with the government. If there's information that implicates the president, then we've got a national security issue, so, we need some kind of heads up, just for the sake of protecting all our interests if we can. Remember what we've always said about the president and his feelings towards Flynn, and that still remains," close quote. On October 23, 2017, Flynn's attorneys returned the call from the president's personal counsel to acknowledge receipt of the voicemail. Flynn's attorneys reiterated that they were no longer in a position to share information under any sort of privilege. According to Flynn's attorneys, the president's personal counsel was indignant and vocal in his disagreement. As would I be. The president's personal counsel said that he interpreted what they said to him as a reflection of Flynn's hostility towards the president and that he planned to inform his client of that interpretation. Flynn's attorneys understood that statement to be an attempt to make them reconsider their position because the president's personal counsel believed that Flynn would be disturbed to know that such a message would be conveyed to the president. On December 1, 2017, Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements pursuant to a cooperation agreement. The next day, the president told the press that he was not concerned about what Flynn might tell the special counsel. In response to a question about whether the president still stood behind Flynn, the president responded, "We'll see what happens." Over the next several days, the president made public statements expressing sympathy for Flynn and indicated he had not been treated fairly, which is completely accurate. On December 15, 2017, the president responded to a press inquiry about whether he was considering a pardon for Flynn by saying, "I don't want to talk about pardons for Michael Flynn yet. We'll see what happens. Let's see. I can say this. When you look at what's gone on with the FBI and the Justice Department, people are very, very angry." So, where's the beef? Let me just use that old catchphrase. Where's the beef? 2. Conduct directed at Paul Manafort. On October 27, 2017, a grand jury in the District of Columbia indicted Manafort and former deputy campaign manager Richard Gates on multiple felony counts, and on February 22, 2018, a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia indicted Manafort and Gates on additional felony counts. The charges in both cases allege criminal conduct by Manafort that began as early as 2005 and continued through 2018. In January 2018, Manafort told Gates that he had talked to the president's personal counsel and they, quote, "were going to take care of us." Manafort told Gates it was stupid to plead, saying that he had been in touch with the president's personal counsel and repeating that they, quote, should, quote, "sit tight," unquote, and, quote, "will be taken care of." Gates asked Manafort outright if anyone mentioned pardons, and Manafort said no one used that word. As the proceedings against Manafort progressed in court, the president told Porter that he never liked Manafort and that Manafort did not know what he was doing on the campaign. I've heard otherwise, Mr. President. I've heard otherwise. The president discussed with aides whether and in what way Manafort might be cooperating with the special counsel's investigation and whether Manafort knew any information that would be harmful to the president. In public, the president made statements criticizing the prosecution and suggested that Manafort was being treated unfairly. Yeah, like when he was thrown into solitary confinement after supposedly trying to influence a witness. Supposedly, that was never proven. Yet the man was held in a small cell for 23 hours a day for months. On June 15, 2018, before a scheduled court hearing that day on whether Manafort's bail should be revoked based on new charges that Manafort had tampered with witnesses while out on bail, the president told the press, "I feel badly about a lot of them because I think a lot of it is very unfair. I mean, look at some of them when they go back 12 years, like Manafort has nothing to do with our campaign." And what he's saying is Manafort's charges have nothing to do with the campaign. "But I feel I tell you, I feel a little badly about it. They went back 12 years to get things that he did 12 years ago. I feel badly for some people because they've gone back 12 years to find things about somebody, and I don't think it's right," close quote. In response to a question about whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort or other individuals involved in the special counsel's investigation, the president said, quote, "I don't want to talk about that. No, I don't want to talk about that. But look, I do want to see people treated fairly. That's what it's all about." Okay, so that's slightly different from what Picasso knows said, but it could have been at another time. So I'm not saying what she's saying is wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't match up with this particular question. But again, her statement that Trump said nothing that is on my mind, Trump said not something that is on my mind right now, that's entirely consistent with what Trump is quoted as saying here. He said nothing about a pardon in that quote. Hours later, Manafort's bail was revoked, and the president tweeted, "Wow, what a tough sentence for Paul Manafort, who has represented Ronald Reagan, Bob Dole, and many other top political people in campaigns. Didn't know Manafort was the head of the mob. What about Comey and Crooked Hillary and all the others? Very unfair!" Exclamation point, close quote. Immediately following the revocation of Manafort's bail, the president's personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, gave a series of interviews in which he raised the possibility of a pardon for Manafort. Giuliani told the New York Daily News that, quote, "When the whole thing is over, things might get cleaned up with some presidential pardons." Okay, now that's Giuliani saying that. Let's see, where was that? During Manafort's prosecution while the jury was deliberating, the president repeatedly stated that Manafort was being treated unfairly and made it known that Manafort could receive a pardon. The president said that. And now we've got Giuliani saying it. So which is it, guys? Giuliani also said in an interview that although the president should not pardon anyone while the special counsel's investigation was ongoing, quote, "When the investigation is concluded, he's kind of on his own, right?" Close quote. In a CNN interview 2 days later, Giuliani said, "I guess I should clarify this once and for all." And this is Giuliani over and done, where he says something and then later on he has to pull it back because he's a little too loose with his language. In fact, the word little could technically be taken out of that sentence. Let me start back that again, or start that over. Giuliani said, "I guess I should clarify this once and for all. The president has issued no pardons in this investigation. The president is not going to issue pardons in this investigation. When it's over, hey, he's the president of the United States. He retains his pardon power. Nobody is taking that away from him." Giuliani rejected the suggestion that his and the president's comments could signal to defendants that they should not cooperate in a criminal prosecution because a pardon might follow, saying the comments were, quote, "certainly not intended that way," close quote. Giuliani said the comments only acknowledged that an individual involved in the investigation would not be, quote, excluded from a pardon if in fact the president and his advisors come to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly, close quote. Giuliani observed that pardons were not unusual in political investigations, but said, this doesn't mean they're going to happen here. Doesn't mean that anybody should rely on it. Big signal is, nobody has been pardoned yet, close quote. On July 31, 2018, Manafort's criminal trial began in the Eastern District of Virginia, generating substantial news coverage. Gee, go figure. Why did you even have to put that in there? The next day, the president tweeted, quote, this is a terrible situation, and Attorney General Jeff Sessions should stop this rigged witch hunt right now before it continues to stain our country any further. Bob Mueller is totally conflicted, and his 17 angry Democrats that are doing his dirty work are a disgrace to the USA! Exclamation point, close quote. Minutes later, the president tweeted, quote, Paul Manafort worked for Ronald Reagan, Bob Dole, and many other highly prominent and respected political leaders. He worked for me for a very short time. Why didn't government tell me that he was under investigation? These old charges have nothing to do with collusion. A hoax. Hoax is capitalized. Exclamation point, close quote. Later in the day, the president tweeted, quote, looking back on history, who was treated worse? Alphonse Capone, legendary mob boss killer, and, quote, public enemy number one, unquote, or Paul Manafort, political operative and Reagan Dole darling, now serving solitary confinement, although convicted of nothing. Where's the Russian collusion? Close quote. The president's tweets about the Manafort trial were widely covered by the press. When asked about the president's tweets, Sanders told the press, quote, certainly the president's been clear. He thinks Paul Manafort's been treated unfairly, close quote. And that's absolutely perfect. On August 16, sorry about that, excuse me. On August 16, 2018, the Manafort case was submitted to the jury and deliberations began. At that time, Giuliani had recently suggested to reporters that the special counsel investigation needed to be, quote, done in the next 2 or 3 weeks, close quote. And media stories reported that a Manafort acquittal would add to criticism that the special counsel investigation was not worth the time and expense, whereas a conviction could show that ending the investigation would be premature. On August 17, 2018, as jury deliberations continued, the president commented on the trial from the South Lawn of the White House. In an impromptu exchange with reporters that lasted approximately 5 minutes, the president twice called the special counsel's investigation a rigged witch hunt, which it was. Look at what I'm reading right now. Tell me it's not rigged. When asked whether he would pardon Manafort if he was convicted, the president said, I don't talk about that now. I don't talk about that. The president then added, without being asked a further question, I think the whole Manafort trial is very sad when you look at what's going on there. I think it's a very sad day for our country. He works for me for a very short period of time. But you know what? He happens to be a very good person. And I think it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort, close quote. The president did not take further questions. In response to the president's statements, Manafort's attorney said, quote, Mr. Manafort really appreciates the support of President Trump. On August 21, 2018, the jury found Manafort guilty on 8 felony counts. What does that have to do with anything? Why do I have to read this? Also on August 21, Michael Cohen pleaded guilty to 8 offenses, including a campaign finance violation that he said had occurred in coordination with and at the direction of a candidate for federal office. We've already discussed how those quote-unquote crimes are completely covered under the intent portion of the statute, and that Trump is completely innocent, not just not guilty, completely innocent of campaign finance violations in that regard. And even if I grant you that he did commit a campaign finance violation, that's a fine. Obama's campaign in 2008, hid something like $1 million worth of contributions, did not disclose them. And what happened to him? He was fined. Compare that to Donald Trump making a couple of payments to two women who he may or may not have had affairs with. In fact, one-night stands, not even affairs. I mean, let's draw a distinction there. Maybe too fine a point, but still. But how can that be considered any more of a breaking of the rules of the FEC? How could that be considered worse than what Obama's campaign did? Hillary's campaign has been hit up with an FEC violation for the way they handled the Perkins-Coie Fusion GPS payments, because they hid the purpose of those. That's a campaign finance violation. She's going to get fined. Bernie Sanders received money from a foreign state. Bernie got money from Australia. You cannot donate to a U.S. candidate's office if you are not in the U.S. It's against the law. And what's going to happen to Bernie? Fine. So let's shut up about campaign finance violations. Let's see, where was I? Okay. Candidate for federal office. The president reacted to Manafort's convictions that day by telling reporters Paul Manafort's a good man, quote unquote, and, quote, it's a very sad thing that happened, unquote. The president described the special counsel's investigation as, quote, a witch hunt that ends in disgrace, close quote, which it has. The next day, the president tweeted, quote, I feel very badly for Paul Manafort and his wonderful family. Quote unquote, justice took a 12-year-old tax case, among other things, applied tremendous pressure on him, and unlike Michael Cohen, he refused to, quote unquote, make up stories in order to get a, quote unquote, deal. Such respect for a brave man, exclamation point, close quotes. In a Fox interview on August 22, 2018, the president said, Cohen makes a better deal when he uses me like everybody else. And one of the reasons I respect Paul Manafort so much is he went through that trial. You know, they make up stories. People make up stories. This whole thing about flipping, they call it, I know, all about flipping. The president said that flipping was, quote unquote, not fair and, quote, almost ought to be outlawed, unquote. Yeah, you went too far there, Trump. You went too far. That's how you build cases. The little fish flip on the next fish, and the next fish flip on the next fish up, and ultimately you get to the great white shark. That's how it works. I know you felt very betrayed by Cohen and Flynn, even though you didn't know what he was talking about. But that's wrong. And Trump got called to the carpet on that by everybody, and as well he should have. He made a pretty blatantly incorrect statement there. In response to a question about whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort, the president said, quote, I have great respect for what he's done in terms of what he's gone through. He worked for many, many people over many years, and I would say what he did, some of the charges they threw against him, every consultant, every lobbyist in Washington probably does, close quote. Giuliani told journalists that the president, quote, really thinks Manafort has been horribly treated, close quote, and that he and the president had discussed the political fallout if the president pardoned Manafort. The next day, Giuliani told the Washington Post that the president had asked his lawyers for advice on the possibility of a pardon for Manafort and other aides, and had been counseled against considering a pardon until the investigation concluded. On September 14, 2018, Manafort pleaded guilty to charges in the District of Columbia and signed a plea agreement that required him to cooperate with investigators. Giuliani was reported to have publicly said that Manafort remained in a joint defense agreement with the president following Manafort's guilty plea, an agreement to cooperate, and that Manafort's attorneys regularly briefed the president's lawyers on the topics discussed and the information Manafort had provided in interviews with the special counsel's office. On November 26, 2018, the special counsel's office disclosed in a public court filing that Manafort had breached his plea agreement by lying about multiple subjects. The next day, Giuliani said that the president had been, quote, upset for weeks, unquote, about what he considered to be, quote, the un-American, horrible treatment of Manafort, close quote. In an interview on November 28, 2018, the president suggested that, quote, that it was, quote, very brave, unquote, that Manafort did not, quote, unquote, flip. Quote, if you told the truth, you go to jail. You know this flipping stuff is terrible. You flip and you lie and you get, the prosecutors will tell you 99% of the time they can get people to flip. It's rare that they can't. But I had 3 people, Manafort, Corsi, I don't know Corsi, but he refuses to say what they demanded. Manafort, Corsi, ongoing matter. Harm to ongoing matter, redacted. It's actually very brave. And you know they're talking about Stone in that ongoing matter. It's obvious. In response to a question about a potential pardon for Manafort, the president said it was never discussed, but I wouldn't take it off the table. Why would I take it off the table? Which is pretty much what I had said earlier. So redacted HOMs, redacted HOMs, redacted HOMs, redacted HOMs, redacted, redacted. Analysis. In analyzing the president's conduct towards Flynn, Manafort, redacted, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. Obstructive act. A. The president's actions toward witnesses in the special counsel's investigation would qualify as obstructive if they had the natural tendency to prevent particular witnesses from testifying truthfully or otherwise would have the probable effect of influencing, delaying, or preventing their testimony to law enforcement. With regards to Flynn, the president sent private and public messages to Flynn encouraging him to stay strong and conveying that the president still cared about him before he began to cooperate with the government. When Flynn's attorneys withdrew him from a joint defense agreement with the president, again, I'm sure under heavy duress from the Mueller team, signaling that Flynn was potentially cooperating with the government, the president's personal counsel initially reminded Flynn's counsel of the president's warm feeling towards Flynn and said that, quote, that still remains, unquote. But when Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn could no longer share information under a joint defense agreement, the president's personal counsel stated that the decision would be interpreted as, sorry, I lost my place. The decision would be interpreted as reflecting Flynn's hostility towards the president. I started to shout, and I was looking at the VU meter, and it showed I was pegging pretty heavily. So, excuse me, I'll have to back down a little bit. Helps preserve my voice anyway. I just get so upset reading this stuff. It really turns up the volume. But when Flynn's counsel reiterated that Flynn could no longer share information under a joint defense agreement, the president's personal counsel stated that the decision would be interpreted as reflecting Flynn's hostility towards the president. That sequence of events could have had the potential, if I may say, to affect Flynn's decision to cooperate, as well as the extent of that cooperation. Because of privilege issues, however, we could not determine whether the president was personally involved in or knew about the specific message his counsel delivered to Flynn's counsel. So you got nothing. With respect to Manafort, there is evidence that the president's actions had the potential to influence Manafort's decision whether to cooperate with the government. Hello, Uncle Bobbity. I missed you when you came in. Please excuse me. Uncle Bobbity chats, laws don't apply to Democrats, not when Democrats lack power. Once they're back in power, then laws really don't apply to them. Well said, sir, as always. Very pertinent and very accurate. Thank you. I was getting tired of using the expression rules for thee, not for, or rules for me, not for thee. Wait, rules for thee, not for me. See, I can't even get it right now. I've said it so often it's become cliche. But laws don't apply to Democrats, not when Democrats like power. Once they're back in power, then laws really don't apply to them, as evidenced by the Congress right now, by the House. Yes, sir, 3 bags full. The president and his personal counsel, sorry, let me just back up there. With respect to Manafort, there is evidence that the president's actions had the potential to influence Manafort's decision whether to cooperate with the government. The president and his personal counsel made repeated statements suggesting that a pardon was a possibility for Manafort, while also making it clear that the president did not want Manafort to quote-unquote flip and cooperate with the government. Uncle Bobbity again, pay no attention to my guilt according to the law, only yours matters. Very nice. Very nice again. Uncle Bobbity is one of the mainstays of the Hard Bastard chat. He's pretty much one of the foundations of it. So when he says something, I'd say 95% of the time it's worth quoting. The other 5%, he's just being silly. But I appreciate those as well. Shout out to you, Uncle Bobbity. On June 15, 2018, the day the judge presiding over Manafort's D.C. case was considering whether or not to revoke his bail, the president said that he, quote, felt badly, unquote, for Manafort and stated, I think a lot of it is very unfair. And when asked about a pardon for Manafort, the president said, I do want to see people treated fairly. That's what it's all about. Later that day, after Manafort's bail was revoked, the president called it a tough sentence that was very unfair, exclamation point, close quote. 2 days later, the president's personal counsel stated that individuals involved in the special counsel's investigation could receive a pardon if, quote, if in fact the president and his advisors come to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly, close quote, using language that paralleled how the president had already described the treatment of Manafort. Well, yeah, it may parallel it, but those are the words that you would use. I mean, how else would you put it? I mean, that's what pardons are for people who have been treated unfairly. Sometimes people are pardoned because they pay cash. See the end of the Clinton administration. But, yeah, that's basically a pardon because you were treated unfairly in your prosecution or by the government or by some other entity who railroaded you and put you in jail for something that they should not have. Now, did Manafort not commit crimes? No. Manafort did commit crimes, but he was only prosecuted because he worked for Trump. Because the Department of Justice looked at his crimes in 2014 and decided that it wasn't worth the prosecution. So why was it suddenly worth prosecution when Mueller took over? Because Manafort worked for Trump. Period. That's what happened to Papadopoulos. That's what happened to Flynn. And I see Flynn's guilty plea being overturned at some point in the future. Because he was absolutely trapped by the FBI. He was not treated with any kind of fairness whatsoever. So I predict that his guilty plea will be overturned. Remember, they still haven't sentenced him. So there's time. Let's see. Pardon and treated unfairly, using language that paralleled how the president had already described the treatment of Manafort. Those statements, combined with the president's commendation of Manafort for being a quote-unquote brave man who, quote, refused to break, unquote, suggested that a pardon was a more likely possibility if Manafort continued not to cooperate with the government. And while Manafort eventually pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, he was found to have violated the agreement by lying to investigators. Picasso knows his right. Flynn didn't have to lie. He felt he was boxed in on a Logan Act, I'm sure, because he had communications with the Russians about something that the current administration was doing. But it's not that I'm talking about. It's the fact that he was trapped by being recorded in a conversation with Kislyak when they had no business using that against him. When you're surveying a foreign entity, their conversations with U.S. citizens are not supposed to be surveilled unless you have a FISA warrant against that individual. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. That's how I understand it. U.S. citizens are supposed to be masked during those conversations, and Flynn was unmasked. I don't know if it was Sally Yates who did it or someone else, but they unmasked Flynn, and that's why the FBI went after him. That's what I'm talking about. It was completely unfair prosecution. It was unlawful prosecution. He never should have been interviewed. And again, he did nothing wrong. He actually helped keep the Russians and the United States from devolving into a spiral of sanctions. Who knows where that would have ended? We could have wound up not having any embassies or consulates in Russia. And then what happens? So I'm glad Flynn did what he did. Yeah, he didn't have to lie about it. He was afraid of the Logan Act. But he never should have been questioned. That's all there is to it. The president's public statements during the Manafort trial during the jury deliberations also had the potential to influence the trial jury. On the second day of the trial, remember, jurors are supposed to stay away from news. So if they read something about what Trump had said and used that in their deliberations, they should have been kicked off the jury. And as it turns out, the jury returned convictions. So it's obvious Trump had no effect on that. On the second day of the trial, for example, the president called the prosecution a, quote, terrible situation, unquote, and a, quote, unquote, hoax that, quote, continues to stay in our country, unquote, and referred to Manafort as a, quote, Reagan Dole darling, unquote, who was, quote, serving solitary confinement, unquote, even though he was, quote, convicted of nothing, unquote. Those were all true. Every one of those statements was true. The Reagan Dole darling, that's a bit manipulative, but the rest of that was absolutely correct. Those statements were widely picked up by the press. While jurors were instructed not to watch or read news about the case and are presumed to follow those instructions, the president's statement during the trial generated substantial media coverage that could have reached jurors if they happened to see the statements or learned about them from others. And again, that would have disqualified them from the jury. And the president's statements during jury deliberations that Manafort, quote, happens to be a very good person, unquote, and that it, quote, it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort, unquote, had the potential to influence jurors who learned of the statements, which the president made just as jurors were considering whether to convict or acquit Manafort. Again, they convicted him. So it's obvious Trump's comments had no effect on deliberations. Redacted. Nexus to an official proceeding. The president's actions towards Flynn, Manafort, redacted, appear to have been connected to pending or anticipated official proceedings involving each individual. The president's conduct towards Flynn, redacted, principally occurred when both were under criminal investigation, and again, that's Stone, I'm sure of it, were under criminal investigation by the special counsel's office, and press reports speculated about whether they would cooperate with the special counsel's investigation. And the president's conduct towards Manafort was directly connected to the official proceedings involving him. The president made statements about Manafort and the charges against him during Manafort's criminal trial, and the president's comments about the prospect of Manafort flipping occurred when it was clear the special counsel continued to oversee grand jury proceedings. The president has the right to speak, dude. He did not directly influence anybody. He did not cause the grand jury investigations to be halted or diverted in any way. Manafort was a tough cookie who decided not to cooperate, He did that on his own. He decided, after some conversation with someone that they were going to be taken care of, that he should just hang it out, that he should let himself be hung out to dry and let the chips fall where they may. That was Manafort's decision. Trump said nothing during Manafort's trial that would have lessened his ability to be convicted. Next is to an official. Sorry, I think I already said that. Yes, okay. C, intent. Events concerning the president's intent related to Flynn as a potential witness is inconclusive. Then why am I reading it? As previously noted, because of privilege issues, we do not have evidence establishing whether the president knew about or was involved in his counsel's communications with Flynn's counsel, stating that Flynn's decision to withdraw from the joint defense agreement and cooperate with the government would be viewed as reflecting hostility, quote unquote, towards the president. And regardless of what the president's personal counsel communicated, the president continued to express sympathy for Flynn after he pleaded guilty pursuant to a cooperation agreement, stating that Flynn had, quote, led a very strong life, unquote, and the president, quote, felt very badly about what happened to him. Very badly, unquote, about what happened to him. And again, I'm going to put a link to it, but I want you to follow up on it and read read General Flynn's CV. The man has an incredible history, and he didn't deserve any of this. None of it whatsoever. Evidence concerning the president's conduct towards Manafort indicates that the president intended to encourage Manafort to not cooperate with the government. Before Manafort was convicted, the president repeatedly stated that Manafort had been treated unfairly. He had every right to say that. One day after Manafort was convicted on 8 felony charges and potentially faced a lengthy prison term, the president said that Manafort was, quote, a brave man, unquote, for refusing to, quote, break, and that, quote, unquote, flipping almost ought to be outlawed. And again, that last statement was regrettable, very regrettable. But, again, the president has every right to say it. At the same time, although the president had privately told aides he did not like Manafort, he publicly called Manafort a good man and said he had a, quote, wonderful family, unquote. And when the president was asked whether he was considering a pardon for Manafort, the president did not respond directly and instead said he had, quote, great respect for what Manafort's done in terms of what he's gone through, unquote. Okay, so what's he supposed to say? No, Manafort will never get a pardon? That's a ridiculous statement to make. But according to you, Weissman, that's the only thing he could have said to keep you off his back. Screw you. The president added that, quote, some of the charges they threw against him, every consultant, every lobbyist in Washington probably does, close quote. In light of the president's counsel's previous statements that the investigations, quote, might get cleaned up with some presidential pardons, unquote, and that a pardon would be possible if the president, quote, comes to the conclusion that you have been treated unfairly, close quote, the evidence supports the inference that the president intended Manafort to believe that he could receive a pardon which would make cooperation with the government as a means of obtaining a lesser sentence unnecessary. Let's see here. What's that word again? The inference. So again, you're reading his mind. That's not hard evidence, dude. That's not hard evidence. You've got nothing. Again. And again, I'll ask, why do I have to read this? We also examined the evidence of the president's intent in making public statements about Manafort at the beginning of his trial and when the jury was deliberating. Some evidence supports the conclusion that the president intended, at least in part, to influence the jury. What evidence is that? The trial generated widespread publicity, and as the jury began to deliberate, commentators suggested that an acquittal would add pressure to end the special counsel's investigation. Okay, that's commentators. There is freedom of the press. Sometimes I wish there wasn't, but that's a stupid thing to say. It's a fallacious argument. The press should have the right to print what it wants to print. And if they break the law, they can be brought up on charges of libel or slander or whatever. And sometimes I think they've skated very close to that. In fact, look at what's happening with Nick. Was it Nick Christmas? Nick Christian? The kid from the Catholic school who is suing CNN, NBC, and the Washington Post for hundreds of millions of dollars for slander and libel. There you go. That could break CNN's bank. Nick Sandman. Yes, that's it. Sandman. Thank you, Nick, or Uncle Bobbity. Thank you. That's correct. I knew there was a Nick in there, and I knew there was something like a man or an Ann, but I couldn't get any further than that. And I should remember that, because that kid's a hero. That kid's an absolute stone-cold stud hero. We also examined the evidence of the president's intent in making public statements about Manafort at the beginning of his trial and when the jury was deliberating. Some evidence supports the conclusion that the president intended, at least in part, to influence the jury. Again, some evidence supports, not nails. I'm sorry, that's not a word they would use. Not verifies, not conclusively shows, supports. The trial generated widespread publicity, and as the jury began to deliberate, commentators suggested that, I'm sorry, I already read that, excuse me. By publicly stating on the second day of deliberations, wow, I made you listen to all that, that Manafort, quote, happens to be a very good person, unquote, and that, quote, it's very sad what they've done to Paul Manafort, unquote, right after calling special counsel's investigation a, quote, rigged witch hunt, unquote, the president's statements could, if they reach the jurors, have the natural tendency to engender sympathy for Manafort among jurors, and a fact finder could infer that the president intended that result. But there are alternate explanations for the president's comments, including that he genuinely felt sorry for Manafort, or that his goal was not to influence the jury, but to influence public opinion. The president's comments also could have been intended to continue sending a message to Manafort that a pardon was possible. As described above, the president made his comments about Manafort being, quote, a very good person, unquote, immediately after declining to answer a question about whether he would pardon Manafort. Exculpatory evidence. Yet they list this as a potential obstruction of justice. Redacted. Here we go. This should be the end of it. The president's conduct involving Michael Cohen. The president's overview. The president's conduct involving Michael Cohen spans the full period of our investigation. During the campaign, Cohen pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project on behalf of the Trump Organization, not against the law. Cohen briefed candidate Trump on the project numerous times, including discussing whether Trump should travel to Russia to advance the deal, not against the law. After the media began questioning Trump's connections to Russia, Cohen promoted a party line, his words, that publicly distanced Trump from Russia and asserted he had no business there. Cohen continued to adhere to that party line in 2017 when Congress asked him to provide documents and testimony in its Russia investigation. In an attempt to minimize the president's connections to Russia, Cohen submitted a letter to Congress falsely stating that he only briefed Trump on the Trump Tower Moscow project 3 times, that he did not consider asking Trump to travel to Russia, that Cohen had not received a response to an outreach he made to the Russian government. Yeah, that response was pathetic. He sent it to the wrong email address first, and then he sent it to the wrong person after he corrected the email address. And he never heard from the person he was trying to contact. Cohen's an idiot and a liar. Yes, kitty cat, I see you. let's see, and that the project ended in January 2016 before the first Republican caucus or primary. No one told Cohen to say that. There's no proof at all that anyone told him to say that. While working on the congressional statement, Cohen had extensive discussions with the president's personal counsel, who, according to Cohen, said that Cohen should not contradict the president and should keep the statement short and quote-unquote tight. What's that supposed to mean? After the FBI searched Cohen's home and office in April 2018, completely illegal in my opinion. Yes, a judge signed the warrant, but still, he's Trump's lawyer. What are you going after him for? Home and office in 2018, the president publicly asserted that Cohen would, quote, would not, quote, flip, unquote, and privately pass messages of support to him. Cohen also discussed pardons with the president's personal counsel and believed that if he stayed on message, he would get a pardon or the president would do, quote-unquote, something else to make the investigation end. But after Cohen began cooperating with the government in July 2018, the president publicly criticized him. Sorry, I'm reading too fast. The president publicly criticized him, called him a quote-unquote rat, and suggested his family members had committed crimes. If I'm not mistaken, Cohen's father-in-law had, in fact, had a criminal background. That's my understanding. Don't quote me on that. Don't sue me. It's just what I remember. Evidence. Candidate Trump's awareness of and involvement in the Trump Tower Moscow project. Evidence. My God. The president's interactions with Cohen as a witness took place against the background of the president's involvement in the Trump Tower Moscow project. As described in detail in Volume 1, blah, 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 from September 2015 until at least June 2016, the Trump Organization pursued a Trump Tower Moscow project in Russia with negotiations conducted by Cohen, then Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization and Special Counsel to Donald J. Trump. The Trump Organization had previously and unsuccessfully pursued a building project in Moscow. According to Cohen, in approximately September 2015, he obtained internal approval from Trump to negotiate on behalf of the Trump Organization to have a Russian corporation build a tower in Moscow that licensed the Trump name and brand. And that's Trump's bread and butter. Having someone build a building, take all the risks, but pay him to call it a Trump building, and then they have to do certain things with it to make it comply with Trump standards. You can't just throw up a concrete block 5-story building and call it Trump Tower. It's got to be nicer than that. If you've ever seen Trump Tower in Chicago, you know what I'm talking about. And certainly Trump Tower in New York, which I've never been to, or the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C., where he completely rehabilitated the old post office, which was a complete eyesore and a rat's nest infesting downtown D.C. with filth. Yeah, the man deserves a medal for that. Cohen thereafter had numerous brief conversations with Trump about the project. Cohen recalled that Trump wanted to be updated on any developments with Trump Tower Moscow, and on several occasions brought the project up with Cohen to ask what was happening on it. Now, this is all from Cohen. This isn't supported by anyone else. This is all Cohen flipping, if I can use that word, and being a rat, and lying through his teeth. First to Congress, then to Mueller, and then to Congress again. The man lies when he doesn't have to lie. That's the calling card of an inveterate liar. And I'll be perfectly honest. Sometimes that's me. Sometimes I'm telling a story and a lie supports the story better than the truth. And so I'll throw that in there to make the story more interesting. Does it harm anyone? No. Is it a lie designed to change the outcome of the story? No. But I'm a storyteller, and sometimes fiction makes a better story than truth. So I do that. You know who calls me on it every time? Picasso knows. She knows the stories. She knows the truth. And if I stray afield of the truth, she'll pipe right in and say, that's not what happened. This is what happened. Do I love her for it? Not so much. I enjoy telling stories, not being corrected. But she's right. She's right. Is she right in doing so? That's a husband and wife thing. Oh my God, you now know that she's my wife. Oh my God. I'm going to have to cut her off now. Picasso knows you're fired. Bring somebody else in. I screwed up. I bet none of you knew that until now. Sorry, I'm really getting off on a tangent there. We'll never finish this if I keep this up. Cohen also discussed the project on multiple occasions with Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka Trump. Breaking news, Picasso collusion. Thank you, Uncle Bobbity, for that levity. Thank you. In the fall of 2015, Trump signed a letter of intent, which is not a business deal. It's a letter of intent, folks. No money changes hands in that regard. Trump signed a letter of intent for the project that specified highly lucrative terms for the Trump Organization. Oh my God, Trump's trying to make money. Lock him up. In December 2015, Felix Sater, who was handling negotiations between Cohen and the Russian corporation, asked Cohen for a copy of his and Trump's passports to facilitate travel to Russia to meet with government officials and possible financing partners. Cohen recalled discussing the trip with Trump and requesting a copy of Trump's passport from Trump's personal secretary, Rona Graff. By January 2016, Cohen had become frustrated that Sater had not set up a meeting with Russian government officials, so Cohen reached out directly by email to the office of Dmitry Peskov, who was Putin's deputy chief of staff and press secretary. Why would you reach out to Putin's press secretary? Deputy chief of staff and press secretary, that's a pretty rough combination. I wouldn't want to have that job. But here's the thing. Cohen didn't know what he was doing. On January 20, 2016, Cohen received an email response from Elena Polyakova, Peskov's personal assistant, and phone records confirmed that they spoke for approximately 20 minutes, during which Cohen described the Trump Tower Moscow project and requested assistance in moving the project forward. Okay, so he never got a hold of Peskov. Peskov's personal assistant, Polyakova, got a hold of Cohen. They talked for 20 minutes. And this is supposedly a big deal. Cohen recalled briefing candidate Trump about the call soon afterwards. Cohen told Trump he spoke with a woman he identified as someone from the Kremlin, quote unquote, and Cohen reported that she was very professional and asked detailed questions about the project. Cohen recalled telling Trump he wished the Trump Organization had assistants who were as competent as the woman from the Kremlin. Cohen thought his phone call renewed interest in the project. The day after Cohen's call with Polyakova, Sater texted Cohen asking him to, quote, call me when you have a few minutes to chat. It's about Putin they called today, unquote. Sater told Cohen that the Russian government liked the project and on January 25, 2016, sent an invitation for Cohen to visit Moscow, quote, for a working visit, unquote. After the outreach from Sater, Cohen recalled telling Trump that he was waiting to hear back on moving the project forward. Walking dork. Yes, Uncle Bobbity, Cohen is, in fact, a walking dork. It's amazing the trust Trump put in him. It sometimes makes you wonder exactly how Trump's organization runs as well as it does, considering who he puts under his wing sometimes. From what you can understand about Cohen, after reading just what we've read so far, would you put him in charge of a Moscow project for a tower? For a Trump tower? I wouldn't go near the man. I'd let him be my bag man and my fixer. But I'd never have him negotiate on my behalf with a foreign government. Maybe that's just me. Maybe people saw something in Cohen that I don't see. Obviously, my view is skewed by the fact that he's a lying sack, but, maybe he had some qualities other than that I just don't understand. Cohen is Joe Bob Briggs from the movie Casino, not worth a mop job. Oh, Joe Bob Briggs, yeah. Very good reference. Very good reference. If none of you or any of you have not seen the movie Casino with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci, run, do not walk to Amazon Prime or Apple or whomever you get your streaming services from and look it up. It is one of the top 10 movies, especially mob movies. It's one of the top 5 mob movies ever, and well worth a watch. Oh gosh, who played De Niro's wife? Because she did an incredible job. The blonde. Man, I'm so upset I can't remember her name right now. You guys will know. There's another incredible performance. Yes, it's just up and down a great movie. Especially if you like flashbacks and voiceovers, because there's a ton of that. Sharon Stone, thank you, Uncle Bobbity. I knew you'd come through. Yes, if you have any affinity for Sharon Stone whatsoever, you need to watch that movie as well for that reason. There's a ton of reasons to watch that movie, and I just listed you about 5 of them. After January 2016, Cohen continued to have conversations with Sater about Trump Tower Moscow and continued to keep candidate Trump updated about those discussions and the status of the project. Cohen recalled that he and Trump wanted Trump Tower Moscow to succeed and that Trump never discouraged him from working on the project because of the campaign. And why should he? It's not against the law to work on a business deal while you're running for office. But Weissman wants to make it sound like it is illegal, so that's how he slanted that sentence. In March or April of 2016, Trump asked Cohen if anything was happening in Russia. Cohen also recalled briefing Donald Trump Jr. in the spring, a conversation that Cohen said was not idle chit-chat because Trump Tower Moscow was potentially a $1 billion deal, which, under Cohen's tutelage, was going nowhere. Cohen recalled that around May 2016, he again raised with candidate Trump the possibility of a trip to Russia to advance the Trump Tower Moscow project. At that time, Cohen had received several texts from Sater seeking to arrange dates for such a trip. On May 4, 2016, Sater wrote to Cohen, "I had a chat with Moscow, all caps, assuming the trip does happen. The question is before or after the convention. Obviously, the pre-meeting trip, you only, can happen anytime you want, but the 2 big guys is the question. I said I would confirm and revert." Close quote. Cohen responded, quote, "My trip before Cleveland, Trump once he becomes the nominee after the convention." Close quote. On May 5, 2016, Sater followed up with a text that Cohen thought he probably read to Trump. Probably. Quote, "Peskov would like to invite you as his guest to the St. Petersburg Forum, which is Russia's Davos. It's June 16 through 19. He wants to meet there with you and possibly introduce you to either Putin or Medvedev. This is perfect. The entire business class of Russia will be there as well. He said anything you want to discuss, including dates and subjects, are on the table to discuss." Cohen recalled discussing the invitation to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum with candidate Trump and saying that Putin or Russian Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev might be there. Cohen remembered that Trump said that he would be willing to travel to Russia if Cohen could, quote, lock and load, unquote, on the deal. In June 2016, Cohen decided not to attend the St. Petersburg Economic Forum because Sater had not obtained a formal invitation for Cohen from Peskov. Cohen said he had a quick conversation with Trump at that time, but did not tell him that the project was over because he did not want Trump to complain that the deal was on again, off again, if it were revived. So once again, Cohen lies, this time lying by omission. During this, and again, this is all Cohen's testimony. We have no corroboration. I don't remember. Sater might have backed some of this up. I don't remember. That I may be wrong about that. Maybe Sater came through with something. I'll back off on that. During the summer of 2016, Cohen recalled that candidate Trump publicly claimed that he had nothing to do with Russia, and then shortly afterwards privately checked with Cohen about the status of the Trump Tower project, which Cohen found interesting. Well, he didn't have anything to do with Russia because the project was off. Cohen says he didn't tell Trump, but we don't know that for a fact. I really don't see Cohen not coming through and saying, well, I couldn't go to the economic forum, I couldn't meet anybody because I never got a formal invitation, so the deal's been struck for the moment. He could have at least said for the moment, and said, once I can get a formal invitation from Peskov to come over, I can have a working business relationship with them, and we can get this done. But did he say that? We don't know. Weissman wants us to believe everything that Cohen said in this testimony is true. We have no reason to believe that. At some point that summer, Cohen recalled having a brief conversation with Trump in which Cohen said the Trump Tower Moscow project was going nowhere because the Russian development company had not secured a piece of property for the project. Trump said that was quote-unquote too bad, and Cohen did not recall talking with Trump about the project after that. Cohen said that at no time during the campaign did Trump tell him not to pursue the project or that the project should be abandoned. Cohen did that on his own, it looks like. 2. Cohen determines to adhere to a quote-unquote party line distancing candidate Trump from Russia. And again, this is a made-up party line. Only Cohen has said it existed, and even then it wasn't specific to anything that Cohen lied about. Okay, let's get into it. As previously discussed, and again, sorry about the chair, see Volume 2, yada yada yada. When questions about possible Russian support for candidate Trump emerged during the 2016 presidential campaign, falsities pumped out by Hillary, Trump denied having any personal, financial, or business connection to Russia, which Cohen described as the quote-unquote party line or quote message to follow for Trump and his senior advisors. Okay, when was that statement? It doesn't say. It just says during the 2016 presidential campaign. I believe that statement came out after June 16 or on June 16 when the project had been canceled. I'm certain about that. I'm not even going to go on any further. After the election, the Trump Organization sought to formally close out certain deals in advance of the inauguration. Cohen recalled that Trump Tower Moscow was on the list of deals to be closed out. In approximately January 2017, Cohen began receiving inquiries from the media about Trump Tower Moscow, and he recalled speaking to the president-elect when those inquiries came in. Cohen was concerned that truthful answers about the Trump Tower Moscow project might not be consistent with the quote-unquote message that the president-elect had no relationship with Russia. Cohen reading into things that didn't exist. In an effort to, quote, stay on message, unquote, Cohen told a New York Times reporter that the Trump Tower Moscow deal was not feasible and had ended in January 2016. Cohen recalled that this was part of a quote-unquote script or talking points he had developed with President-elect Trump and others to dismiss the idea of a substantial connection between Trump and Russia. Again, this is Cohen's word only. Cohen said that he discussed the talking points with Trump, but that he did not explicitly tell Trump he thought they were untrue because Trump already knew they were untrue. Cohen thought it was important to say the deal was done in January 2016 rather than acknowledge that talks continued in May and June 2016 because it limited the period when candidate Trump could be alleged to have a relationship with Russia to an early point in the campaign before Trump had become the party's presumptive nominee. Totally on Cohen's shoulders, nobody else's. 3. Cohen submits false statements to Congress, minimizing the Trump Tower Moscow project in accordance with the party line. That should be, party line should be in quotes, because it's not a verified statement. It's completely wrong to use it that way. They've done that several times in the past for fairly inconsequential things, but this party line thing definitely needs to be in quotes. In early May 2017, Cohen received requests from Congress to provide testimony and documents in connection with congressional investigations of Russian interference in the 2016 election. At that time, Cohen understood Congress's they did it again. They put a possessive apostrophe after an S and then put an S on after that. Illiterate fools. Now that's really the only typo I'm finding in these things, to be honest. It's very well put together. It's well edited. The only other thing I found is that they used IE and ergo interchangeably a couple times when they're not. So, but other than that, I'm really impressed with the formatting and production of this piece. That's the only real thing I have to complain about over and over again. And I'm being petty, I realize, but someone with my attention to detail, I'm not diagnosed OCD, but I do have OCD tendencies. Something like that sticks out to me like a huge redacted paragraph. And it drives me crazy. Ooh, ooh, like no one else. Ooh, ooh. In early May 2017, Cohen received requests from Congress to provide testimony and documents in connection with congressional investigations of Russian interference in the 2016 election. At that time, Cohen understood Congress's interest in him to be focused on the allegations in the Steele reporting concerning a meeting Cohen allegedly had with Russian officials in Prague during the campaign. Cohen had never traveled to Prague and was not concerned about those allegations, which he believed were provably false. On May 18, 2017, Cohen met with the president to discuss the request from Congress, and the president instructed Cohen that he should cooperate because there was nothing there. Cohen eventually entered into a joint defense agreement, JDA, with the president and other individuals who were part of the Russia investigation. Okay, Picasso Notes corrects me here. It's actually okay to do S apostrophe S's. There are style books that allow it. Those books should be burned and the ashes scattered in the wind. My decree. End of story. Joint defense agreement with the president and other individuals who were part of the Russia investigation. In the months leading up to his congressional testimony, Cohen frequently spoke with the president's personal counsel. Cohen said that in those conversations, the president's personal counsel would sometimes say that he had just been with the president. Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel told him the JDA was working well together and assured him, sorry, that didn't make sense to me. The JDA was working well together and assured him that there was nothing there, and if they stayed on message, the investigations would come to an end soon. At that time, Cohen's legal bills were being paid by the Trump Organization, and Cohen was told not to worry because the investigations would be over by summer or fall of 2017. Well, they certainly should have been, but Mueller dragged them out until past the midterms, and then let it go until the Democrats had firm control of Congress, so then he could throw it in their lap and let them make messes of themselves. I almost said something very scatological, and I'm glad I pulled it back. That would have definitely gotten me kicked off of YouTube. Cohen said that the president's personal counsel also conveyed that, as part of the JDA, Cohen was protected, which he would not be if he went rogue, quote unquote. Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel reminded him that, quote, the president loves you, unquote, and told him that if he stayed on message, the president had his back. Again, these are Cohen's words. In August 2017, Cohen began drafting a statement about Trump Tower Moscow to submit to Congress along with his document production. The final version of the statement contained several false statements about the project. First, although the Trump organization continued to pursue the project until at least June 2016, the statement said, quote, "The proposal was under consideration at the Trump organization from September 2015 until the end of January 2016. By the end of January 2016, I determined that the proposal was not feasible for a variety of business reasons and should not be pursued further. Based on my business determinations, the Trump organization abandoned the proposal." Second, although Cohen and candidate Trump had discussed possible travel to Russia by Trump to pursue the venture, the statement said, quote, "Despite overtures by Mr. Sater, I never considered asking Mr. Trump to travel to Russia in connection with this proposal. I told Mr. Sater that Mr. Trump would not travel to Russia unless there was a definitive agreement in place." Third, although Cohen had regularly briefed Trump on the status of the project and had numerous conversations about it, the statement said, "Mr. Trump was never in contact with anyone about this proposal other than me on 3 occasions, including signing a non-binding letter of intent in 2015. Fourth, sorry, my voice is cracking, excuse me. Oops, caught up in my headset cord. Excuse me. That's better. Fourth, although Cohen's outreach to Peskov in January 2016 had resulted in a lengthy phone call, 20 minutes is lengthy? I'm on the phone with my sister for over 2 hours sometimes. And we have nothing to talk about. Again, this is slant from the Mueller investigation to put a spin on things to make them seem to be bigger than they really are. And remember, this is Cohen's word that he talked to Polyakov, I believe was the name. I know that they said his phone records showed a 20-minute conversation, but I don't remember them saying that they confirmed who he was talking to. Maybe I'm, again, drawing too fine a point on it. Resulted in a lengthy phone call with a representative from the Kremlin. The statement said that Cohen did, quote, "not recall any response to my email to Peskov, nor any other contacts by me with Mr. Peskov or other Russian government officials about the proposal." Why would you say such a blatant lie like that? Because you can't help yourself. Cohen's statement was circulated in advance to and edited by members of the JDA. Before the statement was finalized, early drafts contain a sentence stating, "The building project led me to make limited contacts with Russian government officials," which is true. In the final version of the statement, that line was deleted. Again, Cohen's words. Cohen thought he was told that it was a decision of the JDA to take out that sentence, and he did not push back on the deletion. Cohen recalled that he told the president's personal counsel that he would not contest a decision of the JDA. Right. Cohen also recalled that in drafting his statement for Congress, he spoke with the president's personal counsel about a different issue that connected candidate Trump to Russia, Cohen's efforts to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin in New York during the 2015 United Nations General Assembly. In September 2015, Cohen had suggested the meeting to Trump, who told Cohen to reach out to Putin's office about it. Again, why would you trust Cohen to do something like this? He's obviously, it looks like he's failed in every attempt to do something internationally. He couldn't even make a meeting in Prague. Joke. Cohen spoke and emailed with a Russian official about a possible meeting and recalled that Trump asked him multiple times for updates on the proposed meeting with Putin. When Cohen called the Russian official a second time, she told him it would not follow proper protocol for Putin to meet with Trump and Cohen relayed that message to Trump. Cohen anticipated he might be asked questions about the proposed Trump-Putin meeting when he testified before Congress because he had talked about the potential meeting on Sean Hannity's radio show. Cohen recalled explaining to the president's personal counsel the, quote, whole story, unquote, of the attempt to set up a meeting between Trump and Putin and Trump's role in it. Cohen recalled that he and the president's personal counsel talked about keeping Trump out of the narrative, and the president's personal counsel told Cohen the story was not relevant and should not be included in his statement to Congress. When was this supposed to be again? September 2015? So Trump had already announced. So what would have, again, this is Cohen's words, that they told him not to talk about it. So I don't see any reason not to talk about it. It would just feed the Russian collusion narrative more, but it got fed no matter what happened anyway. People made up stuff all the time. But again, this is Cohen's word, so we'll have to look at that and look at it with quite an askewed lens. Cohen said that his agenda in submitting the statement to Congress with false representations about the Trump Tower Moscow project was to minimize links between the project and the president, give the false impression that the project had ended before the first presidential primaries, and shut down further inquiry into Trump Tower Moscow with the aim of limiting the ongoing Russia investigations. Cohen said he wanted to protect the president and be loyal to him by not contradicting anything the president had said. Cohen recalled he was concerned that if he told the truth about getting a response from the Kremlin or speaking to candidate Trump about travel to Russia to pursue the project, he would contradict the message that no connection existed between Trump and Russia, and he rationalized his decision to provide false testimony because the deal never happened. Again, Trump never said that until June, after the deal had been struck. So, and again, Trump said that to the press, not to Congress, not to a federal judge. So there's no obstruction of justice there. The obstruction of justice is all on Cohen. I shouldn't even have to say that, but here we are still. About another 35 pages to go. Somewhere in there. Let's see. Contradict the message. False testimony. He was not concerned that the story would be contradicted by individuals who knew it was false because he was sticking to the party line. Again, there it is, not in quotes, adhered to by the whole group. Cohen wanted the support of the president and the White House, and he believed that following the party line would help put an end to the special counsel and congressional investigations. Between August 18, 2017, when the statement was in an initial draft stage, and August 28, 2017, when the statement was submitted to Congress, phone records reflect that Cohen spoke with the president's personal counsel almost daily. On August 27, 2017, the day before Cohen submitted the statement to Congress, Cohen and the president's personal counsel had numerous contacts by phone, including calls lasting 3, 4, 6, 11, and 18 minutes. Now, they didn't go after Cohen at all, did they? Cohen recalled telling the president's personal counsel, who did not have first-hand knowledge of the project, that there was more detail on Trump Tower, Moscow, that was not in the statement, including that there were more communications with Russia and more communications with candidate Trump than the statement reflected. Cohen stated that the president's personal counsel responded that it was not necessary to elaborate or include those details because the project did not progress and that Cohen should keep his statement short and quote-unquote tight, and the matter would soon come to an end. Cohen recalled that the president's personal counsel said, quote, his client, unquote, appreciated Cohen, that Cohen should stay on message and not contradict the president, that there was no need to muddy the water, and that it was time to move on. Cohen said he agreed because it's what he was expected to do. After Cohen later pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project, this office sought to speak with the president's personal counsel about these conversations with Cohen, but counsel declined citing potential privilege concerns. So there were a few instances where Trump's counsel did not go along with Mueller's request for information. So, yeah, we'll have to look at that as a potential for corroborating Cohen, but you still can't prove that Trump told his counsel to tell Cohen these things. First of all, you can't prove that any of what Cohen said is real. And then second of all, even if you could prove what he said is real, you can't prove, like I just said, that Trump instructed Trump's counsel to instruct Cohen to lie or to delete things or to keep things at a minimum. You can't put that on Trump. So, there's no obstruction of justice. And I'll say again, why do I have to read this? At the same time that Cohen finalized his written submission to Congress, he served as a source for a Washington Post story published on August 27, 2017, that reported in depth for the first time that the Trump Organization was, quote, pursuing a plan to develop a massive Trump Tower in Moscow, close quote, at the same time as candidate Trump was, quote, running for president in late 2015 and early 2016, close quote. The article reported that, quote, the project was abandoned at the end of January 2016, just before the presidential primaries began. Several people familiar with the proposal said, close quote. Cohen recalled that in speaking to the Post, he held to the false story that negotiations for the deal ceased in January 2016. Well, let me ask a question. What the hell were you doing speaking to the Post? You talked about the Trump Tower project, and you said that the party line was not to discuss it. And you went to the Post with this story? Was this when Lanny Davis was your attorney? Or talking to you? Could somebody explain to me how that's not insane? On August 28, 2017, Cohen submitted his statement about the Trump Tower Moscow project to Congress. Cohen did not recall talking to the president about the specifics of what the statement said or what Cohen would later testify to about Trump Tower Moscow. He recalled speaking to the president more generally about he planned to stay on message in his testimony. On September 19, 2017, in anticipation of his impending testimony, Cohen orchestrated the public release of his opening remarks to Congress, which criticized the allegations in the Steele material and claimed that the Trump Tower Moscow project was, quote, was terminated in January of 2016, which occurred before the Iowa caucus and months before the very first primary, close quote. Picasso knows if it were not insane, I would so state, thank you. Thank you very much. Keeping me on track, keeping me sane, that's Picasso knows for you. Cohen said the release of his opening remarks was intended to shape the narrative and let other people who might be witnesses know what Cohen was saying so they could follow the same message. So in other words, Cohen's lying, and he wants other people to lie just like him. Brilliant. Cohen said his decision was meant to mirror Jared Kushner's decision to release a statement in advance of Kushner's congressional testimony, which the president's personal counsel had told Cohen the president liked. Yeah, but Kushner didn't lie. Cohen recalled that on September 20, 2017, after Cohen's opening remarks had been printed by the media, the president's personal counsel told him that the president was pleased with the Trump Tower Moscow statement that had gone out. Again, Trump's words being spoken by Cohen, not by Trump. Leroy Jenkins. I should have said that at the beginning of this. Thank you, Picasso knows. On October 24 and 25th, 2017, Cohen testified before Congress and repeated the false statements he had included in his written statement about Trump Tower Moscow. Say what you will about Cohen, at least in the beginning, he lied consistently. Phone records show that Cohen spoke with the president's personal counsel immediately after his testimony on both days. 4. The president sends messages of support to Cohen. In January 2018, the media reported that Cohen had arranged a $130,000 payment during the campaign to prevent a woman from publicly discussing an alleged sexual encounter she had with the president before he ran for office. That was actually polite. Thank you, Weissman, or whoever wrote that sentence for you. Thank you. Back to it. This office did not investigate Cohen's campaign period payments to women. However, those events, as described here, are potentially relevant to the president's and his personal counsel's interactions with Cohen as a witness, who later began to cooperate with the government. On February 13, 2018, Cohen released a statement to news organizations that stated, quote, "In a private transaction in 2016, I used my own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to, in brackets, the woman. Neither the Trump organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction with the woman, and neither reimbursed me for the payment either directly or indirectly." In congressional testimony on February 27, 2019, Cohen testified that he had discussed what to say about the payment with the president, and that the president had directed Cohen to say that the president was, quote, "was not knowledgeable of Cohen's actions," close quote, in making the payment. On February 19, 2018, the day after the New York Times wrote a detailed story attributing the payment to Cohen and describing Cohen as the president's quote-unquote fixer, Cohen received a text message from the president's personal counsel that stated, "Client says thank you for what you do." On April 9, 2018, FBI agents working with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York executed search warrants on Cohen's home, hotel room, and office. Just like they did to Manafort, just like they did to Stone. That day, the president spoke to reporters and said that he had, quote, "just heard that they broke into the office of one of my personal attorneys, a good man," unquote. The president called the searches, quote, "a real disgrace," unquote, and said, quote, "it's an attack on our country in a true sense. It's an attack on what we all stand for," close quote. Cohen said that after the searches, he was concerned that he was, quote, "an open book," unquote, and he did not want issues arising from the payments to women to, quote unquote, come out, and that his false statements to Congress were, quote unquote, a big concern. As well they should be. That's what you get for lying to Congress. A few days after the searches, the president called Cohen. According to Cohen, the president said he wanted to, quote, check in, unquote, and asked if Cohen was okay. And the president encouraged Cohen to, quote, hang in there and, quote, stay strong. Cohen also recalled that following the searches, he heard from individuals who were in touch with the president and relayed to Cohen the president's support for him. Cohen recalled that, redacted personal privacy, a friend of the president's reached out to say that he was, quote, that he was with, quote, the boss, unquote, in Mar-a-Lago, and the president had said, quote, he loves you, unquote, and not to worry. Cohen recalled that, redacted personal privacy for the Trump organization, told him, quote, the boss loves you, unquote, and Cohen said that, personal privacy redaction, a friend of the president's told him, quote, everyone knows the boss has your back. On or about April 17, 2018, Cohen began speaking with an attorney, Robert Costello, who had a close relationship with Rudolph Giuliani, sorry about that, one of the president's personal lawyers. Costello told Cohen that he had a, quote, back channel of communications, unquote, to Giuliani, and that Giuliani had said the, quote, unquote, channel was, quote, unquote, crucial and, quote, unquote, must be maintained. On April 20, 2018, the New York Times published an article about the president's relationship with and treatment of Cohen. The president responded with a series of tweets predicting that Cohen would not, quote-unquote, flip. Quote, "The New York Times and a third-rate reporter are going out of their way to destroy Michael Cohen and his relationship with me in the hope that he will, quote-unquote, flip. They use non-existent, quote-unquote, sources and a drunk, drugged-up loser who hates Michael, a fine person with a wonderful family. Michael is a businessman for his own account, lawyer, own account/lawyer, who I have always liked and respected. Most people will flip if the government lets them out of trouble, even if it means lying or making up stories. Sorry, I don't see Michael doing that, despite the horrible witch hunt and the dishonest media." So, what Trump just said here is, Cohen won't flip and sing false songs. There's a name for that. I think Giuliani made it up about when you sing, but it's a false narrative. Compose. Yes. When you compose your testimony. Thank you, Picasso knows. Again, I love this woman. Yes. Instead of testify, you compose. I think Judge Knapp might have actually said that, or even Alan Dershowitz. Actually, was one of those top three guys. Definitely one of those top three guys. In an email that day to Cohen, Costello wrote that he had spoken with Giuliani. Costello told Cohen the conversation was, quote, very, very positive. You are loved, and they are in our corner. Sleep well tonight. You have friends in high places. Close quote. It was Dershowitz. Thank you, Picasso knows. I got there. It just took me a while. Cohen said that following these messages, he believed he had the support of the White House if he continued to toe the party line, and he determined to stay on message and be part of the team. At the time, Cohen's understood. Typo. At the time, Cohen understood that his legal fees were still being paid by the Trump Organization, which he said was important to him. Cohen believed he needed the power of the president to take care of him, so he needed to defend the president and stay on message. Again, these are Cohen's words. The whole thing, stay on message, is supposedly from Trump's private counsel, or the JDA, and the Joint Defense Agreement, and no one has ever verified what he's saying. So there's that. So this whole thing about stay on message is a complete fabrication by Cohen, as far as anybody knows. There's never been any corroboration of it. Cohen also recalled speaking with the president's personal counsel about pardons after the searches of his home and office had occurred at a time when the media had reported that pardon discussions were occurring at the White House. And who leaked that? Or is it just White House sources or people familiar with the White House? Trump didn't even lay a pardon on the table for Manafort, and Manafort was being railroaded. He didn't lay one out for Flynn, and Flynn was railroaded. Why would he be talking about a pardon for Cohen before Cohen had even been proven to have lied to anybody? Another leak that was not even a drop of water. Cohen told the president's personal counsel he had been a loyal lawyer, I'll say that 3 times fast, and servant, and he said that after the searches he was in an uncomfortable position and wanted to know what was in it for him. Mercenary to the end. According to Cohen, the president's personal counsel responded that Cohen should stay on message, that the investigation was a witch hunt, and that everything would be fine. Yeah, Picasso knows I don't believe they were talking about it. The press kept pushing and asking about pardons. Absolutely they did. I believe the story, though, said that the White House was having discussions about pardons in in more of a private setting that they were talking about, and that I don't believe that for a second. It's another, I don't think I've said this the whole time I've been reading these stories except quoting Trump, but I'll put it right out there. Fake news, folks. Fake news. Let's see. According to Cohen, the president's personal counsel responded that Cohen should stay on message, that the investigation is a witch hunt, and everything would be fine. I already read that, sorry. Cohen understood, based on this conversation and previous conversations about pardons with the president's personal counsel, that as long as he stayed on message, he would be taken care of by the president, either through a pardon or through the investigation being shut down. Right. On April 24, 2018, the president responded to a reporter's inquiry whether he would consider a pardon for Cohen with stupid question, quote unquote. I remember that response very well. It was beautiful. On June 8, 2018, the president said he hadn't even thought about pardons for Manafort or Cohen and continued, "It's far too early to be thinking about that. They haven't been convicted of anything. There's nothing to pardon." And on June 15, 2018, the president expressed sympathy for Cohen, Manafort, and Flynn in a press interview and said, "I feel badly about a lot of them because I think a lot of it is very unfair." 5. The president's conduct after Cohen began cooperating with the government. And here we go. Here we go. Trump tweeting is obstruction of justice. Although it's not, because they didn't charge him with it, but they're going to throw it out there anyway, just to let you know how much they hate Trump. On July 2, 2018, ABC News reported, based on a quote-unquote exclusive interview with Cohen, that Cohen, quote, strongly signaled his willingness to cooperate with special counsel Robert Mueller and federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, even if that puts President Trump in jeopardy, close quote. That week, the media reported that Cohen had added an attorney to his legal team who had previously had worked as a legal advisor to President Bill Clinton, and that would be, at least, that may not have been Lonnie Davis to begin with, but it ultimately was Lanny Davis, who's a complete piece of garbage. He's a Democratic operative hack, and he led Cohen down a path of lying about Trump in order to appease Mueller and make it look like he was being a good boy. In fact, Lonnie Davis was a source for a story that CNN reported on that Lanny Davis later said, "You know what? It wasn't true. I basically lied." And CNN has yet to retract the story. They say they confirmed it with other sources and they're sticking by it, even though Lanny Davis was the source and he said he lied. There's CNN for you in a nutshell. Never mind. That's a tangent that doesn't need to be gone down. Picasso knows what I'm thinking. Beginning on July 20, 2018, the media reported on the existence of recording Cohen had made of a conversation he had had with candidate Trump about a payment made to a second woman who said she had had an affair with Trump. On July 21, 2018, the president responded, "Inconceivable that the government would break into a lawyer's office early in the morning, almost unheard of. Even more inconceivable that a lawyer would tape a client, totally unheard of and perhaps illegal. The good news is that your favorite president did nothing wrong!" Exclamation point, close quote. On July 27, 2018, after the media reported that Cohen was willing to inform investigators that Donald Trump Jr. told his father about the June 9 meeting to get quote-unquote dirt on Hillary Clinton, the president tweeted, quote, "So the fake news doesn't waste my time with dumb questions. No," in all caps, "I did not," all caps, "know of the meeting with my son Don Jr. Sounds to me like someone is trying to make up stories in order to get himself out of an unrelated jam. Taxi cabs, maybe?" He even retained Bill and Crooked Hillary's lawyer. Gee, I wonder if they helped him make the choice. Exclamation point, close quotes. On August 21, 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty in the Southern District of New York to 8 felony charges, including 2 counts of campaign finance violations based on the payments he had made during the final weeks of the campaign to women who said they had affairs with the president. Again, campaign finance violations are fines. The only person I know who's ever gone to jail for a campaign finance violation is, oh God, I forgot his name all of a sudden. I'll get it. Oh my God. He made the movie about Clinton that ultimately precipitated the Dinesh D'Souza. Thank you, Picasso knows again, coming through in the clutch. Yes, Dinesh, thank you, Uncle Bobbity as well. People are taking care of me here. I love it. But what's the Supreme Court decision about unfettered campaign contributions by corporations? Citizens United. That's it. Dinesh D'Souza's case precipitated that ruling. Dinesh funneled, I believe, about $23,000 of illegal contributions to a candidate who ultimately lost. And he went to jail for it. Why? Because Obama covered for Clinton, and because Clinton told Obama, you have to go over that guy. He made my life look bad. It was a favor to Clinton. And it's disgusting behavior. On August 21, 28, I'm sorry, I already did that. Had affairs with the president. During the plea hearing, she made her life look bad. Yes, thank you, Picasso knows. She did. She did an excellent job of making her life look like the train wreck that it is. And perhaps she'll see justice someday. Perhaps. I'm not on the H.A. Goodman bandwagon. I wish he was right, but I don't know if he will be right. But I certainly hope so. I'm not saying H.A.'s wrong. I'm just saying I disagree with his ultimate conclusion. During the plea hearing, Cohen stated he had worked, quote, at the direction of, unquote, the candidate in making those payments. The next day, the president contrasted Cohen's cooperation with Manafort's refusal to cooperate, tweeting, quote, I feel very badly for Paul Manafort and his wonderful family. Quote-unquote justice took a 12-year-old tax case, among other things, applied tremendous pressure on him, and, unlike Michael Cohen, he refused to quote-unquote break, make up stories in order to get a quote-unquote deal. Such respect for a brave man. And again, Trump's talking about not, as Picasso knows pointed out to me, thankfully, compose. Not testify, but compose. He's not talking about flipping because Trump did something illegal. He wouldn't want that, certainly. He would, I'm sure, pray that that never happened. But he's talking about flipping and lying, about composing. That's a completely easy line to draw. And I think it, again, obviates anything that is being put here in this document. On September 17, 2018, this office submitted written questions to the president that included questions about the Trump Tower Moscow project and attached Cohen's written statement to Congress and the letter of intent signed by the president. Among other issues, the questions asked the president to describe the timing and substance of discussions he had with Cohen about the project, whether they discussed a potential trip to Russia, and whether the president, quote, at any time, this damn chair, at any time directed or suggested that discussions about the Trump-Moscow project should cease, end quote, or whether the president was, quote, informed at any time that the project had been abandoned, close quote. On November 20, 2018, the president submitted written responses that did not answer those questions about Trump Tower Moscow directly and did not provide any information about the timing of the candidate's discussions with Cohen about the project or whether he participated in any discussions about the project being abandoned or no longer pursued. Instead, the president's answer stated, in relevant part, quote, "I had few conversations with Mr. Cohen on this subject. As I recall, they were brief and they were not memorable. I was not enthusiastic about the proposal, and I do not recall any discussion of travel to Russia in connection with it. I do not remember discussing it with anyone else at the Trump Organization, although it is possible. I do not recall being aware at the time of any communications between Mr. Cohen and Felix Sater and any Russian government official regarding the letter of intent." On November 29, 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress based on his statements about the Trump Tower Moscow project. In a plea agreement with this office, Cohen agreed to, quote, "provide truthful information regarding any and all matters as to which this office deems relevant." Later on, November 29, after Cohen's guilty plea had become public, the president spoke to reporters about the Trump Tower Moscow project, saying, quote, "I decided not to do the project. I decided ultimately not to do it. There would have been nothing wrong if I did do it. If I did do it, there would have been nothing wrong. That was my business. It was an option that I decided not to. I decided not to do it. The primary reason I was focused on running for president. I was running my business while I was campaigning. There was a good chance that I wouldn't have won, in which case I wouldn't have gone back into the business. And why should I lose lots of opportunities? Question mark. Close quote. The president also said that Cohen was, quote, "a very weak person. And by being weak, unlike other people that you watch, he is a weak person. And what he's trying to do is get a reduced sentence. So he's lying about a project that everybody knew about." Unquote. The president also brought up Cohen's written submissions to Congress regarding Trump Tower Moscow project. Quote, "So here's the story. Go back and look at the paper that Michael Cohen wrote before he testified in the House and or Senate. It talked about his position." The president added, close quote. The president added, quote, "Even if Cohen was right, it doesn't matter because I was allowed to do whatever I wanted during the campaign." And that is a truthful statement, according to me. In light of the president's public statements following Cohen's guilty plea that he, quote, "decided not to do the project," unquote, this office again sought information from the president about whether he participated in any discussions about the project being abandoned or no longer pursued, including when he, quote, "decided not to do the project," unquote, who he spoke to about that decision, and what motivated the decision. The office also again asked for the timing of the president's discussions with Cohen about Trump Tower Moscow, and asked him to specify, quote, "what period of the campaign," unquote, "he was involved in discussions concerning the project." In response, the president's personal counsel declined to provide additional information from the president and stated that, quote, "the president has fully answered the questions at issue," close quote. In the weeks following Cohen's plea, an agreement to provide assistance to this office, read compose, if I may add that, the president repeatedly implied that Cohen family members were guilty of crimes. On December 3, 2018, after Cohen had filed his sentencing memorandum, the president tweeted, quote, "Michael Cohen asked judge for no prison time. You mean he can do all of the, all caps, terrible, unrelated to Trump things having to do with fraud, big loans, taxis, etc., and not serve a long prison term? He makes up stories to get, quote, to get a, all caps, great and already, all caps, reduced deal for himself, and and italicized, get his wife and father-in-law, who has the money, question mark, off scot-free. He lied for this outcome and should, in my opinion, serve a complete and full sentence. Redacted, harm to ongoing matter. On December 12, 2018, Cohen was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. Cohen got off light, in my opinion. The next day, the president sent a series of tweets that said, quote, "I never directed Michael Cohen to break the law. Those charges were just agreed to by him in order to embarrass the president and get a much reduced prison sentence, which he did, including the fact that, in italics, his family was temporarily let off the hook, close italics. As a lawyer, Michael has great liability to me, exclamation point, close quote. On December 16, 2018, the president tweeted, quote, "Remember, Michael Cohen only became a quote-unquote rat after the FBI did something which was absolutely unthinkable and unheard of until the witch hunt was illegally started. They, all caps, broke into an attorney's office, exclamation point. Why didn't they break into the DNC to get the server? Or Crooked's office, question mark, close quotes." Excellent questions. An excellent tweet, one of Trump's best in my opinion. In January 2019, after the media reported that Cohen would provide public testimony in a congressional hearing, the president made additional public comments suggesting that Cohen's family members had committed crimes. In an interview on Fox on January 12, 2019, the president was asked whether he was worried about Cohen's testimony and responded, "You know, what's going on here? Mueller, or the people who wrote this section, are putting things in italics, but they're not putting after it emphasis added." Trump, this is a response on Fox. It's not written, so there's no way Trump can speak in italics. So there's another problem with their formatting. They're not putting in emphasis added when they add italics to his sentences. Oh yeah, Uncle Bobbity, oh, they definitely killed attorney-client privilege. But you know what? Even as bad as the FBI raids were, the fact that Cohen taped clients, that was even worse. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Trump waived all of his attorney-client privilege with Cohen. So there's another instance of Trump being transparent. He could have shut down anything related to him and Cohen, including those payments. But he didn't. I mean, maybe I got that wrong about him waiving attorney-client privilege with Cohen, but I'm pretty sure I remember that happening very soon after the part about the taping came out. Pretty sure about that. And you know what? I would have done the same thing. Let Cohen hang himself out to dry. Let Cohen's actions take him down on his own. Let me get back to this. Trump responded, "In order to get his sentence reduced," Cohen says, "I have an idea. I'll give you some information on the president." Well, there is no information, but he should give information maybe on his father-in-law, because that's the one that people want to look at, because where does that money? That's the money in the family. And I guess he didn't want to talk about his father-in-law. He's trying to get his sentence reduced. So it's pretty sad. You know, it's weak and it's very sad to watch a thing like that, close quote. On January 18, 2019, the president tweeted, "Kevin Corke at Fox News, don't forget Michael Cohen has already been convicted of perjury and fraud, and as recently as this week, the Wall Street Journal has suggested that he may have stolen tens of thousands of dollars. Lying to reduce his jail time," in italics, "watch father-in-law, exclamation point, close quote." I mean, can you put italics in a tweet? I don't Twitter anymore. I follow a few people, but I do not tweet. I've given up on that. After they shadow banned me a couple years ago, I realized that Twitter doesn't play fair long before a lot of this stuff came out, and I quit. And again, the only reason I'm on it now is to follow people like Hard Bastard and Steven Crowder and a few congressmen like Dan Crenshaw and obviously Doug Collins to see what they're up to. I mean, when Doug Collins releases a transcript, he's going to put that on his Twitter, and I'll know it. Dan Crenshaw does great things, and if Crowder and Hard Bastard are going to miss a broadcast, they'll put that on their Twitter feed, and I can pick up on that. So that way I don't sit watching the TV for a half hour waiting for something to happen. Excuse me just a moment. Well, Picasso knows it's leaving me for another woman. I mean, wait a minute. That doesn't come out right. No, she's going to go have some time with a friend. So, any of you who have hung or who have hung in there, you're now my conscience and my correction fluid. So, correction fluid. Where did I get that from? Whiteout, folks. Anybody remember Whiteout? It was originally called the competitors were known as correction fluid. And trivia for anyone who doesn't know, Whiteout was invented by not Michael Dolenz, the bass player for the Monkees. Michael Dolenz was the singer, or the drummer. No, Peter Tork was the drummer. Michael Dolenz, I think, played guitar. Not Peter Tork. What was his name? I can't remember. Anyway, Whiteout was invented by the mother of one of the members of the band of the Monkees. Keep that in mind. Good things come from anybody. She made it up in her kitchen, literally. Let's see. On January 23, Cohen postponed his congressional testimony, citing threats against his family. Prove it. The next day, the president tweeted, "So interesting that bad lawyer Michael Cohen, who sadly will not be testifying before Congress, is using the lawyer of crooked Hillary Clinton to represent him. Gee, how did that happen?" Interesting that they're not including the name of Lanny Davis. Also in January 2019, Giuliani gave press interviews that appeared to confirm Cohen's account that the Trump Organization pursued the Trump Tower Moscow project well past January 2016. So what? Giuliani stated that, quote, "It's our understanding that discussions about the Trump Tower project went on throughout 2016. Weren't a lot of them, but there were conversations. Can't be sure of the exact date, but the president can remember having conversations with him about it. The president also remembers, yeah, probably up, could be up as far as October, November." So this is where, again, Giuliani just goes off the reservation. It's amazing sometimes. Again, it wasn't illegal, but Trump did say in June that he did not have any business dealings with Moscow. Yet the project, if it went on as long as October or November, that would have been a lie. But it would have been a lie to the press. Still, it's a media crime. It's a press crime. In an interview with the New York Times, Giuliani quoted the president as saying that the discussions regarding the Trump Moscow project were, quote, "going on from the day I announced to the day I won," close quote. On January 21, 2019, Giuliani issued a statement that said, quote, "My recent statements about discussions during the 2016 campaign between Michael Cohen and candidate Donald Trump about a potential Trump-Moscow project were hypothetical and not based on conversations I had with the president." Once again, a case of Giuliani going way off the reservation and then reining himself back in after someone, I'm sure, in the White House said, "What the hell are you doing?" Sometimes Giuliani's a great lawyer, sometimes he's an idiot. You have to take what you get. Life is like a box of chocolates. Analysis. In analyzing the president's conduct related to Cohen, the following evidence is relevant to the elements of obstruction of justice. A. Obstructive act. We gathered evidence of the president's conduct related to Cohen on two issues. One, whether the president or others aided or participated in Cohen's false statements to Congress and to whether the president took actions that would have had the natural tendency to prevent Cohen from providing truthful information to the government. Well, the answer is no to both of those, but let's see what you come up with. First, with regards to Cohen's false statements to Congress, while there is evidence described below that the president knew Cohen provided false testimony to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project, the evidence available to us does not establish that the president directed or aided Cohen's false testimony. So again, why am I reading this? Cohen said that his statements to Congress followed a quote-unquote party line, now they're putting it in quotes, that developed within the campaign to align with the president's public statements distancing the president from Russia. Cohen also recalled that, in speaking with the president in advance of testifying, he made it clear that he would stay on message, which Cohen believed they both understood would require false testimony. And that's Cohen speaking, not anyone else. But Cohen said that he and the president did not explicitly discuss whether Cohen's testimony about the Trump Tower Moscow project would be or was false, and the president did not direct him to provide false testimony. Cohen also said he did not tell the president about the specifics of his planned testimony. During the time when his statement to Congress was being drafted and circulated to members of the JDA, Cohen did, and again, that's Joint Defense Agreement, in case you forgot. Cohen did not speak directly to the president about the statement, but rather communicated with the president's personal counsel, as corroborated by phone records showing extensive communications between Cohen and the president's personal counsel before Cohen submitted his statement and when he testified before Congress. Cohen recalled that in his discussions with the president's personal counsel on August 27, 2017, the day before Cohen's statement was submitted to Congress, Cohen said that there were more communications with Russia and more communications with candidate Trump than the statement reflected. Cohen recalled expressing some concerns at that time. According to Cohen, the president's personal counsel, who did not have first-hand knowledge of the project, responded by saying that there was no need to muddy the water, that it was unnecessary to include those details because the project did not take place, and that Cohen should keep his statement short and tight, not elaborate, stay on message, and not contradict the president. Again, this is all Cohen. No corroboration with any of this whatsoever. It's his screaming into the ether and, as it turns out, getting a pretty sweetheart deal. Look at all the time Manafort's serving. Something like 7 years? 6 or 7 years? Cohen got 3 for basically the same kind of stuff. Just wasn't related to foreign agent registration. But he made multiple false statements to banks to get false loans. He ran a crooked taxi medallion scheme. And if you're not familiar, let me just elaborate on this real quickly. A taxi medallion is what you have to have in order to run a taxi in New York. There are a lot of places who do something similar. But those medallions are the only way you can legally run a cab in New York. You can be a gypsy cab, which means you're taking people around without a medallion, but if you get caught, you're in big trouble. Because the cabs, I don't want to say union. I don't know if cabbies are unionized in New York City, but they definitely have a huge lobbying presence. And the penalties for gypsy cabs are steep because of that presence. What Cohen was doing was creating false medallions and selling them. Now, a medallion in New York City, until Uber kicked in, was worth $1 million. Yes, one medallion for one cab was worth $1 million before Uber kicked in. Now the bottom's dropped out of the market. You'll never get your money back. I mean, I know I hardly ever take cabs. Uber's going to kick me out someday when they see these videos. But until then, they're my go-to people. The cabs that I have taken in other cities have almost always wound up being ripoffs. I'm not saying all cabs are ripoffs. I'm not saying all cabbies are bad people. Far from it. But the ones that I have taken in several cities have been ripoffs. Chicago's not like that, but there are other cities that are. Let me just put it that way. So Cohen was basically creating false licenses to operate a cab and getting paid huge amounts of money for it. I don't know how many false medallions he sold, but there's a lot of money to be made in that. Not anymore, but there was when Cohen was doing it. Let's see. Let's see. I'm sorry, I really lost my place there. Okay. Cohen recalled that in his discussions with the president's personal counsel on August 27, 2017, the day before Cohen's statement was submitted to Congress, Cohen said that there were more communications with Russia and more communications with candidate Trump than the statement reflected. Cohen recalled expressing some concern at that time. According to Cohen, the president's personal counsel. Oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. I just realized. Let's see. Members of the JDA. For example, Cohen omitted any reference to his outreach to the Russian government officials and set up a meeting between Trump and Putin during the United Nations General Assembly, and Cohen believed it was a decision of the JDA to delete the sentence, "The building project led me to make limited contacts with Russian government officials." The president's personal counsel declined to provide us with his account of his conversations with Cohen, and there is no evidence available to us that indicates that the president was aware of the information Cohen provided to the president's personal counsel. The president's conversations with his personal counsel were presumptively protected by attorney-client privilege, and we did not seek to obtain the contents of any such communications. The absence of evidence about the president and his counsel's conversations about the drafting of Cohen's statement precludes us from assessing what, if any, role the president played. So again, you got nothing. 2. Second, we considered whether the president took action that would have the natural tendency to prevent Cohen from providing truthful information to criminal investigators or to Congress. Before Cohen began to cooperate with the government, the president publicly and privately urged Cohen to stay on message and not quote-unquote flip. Okay, how do you know he said so privately? You don't. That's Cohen talking. And publicly, when he was talking about flipping, he was talking about composing, not testifying. Cohen recalled the president's personal counsel telling him that he would be protected so long as he did not, quote-unquote, go rogue. In the days and weeks that followed the April 2018 searches of Cohen's home and office, which was a damnable breach of justice, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinion, even people who don't like Cohen. The president told reporters that Cohen was a quote-unquote good man and said he was, quote, a fine person with a wonderful family who I have always liked and respected, close quote. Privately, and again, how do we know this? Privately, the president told Cohen to, quote-unquote, hang in there and, quote, stay strong. People who were close to both Cohen and the president passed messages to Cohen that, quote, the president loves you, unquote, the boss loves you, unquote, and everyone knows the boss has your back, unquote. Though the president's personal counsel, through the president's personal counsel, the president also had previously told Cohen, quote, thanks for what you do, unquote, after Cohen provided information to the media about payments to women that, according to Cohen, both Cohen and the president knew was false. Again, according to Cohen. And let's remember the recording that Cohen made of Trump talking about the payment, I believe, to the first woman. It could have been the second woman, but I believe it was to the first woman. It doesn't matter. Cohen taped the president talking about making the payment, and the president clearly said, use a check. The media tried to say he said cash, which was complete bogus reporting. It's obvious that the president said, use a check, which means he wanted a paper trail to show that the payment had been made because he knew the payments were legal. and they had to be documented accordingly. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. At that time, the Trump organization continued to pay Cohen's legal fees, which was important to Cohen. Of course it was. It would have been important to anyone. If someone stepped up and said, "Hey, I hear you got legal trouble, I'll cover your fees," I'd say that would be important to me. Why is that even in there? It's redundant as all get out. Cohen also recalled discussing the possibility of a pardon with the president's personal counsel, again Cohen's words alone, who told him to stay on message and everything would be fine. The president indicated in his public statements that a pardon had not been ruled out, but also stated publicly that, quote, most of the people will flip if the government lets them out of trouble, unquote, but that he, quote, didn't see Michael doing that. So again, that thing about a pardon had not been ruled out, that was false reporting, most likely on a meeting in the White House. And when Trump was asked about pardoning Cohen, Trump said, "Stupid question," quote unquote. So once again, they're trying to spin a non-answer into a proffer, which is ridiculous. After it was reported that Cohen intended to cooperate with the government, however, the president accused Cohen of, quote, making up stories in order to get himself out of an unrelated jam, taxicabs maybe, unquote, called Cohen a quote-unquote rat, and on multiple occasions publicly suggested that Cohen's family members had committed crimes. Well, if Trump was wrong, they can sue him. I haven't heard of any lawsuits being thrown against Trump for libel or slander. I can never remember the difference between the two. I believe libel is spoken and slander is written, but I probably got it backwards. Don't bother correcting me in the comments. It doesn't matter because I'll keep getting it wrong. Think of hard bastards implying and inferring. It's about that bad. And on multiple occasions publicly suggested that Cohen's family members had committed crimes. The evidence concerning this sequence of events could support an inference, emanations of a penumbra, folks. Could support an inference that the president used inducements in the form of positive messages in an effort to get Cohen not to cooperate, and then turned to attacks and intimidation to deter the provision of information or undermine Cohen's credibility once Cohen began cooperating. Well, Cohen did a wonderful job of his own of undermining his credibility. You didn't need Trump to do that. And as far as the president using inducements in the form of positive messages in an effort to get Cohen not to cooperate, you could easily make the case that Trump was saying to Cohen, don't make stuff up. Because again, Trump had used the word flip in describing people becoming rats and making stories up. And you can easily give him that latitude for these statements as well. B. Nexus to an official proceeding. The president's relevant conduct towards Cohen occurred when the president knew the special counsel's office, Congress, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York were investigating Cohen's conduct. The president acknowledged through his public statements and tweets that Cohen potentially could cooperate with government investigations. C. Intent. In analyzing the president's intent in his actions towards Cohen as a potential witness, there is evidence that could support the inference that the president intended to discourage Cohen from cooperating with the government because Cohen's information would shed adverse light on the president's campaign period, conduct, and statements. Could support the inference. How often have I read that now? Basically every one. Again, this is just character assassination by Mueller, by Weissman, whoever helped write this. And I believe it was Weissman. It sounds like him. He's a vindictive P-R-I-C-K. He's not afraid of making up law, as was shown by what I talked about previously with him and Arthur Anderson. Let me take a drink here while I got a moment. One, Cohen's false congressional testimony about the Trump Tower Moscow project was designed to minimize connections between the president and Russia and to help limit the congressional and DOJ Russia investigations, a goal that was in the president's interest, as reflected by the president's own statements. During and after the campaign, the president made repeated statements that he, quote, had no business in Russia and said there were, quote, no deals that could happen in Russia because we've stayed away, unquote. And again, those statements were made to the press. Media crimes, Weissman, media crimes. As Cohen knew, and as he recalled communicating to the president during the campaign, Cohen's pursuit of the Trump Tower Moscow project cast doubt on the accuracy or completeness of those statements. You could say the same thing about Cohen's statements and be much more accurate. In connection with his guilty plea, Cohen admitted that he had multiple conversations with candidate Trump to give him status updates about the Trump Tower Moscow project, that the conversations continued through at least June 2016, and that he discussed with Trump possible travel to Russia to pursue the project. The conversations were not offhand, according to Cohen, because the project had the potential to be so lucrative. In addition, text messages to and from Cohen and other records further establish that Cohen's efforts to advance the project did not end in January 2016, and that in May and June 2016, Cohen was considering the timing for possible trips to Russia by him and Trump in connection with the project. June 2016 was when Cohen said the project was terminated. So, oh God, I'm so confused now. This is done to deliberately confuse you. They're sewing Cohen's statements in and out with Trump's statements, leading you to believe that Trump is lying when most likely Cohen is lying. Just my brain is starting to unravel. Not that it was ever all that raveled to begin with. In addition, text messages to and from Cohen and other records further established that Cohen's efforts to advance the project did not end in January 2016, and that in May and June 2016, I'm sorry, I already read that, my mistake. The evidence could support an inference, there we go again, that the president was aware of these facts at the time of Cohen's false statements to Congress. Cohen discussed the project with the president in early 2017 following media inquiries. Cohen recalled that on September 20, 2017, the day after he released to the public his opening remarks to Congress, which said the project, quote, was terminated in January of 2016, unquote, the president's personal counsel told him the president was pleased with what Cohen had said about Trump Tower Moscow. Again, you have no corroboration for that whatsoever. Those are Cohen's words. And after Cohen's guilty plea, the president told reporters that he had ultimately decided not to do the project, which supports the inference that he remained aware of his own involvement in the project and the period during the campaign in which the project was being pursued. Again, so what? He didn't lie to you. He didn't lie to Mueller. He didn't lie to anybody who had the ability to charge him with perjury. He lied, if he lied, to the press. Stop bitching about it. You've got no standing here. 2. The president's public remarks following Cohen's guilty plea also suggest that the president may have been concerned about what Cohen told investigators about the Trump Tower Moscow project. At the time, the president submitted written answers to questions from this office about the project and other subjects. The media had reported that Cohen was cooperating with the government, but Cohen had not yet pleaded. Why don't you say pled anymore? Why is it pleaded? But Cohen had not yet pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress. Accordingly, it was not publicly known what information about the project Cohen had provided to the government. In his written answers, The president did not provide details about the timing and substance of his discussions with Cohen about the project and gave no indication that he had decided to no longer pursue the project. Yet after Cohen pleaded guilty, the president publicly stated that he had personally made the decision to abandon the project. The president then declined to clarify the seeming discrepancy to our office or answer additional questions. That's because he didn't have to, dear. The content and timing of the president's provision of information about his knowledge and actions regarding the Trump Tower Moscow project is evidence that the president may have been concerned about the information that Cohen could provide as a witness. There are those weasel words again. 3. The president's concerns about Cohen's cooperating may have been directed at the Southern District of New York investigation into other aspects of the president's dealings with Cohen rather than an investigation of Trump Tower Moscow. May have been. There also is some evidence that the president's concern about Cohen cooperating was based on the president's stated belief that Cohen would provide false testimony against the president in an attempt to obtain a lesser sentence for his unrelated criminal conduct. The president tweeted that Manafort, unlike Cohen, refused to quote-unquote break and quote make up stories in order to get a deal, unquote. And after Cohen pleaded guilty to making false statements to Congress, the president said, quote, what Cohen's trying to do is get a reduced sentence, so he's lying about a project that everybody knew about, unquote. But the president also appeared to defend the underlying conduct, saying, quote, even if Cohen was right, it doesn't matter because I was allowed to do whatever I wanted during the campaign, end quote. Well, that could be Trump just being Trump. He expands on things when there's no reason to expand on them. Or is that possibly supporting evidence that may be relevant to the case? Whatever. As described above, there is evidence that the president knew that Cohen had made false statements about the Trump Tower Moscow project, and that Cohen did so to protect the president and minimize the president's connections to Russia during the campaign. That doesn't matter. Just because Trump may have known that Cohen made false statements doesn't put Trump in any legal danger. Doesn't put him with any legal liability. Cohen's the one who lied. Cohen's the one who made up the story. It's not on Trump. 4. Finally, the president's statements insinuating that members of Cohen's family committed crimes after Cohen began cooperating with the government could be viewed as an effort to retaliate against Cohen and chill further testimony adverse to the president by Cohen or others. It is possible that the president believes, as reflected in his tweets, that Cohen, quote, made up stories, unquote, in order to get a deal for himself and, quote, get his wife and father-in-law off scot-free, unquote. It is also possible that the president's mention of Cohen's wife and father-in-law were not intended to affect Cohen as a witness, but rather were part of a public relations strategy aimed at discrediting Cohen and deflecting attention away from the president on Cohen-related matters. That's what I'm going with. But the president's suggestion that Cohen's family members committed crimes happened more than once, including just before Cohen was sentenced, at the same time as the president stated that Cohen, quote, should, in my opinion, serve a full and complete sentence, unquote, and again just before Cohen was scheduled to testify before Congress. The timing of the statements supports an inference that they were intended, at least in part, to discourage Cohen from further cooperation. Supports an inference. How many times have we read that? Okay, L. This should be the wrap-up. Overarching factual issues. Although this report does not contain a traditional prosecution decision or declination decision, which proves that you're chicken shits, pardon my language, and you did this purely to get at Trump, the evidence supports several general conclusions relevant to analysis of the facts concerning the president's course of conduct. 1. 3 features of this case render it atypical compared to the heartland obstruction of justice prosecutions brought by the Justice Department. First, The conduct involved actions by the president. Some of the conduct did not implicate the president's constitutional authority and raisins garden variety obstruction of justice issues. Other events we investigated, however, drew upon the president's Article 2 authority, which raised constitutional issues that we address in Volume 2, blah, blah, blah. A factual analysis of that conduct would have to take into account both that the president's acts were facially lawful and that his position as head of the executive branch provides him with unique and powerful means of influencing official proceedings, subordinate officers, and potential witnesses, which means Trump had the absolute right to fire Comey, he had the absolute right to fire Mueller, and that the whole obstruction of justice thing is, in Trump's own words, pure witch hunt material. Second, many obstruction cases involve the attempted or actual cover-up of an underlying crime. Personal criminal conduct can furnish strong evidence that the individual had an improper obstructive purpose, see court case, or that he contemplated an effect on an official proceeding, see court case, but proof of such a crime is not an element of an obstruction offense, see court case. Stating, let's look at this one. See United States v. Greer, blah, 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 6th Circuit, 2017. Stating in applying the obstruction sentencing guideline that, quote, obstruction of a criminal investigation is punishable even if the prosecution is ultimately unsuccessful or even if the investigation ultimately reveals no underlying crime. Yeah, but here's the thing. There was no underlying crime. There was no prosecution. This was a made-up story allowing Mueller to drag out the investigation to continue to try to catch Trump in obstruction of justice traps, none of which worked. According to everything we've just read, for the last 156 pages, none of it worked. Obstruction of justice can be motivated by a desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid personal embarrassment. The inquiry to the integrity of the justice system is the same, regardless of whether a person committed an underlying wrong. There was no injury to the integrity of the justice system, you rat B-word. In this investigation, the evidence does not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference, but the evidence does point to a range of other possible personal motives animating the president's conduct. These include concerns that continued investigation would call into question the legitimacy of his election and potential uncertainty about whether certain events, such as advance notice of WikiLeaks release of hacked information, there was no advance notice of WikiLeaks, you lying sack. That never happened. You're trying to hang that on Roger Stone and you've got nothing. Volume 1 of this thing completely proves that there was no advance notice to anyone of the WikiLeaks release. I can't wait for Roger Stone to be cut loose. It's going to be a beautiful day. And it's going to happen. I'll predict that. I will predict that. Roger Stone's going to get cut loose. Because he's got literally, well, I shouldn't say literally, but figuratively, if I may make a pun, he's got the stones to tell Mueller where to shove it. Excuse me. Such as an advance notice of WikiLeaks release of hacked information or the June 9, 2016 meeting between senior campaign officials and Russians, could be seen as criminal activity by the president, his campaign, or his family. Screw you. Could be seen, my butt. Third, many of the president's acts directed at witnesses, including discouragement of cooperation with the government and suggestions of possible future pardons, there were no suggestions of possible pardons, occurred in public view. While it may be more difficult to establish that public-facing acts were motivated by a corrupt intent, the president's power to influence actions, persons, and events is enhanced by his unique ability to attract attention through the use of mass communications. Excuse me a moment, I gotta turn up my headphones. and no principle of law excludes public acts from the scope excludes public acts from the scope of obstruction statutes. If the likely effect of the acts is to intimidate witnesses or alter their testimony, the justice system's integrity is equally threatened. The likely effect, not the actual effect. Still, you got nothing. 2. Although the events we investigated involved discrete acts, ergo, the president's statement to Comey about the Flynn investigation that should be i.e., his termination of Comey and his efforts to remove the special counsel, it is important to view the president's pattern of conduct as a whole. That pattern sheds lights on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. A. Our investigation found multiple acts by the president that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. Capable. Not that they did, not that they have proof, but that they were capable. Again, these are all weasel words. Mueller has nothing, and this entire section is a sham, a fraud, a baseless argument for crimes that were never committed. The incidents were often carried out through one-on-one meetings in which the president sought to use his official power outside of usual channels. These actions ranged from efforts to remove the special counsel and to reverse the effect of the Attorney General's recusal, to the attempted use of official power to limit the scope of the investigation, to direct and indirect contacts with witnesses with the potential to influence their testimony. Viewing the acts collectively, you don't view these collectively. These are individual incidents. You can't take a whole group of things that have no proof, that have no actual underlying crime, pull them all together and say, but yeah, look at them as a whole. That's not the law. That's ridiculous. That's pathetic. The incidents were often carried out through one-on-one meetings in which the president sought to use his official power outside of usual channels. Doesn't make it illegal. These actions ranged from efforts to remove the special counsel and to reverse the effect of the Attorney General's recusal. Again, not illegal. To the attempted use of official power to limit the scope of the investigation. I'm going to put that under the ill-advised, but still not illegal. To direct and indirect contacts with witnesses with the potential to influence their testimony. You got nothing on that. You got nothing. Viewing the acts collectively can help to illuminate their significance. My God, these people are infuriating. My good God. For example, the president's direction to McGahn to have the special counsel removed was followed almost immediately by his direction to Lewandowski to tell the Attorney General to limit the scope of the Russia investigation to prospective election interference only, a temporal connection that suggests that both acts were taken with a related purpose with respect to the investigation. A temporal conjunction. I pronounced that wrong the first time. It's temporal. That's not conclusive. You don't have any facts to back that up. My God. The president's efforts to influence the investigation were mostly unsuccessful. They were completely unsuccessful. But that is largely because the persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his requests. Once again, firing Mueller, completely in his purview, firing Comey, completely in his purview, asking Sessions to unrecuse himself, again, ill-advised, but he can do that. The fact that people didn't follow his orders doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. There are no underlying crimes in this stupid Volume 2, and you know it. Comey did not end the investigation of Flynn, which ultimately resulted in Flynn's prosecution and conviction for lying to the FBI. McGahn did not tell the acting Attorney General that the special counsel must be removed, but was instead prepared to resign over the president's order. Lewandowski and Dearborn did not deliver the president's message to Sessions that he should confine the Russia investigation to future election meddling only, and McGahn refused to recede from his recollection about events surrounding the president's direction to have the special counsel removed, despite the president's multiple demands that he do so. Okay, that wasn't even a crime. So I don't even know why that isn't even the basis for a criminal charge. That had to do with the press. You got nothing there. I don't even know why that's included. Oh, I know why. Because they're trying to tar the president with whatever brush they can. Consistent with that pattern. See, this is all illegal. This is all illegal. Trump did nothing wrong. This should have said, as Picasso Knows put up earlier in the chat, there should be nothing in this volume 2 except we declined to prosecute the president for any perceived acts of obstruction of justice. Period. Underlined. Appendices to follow. But no, I've had to read this damn thing all day. I've been on for 10 and a half hours now with 1 3-minute break. And I've still got 20 pages to go. I know this is basically my own fault. This is a hole of my own making. I won't shut up. But still, these are outrageous charges. These are outrageous attempts at tarring the President of the United States with crimes he did not commit. And Congress has taken the bit and run with it. And this is all Mueller's fault. Part of me wishes he doesn't testify in front of Congress. Although if he does, I would probably take 2 people away from Hard Bastard stream and watch that on my own and run commentary on it, because that would mean a great deal to me. But if Mueller does testify, then the Republicans will be able to grill him on Volume 2 and show what a sham this really is, what a farce this really is, and that it never should have been published in this format, as Picasso Knows said earlier. Consistent with that pattern, the evidence we obtained would not support potential obstruction charges against the president's aides and associates beyond those already filed. In considering the full scope of the conduct we investigated, the president's actions can be divided into 2 distinct phases, reflecting a possible shift in the president's motives. In the first phase, before the president fired Comey, the president had been assured that the FBI had not opened an investigation of him personally. The president deemed it critically important to make public that he was not under investigation, and he included that information in his termination letter to Comey after other efforts to have that information disclosed were unsuccessful. Soon after he fired Comey, however, the president became aware that investigators were conducting an obstruction of justice inquiry into his own conduct, a completely illegal and unfounded and with no basis in reality investigation. That awareness marked a significant change in the president's conduct and the start of a second phase of action. Gee, go figure. The president launched public attacks on the investigation and the individuals involved in it who could possess evidence adverse to the president, while in private, the president engaged in a series of targeted efforts to control the investigation. Wouldn't you? Seriously, wouldn't you? For instance, the president attempted to remove the special counsel, not illegal. He sought to prevent public disclosure of information about the June 9, 2016 meeting between Russians and campaign officials, not illegal. And he used public forums to attack potential witnesses who might offer adverse information and to praise witnesses who declined to cooperate with the government. Okay, define adverse information. Because Cohen lied through his teeth about everything. You've got no proof that anything Cohen said is true, except that he talked to the White House counsel, to the president's private counsel several times, and that he had a 20-minute conversation with somebody in Russia once. That's all the proof you've got. And to praise witnesses who declined to cooperate with the government. Judgments about the nature of the president's motives during each phase would be informed by the totality of the evidence. That's not how it works. You have to decide each case on its own merit. Don't give me this totality of evidence crap. 3. Legal defenses to the application of obstruction of justice statutes to the president. This ought to be good. The president's personal counsel has written to this office to advance statutory and constitutional defenses to the potential application of the obstruction of justice statutes to the president's conduct. As a statutory matter, the president's counsel has argued that a core obstruction of justice statute, 18 U.S.C. section 151c2, does not cover the president's actions. As a constitutional matter, the president's counsel argued that the president cannot obstruct justice by exercising his constitutional authority to close Department of Justice investigations or terminate the FBI director. Exactly what I've been saying the entire time. Under that view, any statute that restricts the president's exercise of those powers would impermissibly intrude on the president's constitutional role. The prostitute, where did that come from? Oh, constitutional and president. I drew the two words together. The President's Counsel has conceded that the President may be subject to criminal laws that do not directly involve exercises of his Article II authority, such as laws prohibiting bribing witnesses or suborning perjury. But counsel has made a categorical argument that, quote, the President's exercise of his constitutional authority here to terminate an FBI director and to close investigations cannot constitutionally constitute obstruction of justice. In analyzing the counsel's statutory arguments, we concluded that the President's proposed interpretation of Section 1512c2 is contrary to the litigating position of the Department of Justice and is not supported by principles of statutory construction. Now, but you still got nothing to charge him with. And just because you disagree with that doesn't mean a real lawyer wouldn't. Would disagree with your position. As for the constitutional arguments, we recognize that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these constitutional issues. Bullshit. We therefore analyze the President's position through the framework of Supreme Court precedent addressing the separation of powers. What's wrong with circuit court rulings? Or don't those fit your narrative? Under that framework, we concluded Article 2 of the Constitution does not categorically and permanently immunize the President from potential liability for the conduct that we investigated. Potential liability. Fine, I'll let you have it. Fine. Rather, our analysis led us to conclude that the obstruction of justice statutes can validly prohibit a president's corrupt efforts to use his official powers to curtail, end, or interfere with an investigation. And there were no corrupt efforts. None whatsoever. You've proven that in the last 159 pages. Over and over again, you've proven that. Statutory defenses to the application of obstruction of justice provisions to the conduct under investigation. The obstruction of justice statute most readily applicable. Reading too fast. The obstruction of justice statute most readily applicable to our investigation is 18 U.S.C. Section 1512c2. Section 1512c provides, whoever corruptly alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object, or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, or otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceedings or attempts to do so, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years, or both. The Department of Justice has taken the position that Section 1512c2 states a broad, independent, and unqualified prohibition on obstruction of justice, while defendants have argued that subsection C2 should be read to cover only acts that would impair the availability or integrity of evidence, because that is subsection C1's focus, strong arguments weigh against that proposed limitation. Yeah, but which is followed in case law. Not which arguments are against it, but which ones result in convictions or acquittals. That's what I want to know. The text section of 1512C2 confirms that its sweep is not tethered to section 1512C1. Courts have so interpreted it, its history does not counsel otherwise, and no principle of statutory construction dictates a contrary view. But there is a contrary view. What are you talking about? On its face, therefore, section 1512C2 applies to all corrupt means of obstructing a proceeding pending or contemplated, including by improper exercises of official power. In addition, other statutory provisions that are potentially applicable to certain conduct we investigated broadly prohibit obstruction of proceedings that are pending before courts, grand juries, and Congress. See law. Congress has also specifically prohibited witness tampering. See law. But you don't have any of that. You didn't prove any of that. Again, why am I reading this? You've got nothing. You're just trying to tear into Trump with a butter knife, and he's wearing Class 3 armor. This is pathetic. The text of section 512C2 prohibits a broad range of obstructive acts. Several textual features of section 512C2 support the conclusion that the provision broadly prohibits corrupt means of obstructing justice and is not limited by the more specific prohibitions in section 1512C1, which focus on evidence impairment. First, I'm not reading this. This is ridiculous. This is all law. This has nothing to do with anything. This is ridiculous. This is all law that they have incorrectly applied or are using as a shield to try to prop up their completely facile arguments about Trump having committed obstruction of justice. Here's something. Although the president has broad authority under Article 2, that authority coexists with Congress's Article 1 power to enact laws that protect congressional proceedings, federal investigations, the courts, and grand juries against corrupt efforts to undermine their functions. Usually, those constitutional powers function in harmony with the president enforcing the criminal laws under Article 2 to protect against corrupt obstructive acts. But when the president's official actions come into conflict with the prohibitions in the obstruction statutes, any constitutional tension is reconciled through separation of powers analysis. The President's Counsel has argued that, quote, the president's exercise of his constitutional authority to terminate an FBI director and to close investigations cannot constitutionally constitute obstruction of justice. As noted above, no Department of Justice position or Supreme Court precedent directly resolved this issue. It's in the Constitution. Just read the freaking Constitution. We did not find counsel's contention, however, to accord with our reading of the Supreme Court authority addressing separation of powers issue. So you have a difference of opinion here. You still have nothing. Applying the court's framework for analysis, we concluded that Congress can validly regulate the president's exercise of official duties to prohibit actions motivated by a corrupt intent to obstruct justice. The limited effect on presidential power that results from that restriction would not impermissibly undermine the president's ability to perform his Article 2 functions. Yes, your interpretation does exactly that. You're trying to say that the president obstructed justice by firing Comey and by trying to limit the scope of the Mueller investigation to future elections, improprieties, because there was nothing against Trump or his campaign showing involvement with the Russians in proper fashion. Nothing. And you had nothing against Trump for obstruction of justice, as I just said. So he had every right to go through that process. The fact that he was prevented from firing Mueller, in my opinion, is a good thing. The fact that Sessions didn't unrecuse himself is a good thing and a bad thing. Sessions would have been eaten alive for doing it, but it would have saved us at least a year in investigations and probably a good $15 million. And it certainly would have saved us from this piece of garbage. Okay, more legal stuff, 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 more legal stuff. More legal stuff. Okay, let's read this. Where the Constitution permits Congress to impose a good cause limitation on the removal of an executive branch officer, the Constitution should equally permit Congress to bar removal for the corrupt purpose of obstructing justice. There was no corrupt purpose. Limiting the range of permissible reasons for removal to exclude a quote-unquote corrupt purpose imposes a lesser restraint on the president than requiring an affirmative showing of good cause. Trump had no restrictions on firing Comey. None whatsoever. He is an inferior officer in the Justice Department. He is not confirmed. He is appointed through civil procedures or through the president himself. But, I mean, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong. But as I understand it, the director of the FBI is not a congressionally approved position. It is not a cabinet level position. It is not a judicial position. It is an inferior position in the Department of Justice, which is under the executive authority of the president. So there is no reason whatsoever that the president can't fire a subordinate in the executive branch. Period. So I've blown that out of the water. I don't need to read that. More laws, more laws. More laws, more laws. More bullshit. Sorry, pardon my French. More laws, more laws, more laws. Okay, here's a good one. D. Finally, history provides no reason to believe that any asserted chilling effect justifies exempting the president from the obstruction laws. As a historical matter, presidents have very seldom been the subject of grand jury investigations. There's a reason for that. And it's rare still for circumstances to raise even the possibility of a corrupt personal motive for arguably obstructive action through the president's use of official power. That's because you people made a bunch of stuff up about the president and his actions and continued to hound him and his people for years over nothing. Accordingly, the president's conduct of office should not be chilled based on hypothetical concerns about the possible application of a corrupt motive standard in this context. In sum, contrary to the position taken by the President's counsel, we concluded that, in light of the Supreme Court precedent governing separation of powers issues, we had a valid basis for investigating the conduct at issue in this report. Gee, go figure, you would support your own position through precedent that, as you said, does not fully support one way or the other. You're using a framework that isn't solid and trying to make us think that you had the right to do this all along. In our view, the application of the obstruction statutes would not impermissibly burden the president's performance of his Article 2 function to supervise prosecutorial conduct or to remove inferior law enforcement officers, and the protection of the criminal justice system from corrupt acts by any person, including the president, screw you to the wall, accords with the fundamental principle of our government that, quote, no person in this country is so high that he is above the law. Let's see if I can hold my water through this. And I mean, not that, I have to perform a bodily function, but that I'm able to read the rest of this without screaming. Conclusion. Because we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, we did not draw ultimate conclusions about the president's conduct. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that would need to be resolved if we were making a traditional prosecutorial judgment. At the same time, if we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, we are unable to reach that judgment. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Okay, I'm going to curse here. That is a complete bitch move. Now, in one of those sections regarding obstruction of justice issues that you listed, did you come through with the conclusion that Trump had met the standard and had committed obstruction of justice? Not once. You made a counter argument to every possibly supports a conclusion or possibly supports an inference. There were counter arguments to every one of those that would legally be exculpatory evidence and would keep you from prosecuting that charge. Also, you just stated that hanging, and this is my word, but still, hanging an obstruction of justice charge on the president would not chill his ability to conduct his office, his duties as the president. Let me find that exactly here. In our view, the application of the obstruction statutes would not impermissibly burden the president's performance of his Article 2 function to supervise prosecutorial conduct or to remove inferior law enforcement officers. Mueller was an inferior law enforcement officer. He was not appointed by Congress. He was appointed by Rod Rosenstein, an inferior officer. And Mueller was not above Rosenstein. Rosenstein was supervising Mueller. Do I make myself clear, Mueller? And the protection of the criminal justice system from corrupt acts by any person, including the president, accords with the fundamental principle of our government that no person in this country is so high that he is above the law. So you're saying you could have charged him if you wanted to, and it wouldn't have affected his Article 2 rights under the Constitution. You said that right there. But then you totally wimp out. I wanted to use another phrase. You totally wimped out and just threw it to the Congress. Left all this up in the air because you knew you had nothing. You stated you had nothing over and over again. And then you come up with this completely facile collusion. There are two ways to read this report. One, you believe that Trump committed every illegal act that he is lightly accused of. And I do mean lightly. Or two, you're like me, and it makes you want to rant and rave for 11 hours. On Volume 2. Volume 1 was fairly straightforward. Volume 2 is a bunch of hooey. And should not have been written out. I'll quote Picasso Knows one last time, and then I'll hang up. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. She chatted at 3:19 p.m. Picasso Knows. None of this should have been in the report. This report should not exist in its current format. It should just be a declination to indict. Exactly. Even if they had listed all of those quote-unquote instances of implications of obstruction of justice, each one of them should have ended with, "We declined to prosecute." But they didn't. They argued over and over and over again that Trump somehow broke the law when he never did. They just wouldn't say it. And then they say at the end, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Well, you know who did exonerate him? William Barr, the Attorney General of the United States. Barr looked at this section over several weeks with Rod Rosenstein and General Counsel of the Department of Justice, and they determined that not one of these acts constituted obstruction of justice. Legally, fully, confidently. And the Dems can't believe that he acted in accordance with the law. They refuse to believe it. And so we have this mess in Congress. Nadler going crazy, Cummings going crazy, Schiff going crazy, Pelosi pretending that she's trying to rein everybody in, when you know behind the scenes she's saying, keep throwing out those investigative efforts, keep subpoenaing people, keep holding people in contempt. Because if she's not doing that, she's the worst Speaker of the House who ever existed, because she has lost complete control of her people. So you can read that either way. I choose to read it the former way. Okay, so that's it. Thank you all for listening. Even if you were only here for a little while, I appreciate the effort. I very much do. I want to thank everybody in the chat. Picasso Knows, Jason Lord Surratt. Let me make sure I get your name right there. Yes, Jason Lord Surratt. And of course, Uncle Bobbity. All of your interactions with me mean a great deal. They helped a lot, and I really appreciate it. I don't have a next thing to read, a next transcript or whatever. I'm waiting for Doug Collins to release his next transcript. He says he's got 53 of them to go. So I should be in pretty good company as far as keeping those coming. Also, we've got the IG report about the FISA warrants. As you may have heard yesterday, the IG has let the committee know, the Senate committee know, that the three following FISA warrants were illegal. We're just waiting to hear on the first one. And from everything Nunes told us last year, from everything I've read, there is no way that original FISA warrant against Carter Page was legal. It was a fraud against the system. They lied to the judge over and over again. But we'll see. We'll see. That's my take on it, and I could be wrong. So we've got that to look forward to. I don't know when Huber, or is it Huber? I think it's Huber now. I said Uber earlier this week, but I think that was wrong. We don't know when Huber's going to come out. We've got the oh gosh, what's his name? Not Graham. The guy out of Connecticut. We've got his report to look forward to. So there's a lot going on, folks, and I will do my best to stay on top of it. So until I reach out to you next time, again, thank you all for your help, for your views, and for sharing this if you like. I would appreciate that very much. In the meantime, be well, God bless, and happy trails. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.